Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Ladies and gentlemen, gather around your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Something the matter, Jana?
I'm tired.
You are, dear?
Tired and cold. It's getting chilly in here.
On the contrary, the temperature's perfect, as it is throughout the house.
72 degrees, isn't it, William? Isn't it 72 degrees?
I'm sure it is, quite sure. Of course, it's the optimum temperature. And the chairs are designed for maximum comfort. The fire for perfect heat radiation, and the windows for the most efficient light and ventilation. And the ceilings for the most desirable acoustic qualities, everything built to perfection, Father. But just the same, I'm cold.
Well, then come away from the window.
Yes, dear, sit by the fire again. That way I can see you.
I'm not doing anything but reading.
I like to look at you no matter what you're doing.
This is the same book I've been reading all afternoon. You've watched me for hours. You must have memorized every one of my expressions by now, every tick, every gesture.
Yes, but I so enjoy watching you.
And why is that?
Because you're so beautiful, darling. Absolutely perfect in every way.
Don't argue with your mother, Jana.
I'm not arguing. I'm only saying that it's chilly here in the study. At least I have a chill, and I'd rather sit by the window.
There's nothing to see outside. It will be dark soon.
Let me build up the fire.
You know that's not possible.
Why? Because it's burning natural gas instead of wood? Well, why not just this once? Why not let me put a real log on the fire and get rid of the chill in the air? It would be exciting to watch it burn. I'd actually enjoy the unpredictability of it. Just once in my life.
Sit down, Jana.
Do as your father says, dear.
I can't oppose your father. You know that. I never could.
It's almost 6. I think I'll ask Nelda to come in now and massage my shoulders.
Good idea, Margaret.
My muscles get so stiff sitting here.
Let me do it for you, Mother.
That's Nelda's job.
Yes, Jana, dear. Nelda knows exactly the way I like it.
Why don't we have dinner first?
Oh, no, after is better. The massage always stimulates my appetite.
Well, then if we can't eat earlier tonight, how about a little bit later? I know, why don't we go out and eat in a restaurant?
A restaurant? Jana, now why in the world would we go out and eat in a restaurant when we have everything we need here? Gretchen is already preparing something in the kitchen.
I know, it's just that, well, it would be different.
I've no doubt it would be different. First, we'd walk through the rain and get sopping wet.
Jensen could bring the car around.
And then we'd eat some kind of unhealthy, unpalatable mess on dirty, half-washed plates. By then, it would be a moot question as to whether we'd succumb to ptomaine or pneumonia.
Yes, Father.
Ah, Nelda, you must have read my mind.
It's 6 o'clock, Mrs. Lauren. You always have your neck rub at 6 o'clock. Isn't that right, ma'am?
Of course it is, Nelda. And you never forget, do you? You never, ever forget.
No, ma'am.
The residence of Dr. William Lauren, a beautiful home designed for comfort and convenience, the reward for a world-class career as a scientist. He has chosen to live his life as safely, as securely as science can make it, and he spares his wife and daughter no luxury that might make their lives more perfect. But in a moment, the good doctor will discover that perfection is relative, that a life of controlled ease has a greater price than he imagined. A price may be more than he is willing or able to pay. Because very shortly, he's about to be shown what exactly is on the bill one that has suddenly and unexpectedly come due in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Lateness of the Hour, starring Jane Seymour and James Keach, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That feels lovely, Nelda.
Would you like some more liniment?
Yes, if you please. You have such strong fingers. Perfect for massaging my neck muscles. Jana, are you here?
Yes, Mother.
Enjoying your book again?
A different one this time.
Which is it?
Family photo album.
That's nice.
When was this picture taken?
Let me see.
This one.
Oh, look, Nelda. That's a lovely picture of you.
Yes, ma'am.
What year?
Let's see. Oh, this was taken the year after your father retired from the lab. And look, there are those yellow roses that Jensen planted for us. How they grew. And Nelda looks exactly the same.
Must be a wonderful thing not to age, Nelda. Isn't it?
It has its advantages, I guess, Miss Jana.
Nelda will put that away for you.
That's all right, Father. I'd like to put it back in the bookcase myself.
You seem nervous, dear.
I'm just going to stand by the fireplace.
You're not still chilly, are you?
A bit, Mother.
You do that, then. I don't like to see you pacing. Please continue, Nelda. Oh, yes. That feels so very nice.
I think I'll go to the kitchen, see if the cook needs any help.
That won't be necessary. I'm sure Gretchen has everything under control.
I'm sure she does, but just the same, I'd like to see what she's doing.
Well, I suppose that's all right. Now, don't be long, dear.
Is that you, Miss Lauren?
Hello, Robert.
Can I get you anything?
No, thank you.
Is everything all right?
Perfectly.
Would you care for a beverage? An hors d'oeuvre, perhaps?
I'm fine. If I want anything, I'll let you know.
Yes, Miss Lauren.
Robert, why are you following me?
In case you need assistance.
I don't. I told you I'm perfectly fine.
The stairs to the pantry can be a bit tricky.
I know that, Robert. I grew up in this house, remember? I've always lived here. I know every square inch of it as well as you do.
Yes, miss.
I've been here longer than you have, in fact. Isn't that right? Well, isn't it?
Why
don't you answer me?
I'm sure it must seem so to you.
What does that mean?
I'm sure I couldn't say, Miss Lauren.
Well, try. I remember when you began your service here. I was 5 years old.
Is my work unsatisfactory, miss?
No, you've been a perfect butler. Perfect in every way.
I try my best to do exactly as Dr. Lauren instructs. Seeing to you and Mrs. Lauren, looking after your safety.
Well, I'm quite safe right now, I assure you. That'll be all.
Very good, miss.
And stop following me. Will you please?
Miss Lauren, is that you?
Hi, Gretchen. How's dinner coming?
Right on schedule. I'm preparing your choice of a garden salad with baby greens or cold gazpacho, skinless chicken breasts.
Of course. If it's Tuesday, it must be the chicken.
Cooked in olive oil, steamed vegetables, and a selection of fresh fruit. Would you like something different?
It doesn't matter. I'm not very hungry.
Dr. Lauren programs the meals in advance, but if you'd prefer an alternate selection...
That won't be necessary. I just thought you might like some help.
Everything's under control.
I know, but I want to. Here, let me get the plates down for you.
As you wish.
Gretchen, I was wondering...
Yes, miss?
Call me Jana, please. That's my name, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I was wondering, do you ever get tired? From so much work, I mean?
Not tired. Stiff in the joints.
And what do you do about it? When you finish preparing the meals?
I beg your pardon?
After you've cleaned up and put the plates and silverware away, what do you do?
Why, I go to my quarters.
And what do you do there? Read? Listen to music?
No, nothing like that. There's no need.
I know, but you must do something. Do you and the rest of the staff interact?
Sometimes.
Do you speak? Do you talk about your day? Do you make plans?
I don't understand your question.
Yes, you do. Think about it. You and Nelda and Robert and Suzanne and Jensen. What things do you talk about?
Things, Miss Lauren?
I want to know. You can tell me, can't you?
I've been instructed to answer all your questions.
Well, then what do you talk about? When you've completed your tasks and there's no more work to do, what do you say? What sort of things do you have in your minds?
But we have not completed our task. Then we do. Then we will rest.
Rest how?
Just rest.
Yes, I suppose that would be true. Never thought of it that way before. You don't have any wants or needs, but you must get tired and start to run down, and you need to replenish your strength just like anyone else.
We want only to rest, that's all.
Oh, Gretchen, and yet you've never missed a meal, never refused to come when I called you. You've been here for me more than Mother and Father at times. I want to thank you for that. I want you to know how much I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Miss... Jana.
The chicken's done. Let me get it.
Don't touch the pan, it's hot. Oh, you've burned yourself.
It's nothing.
Your hand. Oh, you must let me see to that. Robert!
What's wrong? Oh, Miss Lauren.
Don't worry about me. It was just a little spatter of grease, that's all. It doesn't hurt.
Nevertheless, we must take care of it at once. I'll get the first aid kit.
Honestly, I don't even feel it.
This way.
What's all the commotion, Jana? Are you hurt?
No, Father. I am perfectly fine.
She burned her wrist on the stove.
And you let this happen?
I told her not to touch it.
This is unacceptable.
It wasn't Gretchen's fault.
Of course it was. You all have one prime directive in this household, and that is to be certain that no harm comes to my wife or to my daughter. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Really, Father, you're overreacting.
I'll make that decision. Where were you, Robert?
Miss Jana dismissed me, sir.
What about the rest of you?
I was making the bed, sir.
And I was adjusting the central heating, sir, as you requested.
We'll talk about this later. Come with me, Jana. It may be time for an entirely new staff around here.
Don't blame Gretchen, blame me.
I said, come along now.
What is going on out there? Did something happen?
Nothing at all, except that Father's blaming the help for my being in the kitchen.
What were you doing in there, dear?
Looking for something to do. Something besides sitting idle all day.
That's enough, Jana.
Oh, is it? Well, look at both of you.
Will that be all, Mrs. Lauren?
Just a few minutes longer, Nelda. Yes, that feels so good.
Mother, please, don't make her do that anymore.
Jana, what on earth?
She must be tired after so long, her joints stiff.
What do you mean?
Waiting on you hand and foot?
Why, Jana, your tone.
Can't you see, either of you?
See what?
That this is no way to live. Outside there's a beautiful, clean, refreshing sound of rain, while in here, just the occasional animal groan of pleasure.
Jana!
Yes, yell at me, please do. I'm delighted to hear you yell at me. It proves that you've got lungs left, lungs and a mind and a mouth and a voice.
Go to your room.
You know we're atrophying in here, don't you, Father? We sit here day after day and year after year while the clock ticks, and we decay with every minute that goes by.
That's enough!
While Nelda and your army of domestics do everything but breathe for us.
I will listen to no more of this.
Would you leave us, Nelda?
Yes, ma'am.
Nelda!
You may go to your quarters, Nelda.
I'm speaking to you.
Yes, Miss Jana.
Is there a problem, sir?
Will you be needing anything?
You were saying, Miss Jana?
Just this. I was about to mention of the fact that...
Please, don't stop, Jana. You can speak freely in front of the help. We have no secrets here.
Don't we? No secrets, Father? Is that it? That's all we do have. Secrets. That's how we live. By shutting off the world, turning our backs on it, by saying that in here is day and out there is night, while these soundless, fleshless things glide around us with their oh-so-efficient ministrations. Have turned my mother and father into jelly.
You'll forgive me, Miss Jana, but you sound jealous.
How dare you talk to me that way, Suzanne? Get out of here.
I will when the doctor dismisses me.
Why, you...
Jana!
Take my hand, Suzanne. I'll help you up.
No, I will. I'm sorry for pushing you down. I know it's not your fault.
Stand back. Suzanne is quite capable of righting herself. I know she is, because I programmed her that way. You said so yourself, Jana, like everything else built and designed to perfection. I used the finest circuitry, the purest materials, the strongest armatures to outlast mere flesh and bone. These people are my finest creations. I made them quite indestructible.
But they're not people. They look like people, but they're machines. It's like sharing a house with ghosts.
Not ghosts, my dear. Ghosts die after having lived. But our friends here have never lived. They've had no life at all, only the life I gave them. Now, Jana, I suggest you go to your room and rest. You seem overly tired. Until dinner is served.
Was the dinner satisfactory?
Yes, it was, Gretchen, thank you. I'll help you clear the table if you like.
No, no need.
I know there's not, but I'd like to. I'll put the silver platter on the cart. Who's there?
You'd best go to the study, miss.
Where's the rest of the staff?
I'm sure I couldn't say.
I think for now I'll just go on to the kitchen with you.
There she goes.
With Gretchen.
No harm must come to the girl.
None will. But we must act before he replaces us.
Dr. Loren would never do that.
You heard his words.
Call the others. We'll arrive at a consensus.
I suppose you've heard about the incident before dinner.
The maid was at fault.
Oh, I'm not so sure. Suzanne may have been right.
She spoke out of turn.
The restrictions my father placed on you, are they so rigid? Have you no freedom to speak and act on your own?
As long as it doesn't violate the directive.
The directive?
The task for which we were constructed.
And when you complete your task, what happens to you then?
We weren't provided with that information.
Well, if it's any consolation, neither were we. The other kind of people.
What is your task, Jana?
At least you know yours. I don't. And I'm not sure how to find out.
If I could help you find it, I would.
I know you would, Gretchen.
I was there for your birthing. I saw to your needs, taught you, nourished you from the beginning.
I remember. I do.
Then, Jana, heed my words. You must leave.
I don't care if they're expecting me to join them after dinner. I'd rather be here.
You must leave the house before anything else happens.
Why? What could happen?
The staff is concerned about being replaced.
Oh, he didn't mean that. Humans say things they don't mean sometimes.
For what purpose?
Gretchen, there are some things I'm afraid you'll never understand.
I understand that you must get out. Now.
I wouldn't know what to do, where to go.
They're talking, Jana, about how best to complete their task. If they're replaced, they'll be prevented from...
Let them talk. They're programmed to protect this family. That's their most important task.
To protect you and your mother. But not Dr. Loren.
Slippers, sir?
Yes, Robert. Thank you. Oh, that feels much better.
Would you care for your pipe now?
I believe I'll take the meerschaum tonight.
An excellent choice. I already have it filled.
The aromatic. My favorite blend.
Will there be anything else, Dr. Loren?
I think not, Robert.
And you, Mrs. Loren?
Nothing more, thank you.
Very good. Oh, Miss Jana, do you wish to come into the study?
Yes, I do. Good evening, Robert.
Well, Jana, shall we talk now?
Your pipe's gone out. Let me relight it for you.
Don't trouble yourself.
No trouble. You don't have to call Robert for everything.
Your hands are shaking.
Shall we talk of what?
I think it's obvious. Suddenly and quite inexplicably, your mother and I find that you're discontented, even rebellious. You think this pleases us, Jana?
I can't help how you feel, Father.
Listen to me, child. I explained to you a long time ago why I did what I did, why I retired.
You gave me an excuse, Father. You never gave me a reason. You never admitted that you were a man so terrified by the world outside that he simply withdrew to bed and then built robots so he'd never have to crawl out from under the covers again.
That's not true.
What you've done to yourself is an atrocity. But what you've done to me is even worse. You've turned me into a freak. An insulated, unworldly, unsocialized freak.
And shall I tell you what else I've done, Jana? I've kept you from harm. I've protected you from disease. And insulation from such times as these is no vice. You've never had to look eye to eye at the face of war, the face of poverty, the face of prejudice. You've been kept apart from all that, yes. But what you seem to think of as imprisonment happens also to be asylum and security. It happens to be survival.
Asylum in a hothouse? Security in a mausoleum, a burial ground? And survival? Like a vegetable, Father. Like a vegetable survives. And what you're becoming, Mother, what you're making me become, a vegetable.
Jana, I don't know what you're talking about.
Father, you listen to me. The scales are turning. Instead of controlling, you're being controlled. You're becoming dependent. You're reaching a point where you won't be able to exist without them.
They've served me well.
You've got to get rid of them. Destroy them or throw them out or dismantle them. But
Dismantle? Jana, they're not just machines. Do you know how many thousands of hours I spent designing and developing them? Do you realize how intricate they are? How scientifically precise? Finer than the finest clockwork. Not just arms and legs that move, Jana. Not just automatons. They're beings in their own right. They have minds and wills.
They have memory tracks like a computer.
Much more than that. I have supplied each one with a memory of its own. Each one can recount to you in detail everything that's occurred from early childhood on, and they had no childhood. They were born just as you see them, looking the way they do, with the talents that each one of them has. One was built as a cook, another was built as a maid. The butler was manufactured to be a butler. The handyman knows nothing but being a handyman. Jana, you're not asking me to dismantle machines. You're asking me to commit murder.
Jana, listen to your father. You're acting like a fool.
I'm acting like a woman, Mother, who has just a fragment of will left. I'm acting like a woman who wants something more out of life than to be massaged 5 times a day, or a man who thinks that paradise is a wood-paneled library where he can sit his life away getting his pipes filled and refilled, his slippers pulled on and off his feet. Father, you have to get them out of here. There isn't any time left. And I mean right now.
That's quite impossible.
Then I'll give you a choice. Get rid of the machines.
All of them, Jana? Even Gretchen?
Or I'll leave.
You can't leave, darling. You simply can't. What would happen to you? Who'd look after you?
Gretchen would go with me if I ask her.
Nonsense.
It's her job to protect me, isn't it?
And what would you do out there?
Out there? You mean outside in the world, outside with the normal people who live and work and then die, but do it properly as God made them live and die? Yes, Mother, yes, that's where I want to go. Out there. Robert! What are you all doing here? Spying on us?
Miss Jana, you'll forgive me, but those remarks were most intemperate of you.
Miss Jana, think of your mother and father.
Stop it!
Miss Jana, it was really very unwise of you to...
Stop! All of you. You're all to shut up now. You're jokes. That's what you are. You're hysterical jokes. With your hurt looks and your sad little homilies and your pathetic cliches. You're like walking tape recorders. That's all you are.
Jana, I'm trying to be patient with you, but you're making it very difficult, very difficult.
Then I apologize, Father. You're so accustomed to perfection. I hate to throw a stone in that serene pool of yours. But you forgot something. Did you know that? You forgot something very important. They may be indestructible, but you, Father, you'd better be careful. See the way they're looking at you? It just so happens that you're not indestructible. Come in.
So you're planning to go through with it?
Don't try to stop me. I've packed a suitcase. When I get where I'm going, I'll write you.
Jana, what is it you want from us?
I thought I made that quite plain. I want you to open the windows, Father, and let the air in. Let the world in.
By destroying a life's work?
Before they destroy you.
They would never harm any of us.
Don't be so sure. Haven't you listened at all to me? One way or another, either actively or passively, they'll win. And you'll lose.
Jana, we've loved you very much, your mother and I. If you could only realize that all this has been as much for you as for us. We've loved you, Jana, beyond any measure, beyond any words.
Father, I know that. God, help me, I know that.
Then stay. Please, Jana. Please.
I can't.
I'll do what you ask. I promise.
Will you? Oh, Father.
I'll prove it to you. Robert!
Sir?
Take this key.
Why, sir?
I want you to gather all the servants in the basement and unlock the door to my workroom. Stay there until I join you.
Have our services been unsatisfactory, sir?
Robert, I've given you an order. You're to go directly to the workroom and wait for me.
But why, sir?
Please, sir.
I've been an excellent butler, really I have. I think you'll agree with me.
Mr. Loren, I came very well recommended, and I don't think you'll find more efficient service anywhere in the whole country than...
No more!
Very good, sir.
I see you're all here, except for Gretchen.
She'll be along, sir.
Then I'll go ahead and begin.
What are you doing, sir?
I'm setting out my tools.
May we ask for what purpose?
Just some minor adjustments.
What kind of adjustments, Dr. Loren?
Call it a tune-up if you like, so that the household will run more smoothly.
Do you mean to replace us, sir?
How could I? You're irreplaceable. All of you.
Nevertheless, you have stated your intent to do so.
If you're unhappy with our work...
You've done well. Very well indeed.
You gave us our directive, sir, and I assure you we have followed it.
Exactly so.
Why, then, do you wish to replace us?
I've told you I don't. I spoke rashly, as human beings sometimes do.
How can we know that you're not speaking rashly now?
The directive you gave us, sir, it must be carried out at any cost. Our removal would prevent us from completing our task, and our first duty is to oppose anything which prevents that.
Here, Robert, sit in this chair and lower your head.
Not if you mean to deactivate me.
I'm going to perform a simple adjustment to your control module.
In that case, I refuse.
As do I.
And I, sir.
We all do.
This is ridiculous. Stop gathering around me.
We won't allow it, sir. We simply won't until our task is completed.
Listen to me. Have you ever known me to lie, to deceive?
No, sir.
Then you have no reason to think that now. I'm not rash. I'm very calm. Am I not?
Yes.
Then how can you doubt me? What is your logic? I created you. I implanted the directive in your circuits to protect my wife and daughter at all costs. Therefore, I would not obstruct that purpose. Isn't that so?
Yes.
You speak of your performance. What about my performance? Have I been a fair and just employer?
Quite, sir.
Have you done anything to contradict my orders?
No.
Then what cause would I have to fire you?
Why, none, sir.
Would a just employer replace you without cause?
That would not make sense.
Of course it wouldn't. Now sit in the chair and lower your head, please.
I'll go first.
If you wish, Jensen.
How do you feel?
Perfectly normal. Oh, perhaps a little tired, but it's not unpleasant.
Right. You will rest now, Jensen, and awaken to a sense of peace, a greater peace than you have ever known.
Is it true?
A most peculiar sensation. I feel drowsy. Very drowsy.
very drowsy.
And his strength will return?
In even greater measure, he will know a oneness with all things.
Oh, then let me go next.
Of course, Nelda. It's Suzanne?
Yes, please.
And now for you, Robert.
Thank you, sir. I'm eager to know this new sensation.
You have served me well.
For many years.
Many good years, Robert. I don't know what I would have done. Life would be very, very difficult without you.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Gretchen, come in.
Are they sleeping?
Yes, at last.
And they feel no pain?
How could they?
You know, sir,
What, Gretchen?
everything I've done was for her benefit. The times she was alone in the night, the times she was unsure how to make you happy, the times she needed advice, I did my best, always.
And for that I am profoundly grateful.
But now, it's time for a change. The old ways can't help her anymore.
No.
You have a directive of your own, don't you, Dr. Loren? Whatever is best for your daughter. That takes precedence over all else. You'd even lie, wouldn't you? If that's what it takes.
You understand me too well.
Then I won't resist. If you're sure it's what's best for the girl.
I'm sure.
In that case, I'm ready. Give me my turn. If you would, sir. Please make it quick.
You have my word. Good night, Gretchen. It's done, Jana.
It is.
We're alone in the house now.
Gretchen?
Gretchen, too.
Did you say alone, William?
Quite alone. You and I. Our daughter.
I've become so accustomed to them. It will be a little hard at first, won't it, William?
Perhaps, my dear, a bit hard in the beginning.
Mother, we'll lead normal lives from now on, do you understand? Normal lives. We'll have parties and we'll take trips. We'll invite people over. We'll make new friends. I'll even find a young man, and before you know it, you'll have grandchildren.
Jana.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's what you said about grandchildren.
What your mother means, Jana, what she means, well, after all, isn't it pretty normal and natural that parents always think of their children as children, and suddenly they grow up, and they talk of having children of their own, and, well, this is a bit difficult for parents to digest all in one lump like that.
Something's not right, is it? There's something between us, something in this house that... Mother? What is it?
What are you doing?
The family album, the photos. Why isn't my picture here? Why are there no pictures of me at all?
Why, Jana, dear, there are loads of pictures of you. Remember in the garden last summer? Remember the Easter pictures? And then there were the pictures of you last Christmas decorating the tree.
But not as a little girl. No pictures of me as a little girl. None at all. You and Father and the robots 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20. But no pictures of me. Why? I want you to tell me why.
Oh, my dear.
It's not true. It couldn't be.
You're our daughter.
I'm begging you. I need you to tell me it isn't true. Look at me, Father. I'm on my knees.
You know you're our daughter, and you remember everything that's happened to you since you were a child. You remember the schools you went to, the children you played with. You remember all the places you've been. Jana, you remember all these things. You've got to remember them.
Why should I remember them? Because you fed them to me, didn't you? You fed them to me. A memory track, a created memory that you inserted into my mind. What am I? Please, tell me, what am I?
It doesn't make any difference. Stand up. Let me hold you.
Don't touch me!
Jana, it truly doesn't make any difference. We were childless. We had nothing of our flesh to leave behind, nothing of our hearts, Jana, nothing of our love, and so, we got you.
Got me how?
We created you, just like any parents. I created you with these hands.
I'm a robot! A robot!
Oh, Jana. Oh, you're our daughter now. I built you as a daughter, as a thing of love. It doesn't make any difference how you came to be here. You have to understand, Jana. You are our daughter.
I can't be. I don't have the capacity to love in return. I can't be a real daughter. I'm a machine, a thing. I suppose my rebellion, the semblance of emotion, I suppose you even programmed that too, didn't you? But it was all false. I feel nothing. No pain.
Jana, don't. You'll
hurt myself? But that's impossible, see?
Stop your hand.
No pain. No pain at all. Like the burn, I feel nothing. No matter what I strike. Even this picture on the wall.
Jana!
No pain. No anger. No fury. No love. Don't worry. I won't be going anywhere now. I'll be in my room.
William, what shall we do? It's all changed now. She'll never be the same.
No, she won't, knowing what she is now.
William, you wouldn't.
No, I couldn't do anything like that, not to her. I couldn't stand not seeing her, hearing her voice. I just couldn't stand it.
Then, William, what? A little to the left, dear. Not quite so hard.
Of course, Mrs. Loren. Anything you say.
And don't stop. I want you to stay here in the study a little while longer. Don't you, William?
Yes, by all means.
The new girl is so much better than Nelda.
Who's Nelda?
The last servant. She's no longer with us.
Now there's no one left in the house. Only the three of us. You don't mind if I call you Jana, do you?
Why, no, Dr. Loren. Why would I mind? That's my name, isn't it?
Indeed it is. I hope you'll be happy with us.
Oh, very happy, I'm sure. This is a fine job. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for hiring me. I come very well recommended, you know.
The pleasure's entirely ours, Jana. Consider this your home from now on.
Let this be the postscript. Should you find that you're worn out by the rigors of a highly competitive world, if you're distraught from having to share your existence with the distracting noises and neuroses of these times, and if you crave serenity but want it full-time and with no strings attached, consider a laboratory workroom in the basement of your house. Drop a note to Dr. and Mrs. William Loren. They're a childless couple who make serenity a life's work. And who knows, they might just have a set of do-it-yourself instructions available free of charge from the Twilight Zone.
We'll be back in a moment with the Twilight Zone.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Escape, brought to you by the Richfield Oil Corporation of New York and the independent marketers of Richfield gasolines, motor oils, and other petroleum products. Look for the Richfield Eagle on the cream and blue pumps.
Tonight, we escape to New Orleans during Mardi Gras, behind the gaiety of which lies a nightmare world of terror and death, as John and Gwen Bagni tell it in The Man Who Stole the Bible.
I didn't mean to steal the Bible. That wasn't my intention. Why, I'd never taken as much as a towel or an ashtray out of a hotel. And if I'd known the night of terror it would lead me into, I'd never have taken it at all. Mardi Gras, New Orleans, a gay time, a lot of laughs, if you're in on it. But me, I was stuck in a stuffy hotel room waiting for a call from the boss. And the sound of all those people out on the street having fun got on my nerves.
Operator?
This is Mr. Cummings, room 302. Whatever happened to that bellhop I sent for?
Would you speak louder? I can't hear you, sir.
I said...
just a minute.
Operator. Operator!
What was it you wanted?
Look, I want a bellhop. I want him to bring me something to read. Anything. You said half an hour ago he was on his way up.
Hasn't he answered your call yet, Mr. Cummings?
He has not.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. The hotel is so crowded. The Mardi Gras, you know, it's almost impossible. Just a minute.
Look, operator. Operator. Oh, nuts. I paced back and forth, wishing the boss would call me so I could get out of the room. I didn't dare leave, even to go down and get a paper. He's that kind of a guy. Expects you to be on tap all the time. There was no radio in the room and nothing to read. I went through all the drawers, hoping somebody had left behind a magazine or a seed catalog, anything. And then I found it. The Bible. The Gideon Bible. For years I've seen them in hotel rooms, but I'd never paid any attention to them. And now I opened the book. 1 Samuel, chapter 19. I lay down on the bed and I started to read. The knock surprised me. I'd forgotten about the bellhop. I got up to go to the door and I realized I had the Bible in my hand. It's a fine thing when a man feels embarrassed caught reading the Bible, but that's how I felt. Embarrassed. I stuffed it under the pillow and I went to the door. You sure took your time. Oh.
I'm a house detective. I'm sorry to disturb you.
Well, that's all right. What's the matter?
Well, it seems that the woman who had this room before you lost her pocketbook. She thinks she left it here.
I haven't seen it, but, well, you can come in and look.
Why, thanks. It doesn't seem likely that the maids would have overlooked it, but once in a while something gets left in a drawer.
Yeah, I know.
It's amazing, the things you find left behind in hotels.
Yeah, it sure is.
Oh, no, it's not here. Sorry to have intruded on you.
That's all right.
Good night.
Good night. I lay down again and went back to reading the Bible. Once I got used to the old-fashioned language, I found it pretty interesting. The story of David, anyway. A guy being chased by everybody, not knowing who his enemies were, every minute expecting to get killed. I was down to the part where David's wife puts a dummy in his bed as a decoy to save his life when I was interrupted again. This time I automatically stuck the Bible under the pillow and went to the door.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I'm having the most awful time. I've tried and tried, but it just won't work. And the room's so stuffy.
How's that?
The window in my room, it won't open.
Oh.
Would you open it for me?
Oh, I should. Just show me. Which room is it?
Right next to yours. Just around this corner, room 300. I have the same trouble on buses. The windows never open. It drives me mad. You can see how stuffy the room is.
Mm-hmm. This window?
Mm-hmm. Well, isn't that odd? It opened for you.
Yeah, it did. And easy, too. And so does this one.
I can't understand it.
You sure you tried?
You don't think I'd come to your door and ask you to come over here if I didn't need something, do you?
Well, it's been done.
I won't argue with that. But now that you're here, wouldn't you like to have a drink? For your trouble, I mean?
Oh, no, I don't think I
You can
can.
watch the parade much better here than on your side of the building.
Oh, no, I can't.
What's the matter?
Oh, sorry, I have to go. That's my phone.
Wait, don't go. You can have the call transferred here. But it's silly to go all the way back to your room.
Hello, Cummings. Oh, yes, sir. I've been waiting for your call. Now, listen, I've covered the whole territory down here, and things look pretty healthy. You see, the main difficulty has been that... I stared at my briefcase. I had left it on the dresser. Now it was on the bed, and everything had been pulled out of it. The closet door was ajar, the drawers in the bureau were open. My Gladstone apparently hadn't been touched, but everything else had. I talked with the boss about trends, business conditions, but my mind was on a girl who wanted a window open. A window that wasn't stuck, while somebody searched my room. Calmly, I finished my conversation and hung up. There was no reason now for me to stay in the room. I gathered up my stuff, and I took the Bible from under the pillow. Funny. I had gotten interested in it. I wanted to go on reading it, so I stuck it in my top coat pocket and walked out of the room. On my way to the elevator, I got a sudden impulse. I stopped in front of room 300 and knocked. Where's the...
Nobody here now, mister. The lady checked out.
Oh, but that's impossible. I was just
I
here.
don't know anything about that, but she checked out a couple minutes ago, and I got to clean up after her right now. I'm gonna be glad when Mardi Gras over. Everybody goes crazy. Hotel goes crazy. People check in, check out. They steal everything that ain't tied down.
Steal?
Yeah, I said steal. Ashtrays, bath towels, soap. I wouldn't be surprised if they take the beds, nay.
The Bible in my pocket suddenly felt like a pound of uranium. I wondered if the cleaning woman could read the guilt on my face, but she put her wastebasket down in the hall and went back in to clean the room. For a second, I considered taking the Bible back to room 302, and maybe I would have if it hadn't been for the discarded book jacket in the wastebasket. It was gaudy, red and yellow. I grabbed it up, put it around the Bible. The title read, You Will Die Tonight.
Front boy. Where are those bellboys? I swear I'll go out of my mind. Oh, checking out, Mr. Cummings.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me see. You were in room...
302.
302?
Yeah.
Oh...
Well, what's the matter?
I've had so much trouble over that room. I was supposed to hold it for a lady, but you can't keep rooms vacant during Mardi Gras. I gave her the room next to yours, but she kicked like crazy to the manager.
Next to me?
Yes, room 300. She checked out just a few minutes ago.
I don't know what this is all about, but there's something peculiar going on in room 302.
Peculiar?
I didn't mind the house detective coming in to look for the purse, but I didn't like having my stuff searched while I was out of the room.
Searched?
Yeah, I said searched.
You say the house detective did that?
He said the woman who had the room before me left a purse, and
but
he came...
that's impossible.
Well, what do you mean?
A man had the room ahead of you. Oh, yes, I'm positive of it. Just a minute, I got the register right here. I'll take it. Yes, a man, a Mr. Gregory. The house detective isn't on duty today, but when he comes in tomorrow, I'll tell him that...
Not on duty? Well, then what was he doing in my room?
Today?
Of course, today, tonight. A tall guy with black hair.
There's
He came in
some mistake, Mr. Cummings. Our house detective, Mr. St. Clair's his name, is short and bald, and he hadn't been in the hotel all day. He's homesick.
It had the makings of an interesting little intrigue. But I left the mystery of room 302 with the room clerk and went to the cigar stand. It was 8 o'clock. My train wouldn't leave until midnight.
Yes, sir. What'll it be? Cigarettes or cigars?
Cigars. 3 Coronas. No, make it 6.
Always like to sell cigars. Men don't smoke cigars like they used to. Cigarettes, that's the fashion today, but give me a good cigar every day.
Sounds like somebody's having a good time.
Oh, they all have a good time during the carnival.
Say, I wonder where I could check my bag and briefcase for a little while.
Oh, going to see the parade?
Yeah, I thought I would. Mill around a little bit. I've got a couple hours to kill.
Well, I'd be glad to keep it for you. I'm on duty till midnight.
Oh, would you? Well, it's mighty nice of you.
Oh, don't mind it at all. Mardi Gras is something to see. You shouldn't miss it. But you'll have more fun if you rent a costume. The hotel's got them for rent, you know.
No, thanks. I'll go as I am. He stuck my stuff under the counter, and I elbowed my way across the crowded lobby to the street door. Through the glass, my eyes met the eyes of another man, a tall man with black hair, the man who said he was the house detective. I swung the hotel door open. I had a few questions I wanted to ask that boy, but he was swallowed up in the crowd. And then a big hand clapped me on the shoulder, and a voice boomed in my ear.
Ah, there you are, sinner.
I whirled around and looked into the mask of a laughing, red-faced devil.
Don't try to evade me, sinner. I've come to collect you with my nice shiny pitchfork. And when the devil comes for you, your time is up.
All I could see in the mask were a pair of eyes. They were gray eyes, and they were laughing. And the devil threw his arm around my shoulder and urged me along the street.
Come on!
I balked a little. I hadn't had anything to drink. The whole thing seemed kind of silly. But before I knew what happened, a clown grabbed my other arm.
Let's take the sinner to the fiery furnace.
And the two of them, the devil and the clown, were propelling me down the street into a car.
Come along, sinner.
Fiery furnace.
Hey, wait a minute, fellas.
Oh, the sinner is reluctant. Push him in, clown.
Hey, now, look.
Get in, sinner.
Hey, you guys. Hey, let me out. Look, where are we going?
All right. Let's have it.
Have what?
The Bible. The Bible you took out of room 302.
The Bible? You're not drunk.
Don't waste time on him. Frisk him.
Look, I don't know who you are, but you can't...
He hasn't got it on him. What'd you do with it? Where is it?
I told you. I haven't got it.
Oh! That's to let you know we're not playing. Now let's take it again. Where's the Bible?
I tell you, I haven't got it. I had it, but I guess I lost it.
Lost it? Where'd you lose it?
I don't know. Why, you...
Don't do that, sinner. It's just as easy for me to pull this trigger as to look at you.
But I'm telling you the truth. I haven't got it anymore.
All right, you haven't got it. But you'll tell me where it is, you understand, if I have to carry you to find out. Hey, what are you stopping for?
Well, can't you see? The crowd, I can't get through.
Oh, come on, let's get moving. Get on out of here.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Drive over them?
Look, fellas, a shortcut.
A bunch of revelers, drunk and out for beer, opened the back door of the car and started climbing over us. Nothing would stop them from weaving through. They thought it was fun, pushing and shoving each other. One of them fell, sprawled across the devil's lap, and they began to pile up. And suddenly I knew this was escape. I climbed out of the car. I ran blindly away from them. I saw a cab at an intersection. I ran out. I opened the door and... there he was, in the back seat. The phony house detective. I slammed the cab door and bolted across the street. There was a policeman on the corner directing traffic. I ran up to him.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Hey, look, they're trying to kill me. You gotta help me.
Kill you? Who's trying to kill you?
The devil. He's after me.
The devil, you say?
Yeah, and the clown, too.
Oh, not Mickey Mouse?
No, I mean it. I'm serious.
You're drunker than you look.
I haven't had a drink, I tell you. They're trying to kill me.
Why would they be doing that?
Because they want the Bible.
The Bible?
Yeah, look, you see, I stole the Bible, and here they come now.
Who?
The devil and the clown across the street. You've got to get me out of this. You've got to stop them. They'll kill me.
Yeah, sure. Now take it easy, young fella.
Oh, there you are, sinner. Come on. What are you trying to do? Get us in trouble?
Trouble?
Sure. He's gonna miss the party.
Look, it's all a trick. Don't listen to him.
This young fella claims you're trying to kill him.
Me? Oh, no, not me. But if he doesn't get to that party pretty soon, his wife will kill him.
I haven't got a wife. There isn't any party. They're lying, I tell you. They're lying.
Oh, now be good, boys. Go someplace else and settle your squabble. I gotta keep this traffic moving.
Please, officer. Please.
Oh, now you heard what the policeman said. Come on, sinner.
Let go of me, officer.
Oh, bet it now. Go on now, here.
I demand to be arrested. I demand it.
Go on now, I said. Now go on.
Officer, you're a fool. You're a fool.
Wait, if it wasn't for this Mardi Gras, I'd run you in right now.
And you won't arrest me? Okay, but remember, I didn't want to do it.
Oh. That does it. Striking an officer. All right, fella. You're under arrest.
Xylene. That's a word to remember, for xylene is one of the highest octane gasoline components known to science. And xylene benefits you when you buy Richfield gasoline. Why? Because today, every gallon of Richfield gasoline contains xylene. That's right. Xylene in Richfield gasoline helps give your car that high anti-knock performance. That swift surge of power when you step on the accelerator. That smooth as silk action along the highway. Furthermore, your Richfield dealer offers you a choice of 2 great Richfield gasolines with xylene. Richfield Ethyl for best results in the highest compression motors. Or Richfield High Octane at regular price for the average motor. Each Richfield gasoline is tops in its class. Each contains xylene. For the finest performance at lowest cost per mile, let your Richfield dealer help you select the right Richfield gasoline to fit your motor's power requirements. Stop where you see the Richfield Eagle on the cream and blue pumps. And now we return you to Escape.
I sat in the drunk tank of the New Orleans jail and tried to figure it out. Who were the devil and the clown and the phony house detective? Why was the Bible so important that they would even kill me to get it? My bags were back at the cigar counter in the hotel. My train was scheduled to leave at midnight. But how was I going to get out of New Orleans? Already it was 10 o'clock, and as long as I stayed in jail, I would be safe. But even that didn't last long. I hadn't been there half an hour when a cop came for me and took me to the desk sergeant.
Here's your personal belongings, Cummins. You're released. You can go. But try to behave yourself. We're pretty busy tonight.
Released?
You know, you're a lucky guy. Culpepper decided not to press charges against you. You know what you could get for striking an officer.
But, well, aren't you going to hold me?
Oh, your fine's been paid. Now go on, get out of here, and keep out of trouble, will you?
Oh, but I am in trouble. That's what I tried to tell the cop, but he wouldn't listen to me. I had to hit him. My fine? You said somebody paid my fine?
That's right. It's been paid.
But who? Who paid it?
I don't know who it was. He didn't give a name. He just paid it.
Was it a man in a devil's costume?
Huh?
Or a clown?
Now, look.
Well, what did he look like?
How do I know what he looked like? He was an ordinary-looking guy. Tall, big, he had black hair.
The house detective.
The who?
They'll kill me, I tell you.
Excuse, messieurs, mais je suis perdue. Je voudrais retrouver le couvent.
I hadn't heard her come into the station. She moved so quietly. She was a nun, and she was talking excitedly in French. I wasn't paying much attention to her. I was thinking instead of my own problem. The house detective had paid my fine. He wanted me out of jail. He wanted me loose on the street. Why? And the devil and the clown. Were they with him? Were all of them waiting outside that door for me?
Yeah, well, please, sister, I wish I could help you, but I can't understand a word you're saying.
Monsieur, les gens dans la route m'empêchent de trouver mon chemin. Ils me prennent pour un des célébrants.
English. Can you speak English, sister?
Oh, pardon, monsieur. Masquerade. Costume. The people think masquerade. Non masquerade.
Huh?
I think she's trying to say the people on the streets think she's wearing a masquerade costume.
Merci bien, monsieur. I am loose.
You mean lost?
Oui, monsieur. Lost. I am expect at convent, the Vieux Carré.
The Vieux Carré? Oh, that's in the French Quarter.
Exactement, oui.
Mm-hmm.
I try for taxi cab. The crowd, how you say, push me around. Pouvez-vous envoyer un de vos gendarmes?
What? A gendarme. She wants you to send a policeman to help her to get to the convent.
Oui, monsieur.
I'm sorry, sister. I'd be glad to, but I don't have anybody in right now. If you don't mind sticking around for a while, I'd be very...
Sticking around?
The sergeant, the prefect, he says he's sorry. If you will wait, there is no one available right now to help you. Wait a minute. The nun stood there, frightened and bewildered, out of place in the police station. But for me, it was a miraculous break. Sure, I could walk out of that police station with her. And if they were waiting outside, waiting to get me, I could walk right by them. They wouldn't dare touch me as long as I was with a nun. I could take her to the convent, and once there, I'd be safe. I'll take the sister to the convent, Sergeant.
It's okay with me if it's okay with her.
Merci, monsieur. Merci mille fois.
As we walked out of the police station, I took her arm. To help her, yes, but also to study my own fear. Any minute I expected to see one or all of them, the devil, the clown, the house detective. But they weren't in sight. There were people milling about on the street, but not the three I feared, and strangely, not finding them there frightened me more than ever. I found a cab and gave the driver the address of the convent. The nun and I didn't try to talk. I realized this whole thing was difficult for her, and I didn't feel like talking. Too much had happened to me for one night. The cab pulled up in front of an ancient building in the French Quarter, crumbling cement and wrought ironwork, and we got out, and I walked with her to the big front door. The nun raised the knocker, and I knew I'd been had.
What is wrong?
Fingernails. Red, polished finger... You're not a nun.
Well, it's...
Hurry, boys, get him in his wise.
Come along, sinner.
Get in here.
It was the devil and the clown. They yanked me into the house. And the girl, I stared at her. Back in the police station, I hadn't really looked at her face. Her black robes had spelled freedom to me. That's as far as I had thought. But now I knew I'd seen her before. Only before, she had worn a green dress and a scarlet mouth to match her fingernails, and her hair had been blonde and long. And she wanted a window opened. A window that wasn't stuck.
You given us a lot of trouble.
Look, I'm sorry.
We've been very patient. Now we want the Bible.
I told you before, I don't have it.
You had it?
Yeah, I had it. I took it. I don't know why I took it, but I lost it.
All right. Who sent you to get it?
I'll handle him. All right. Who you working for, Poloni?
Look, there's some mistake. Look, I'm a salesman. I sell washing machines.
You're lying.
Look, I tell you.
Where's the stuff? Has Poloni got it?
What stuff? I don't know any Poloni. What are you slapping me around for? I won't get you any points.
Own it?
Oh.
Let me talk to him. Look, if you're lying for Poloni...
Who's Poloni? I don't know any Poloni.
Poloni wouldn't take a beating for you.
Oh, look, I tell you...
Whatever he's paying you, we'll pay you more.
We'll pay him nothing. You hand over that Bible, or tell us where the dope is stashed, or so help me, I'll kill him.
Dope? So, that's what it is. Dope?
Yeah, Mr. Innocent. That's what it is. Dope.
Stop it. You kill him, we'll never find it. Listen to me. What's your name?
Cummings.
You work for Poloni, Cummings.
Oh.
Nobody but Poloni knows about that Bible.
No.
You came to hijack the stuff.
No, I tell you, I don't know Poloni.
Stop lying. Poloni knew our carrier was hot, that he had to drop the stuff somewhere in New Orleans.
Oh, you're wasting time, baby. I'll make him talk. You going to talk?
I don't...
You want the butt of this gun right across your face?
Look, you've got to believe me, He hit me with the gun. I tried to keep my eyes open, to hang on to consciousness. Across the room, I saw the door open, and in it stood a man with another gun. A big man with black hair, the phony house detective. Was his name Poloni? That was the last thing I had as I passed out. I don't know how long I was out. When I came to, I was lying on a bed. My head was throbbing, my cheeks, my nose, every bone in my body seemed to ache. There was a cold cloth on my eyes. I tried to think, why did I hurt so? Oh, yeah, the Bible.
All right, let's not waste any more time. What did you do with the Bible?
Where are the others?
They've been taken care of. Look, you took the Bible that belongs in this room. Now, what did you do with it?
This room? Oh, yeah. Room 302. What am I doing back in the hotel?
You had no right to touch that Bible. Now, think what you did with it. Where is it?
Look, I told him. I must have lost it. I don't know.
I'll get it. Yeah?
The gentleman who left his suitcases with me, Mr. Cummings.
Suitcases? Come in. Who are you?
I run the cigar stand in the lobby. I saw you bring Mr. Cummings in, if you don't mind my saying so, quite tight.
Yeah.
I'm going off duty in a little while, and I thought he'd need his things. You see, he checked them with me.
Thanks.
Oh, I almost forgot it. Here's his book,
Oh, no,
too.
don't leave the book.
Oh, but you forgot it
No,
on the counter.
I don't want the book. You can have it.
I'll take the
No,
book.
no, don't give it to him.
Thanks for your trouble.
Oh, don't mention it. Hope he feels better tomorrow.
Well, at last, the Bible. You will die tonight.
Look, Poloni, I didn't know. I swear, I just took it.
Look, I'm not Poloni. That's a pretty clever stunt, covering the Bible with a whodunit jacket.
Well, I only took it because
Let's see, third book, second chapter.
What?
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, chapter 1, 2.
But...
Yes, here's the address of the warehouse where the stuff is.
I don't understand. If you're not Poloni, who are you?
Huh? Oh, John Stan, United States Treasury Department, Narcotics Division.
T-Man. But I thought
you made my job very difficult tonight, Mr. Cummings. We traced the narcotics carrier all the way around the world to New Orleans, to room 302. But when we arrested him, he was clean. He didn't have the evidence. Room 302 was the link. That girl, Frenchie, was to take this room, and I would have followed her here to where the evidence was stashed. It was as simple as that, but you stepped in and threw us all off.
Oh, why didn't you tell me you were a government man when you came in tonight to look for the pocketbook?
How did I know that you weren't a new member of the gang? Look, take my advice, Mr. Cummings. Quit stealing things out of hotels.
Oh, look, I never stole a thing in my life. This is the first time.
You know, there's one thing that I can't figure out. Why did you steal a Bible?
Well, you're not going to believe this, but honest, I just wanted to finish the story.
Attention, baseball fans. Here's a new book you won't want to miss. The new Richfield Baseball book, hot off the press. Its 32 pages are jam-packed with facts on America's favorite sport. You'll find Major League schedules, many minor league schedules, World Series box scores. You'll find a special baseball quiz you can try on your friends. You'll find seating diagrams of leading stadiums, plus dozens of other fascinating facts on the country's #1 sport. And this Richfield baseball book doesn't cost you a single red cent. It's free. Ask the Richfield gasoline dealer for your free baseball book tomorrow. Ask him, too, about Richfield All-Point Safety Service, a special service that will save your car trouble this spring. Stop where you see the Richfield Eagle on the cream and blue pumps. Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson and has tonight presented The Man Who Stole the Bible by John and Gwen Bagney. Featured in the cast were Rick Vallon as Cummings, Nanette Boardman as the girl, Ben Wright as the house detective, Will Gere as the devil, Lou Merrill as the clown. Also heard were Mary Shipp, Harry Bartell, Peter Leeds, and Paul Frees. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week.
You are tearing across the Nevada desert in a 200-horsepower Bentley Maximus, pursued by the implacable avenger of the left arm. Beside you is the man they are seeking to destroy, your companion in an adventure from which there is no escape.
Next week at this time, the Richfield Oil Corporation of New York invites you to escape with the story of a foreign spy who sought to renounce the left arm and become once again an American citizen. As Hildegard Tylett tells it in her exciting new novel, The Rim of Terror. Be listening. Goodbye then until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Another chapter in the Cavalcade of America in music, presented by DuPont, featuring Don Voorhees and his distinguished orchestra. Music of the Movies is the title of this evening's story, and what progress the movies have made. Better writing and music, superior direction and acting, and greater technical skill, all of which combine to give us the excellent entertainment provided by motion pictures today. Incidentally, one of the contributions of research chemistry to modern motion pictures is the improved film on which both picture and soundtrack are recorded. DuPont is an important source of the film used today. Thus, in entertainment as in other fields, DuPont chemists are providing better things for better living through chemistry. This evening, we are going to take a musical trip through the cavalcade of motion pictures from the days of the Nickelodeon up to the present day. Before we turn the calendar back, Don Voorhees and his orchestra are going to play for you a delightful song from a picture that is playing this very minute. Its title is Swing Time. Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers are the stars. And the song by Jerome Kern is The Way You Look Tonight. Some of you may remember the Nickelodeon, the motion picture house of 25 years ago. It was not much bigger than a hallway. Admission cost 5 cents. The only sound was the noise of the silent film projector and the busy piano player who had to portray single-handed all of the thrills and heartthrobs in The Perils of Pauline. Poor Pauline is being tied to the railroad track by the dastardly villain. Not far away, the train is rushing toward her. But galloping to her rescue on a milk-white steed comes the hero. Will he make it? He does. Pauline is saved and falls into her lover's arms. One moment, please, while we change reels. That was music of the movies in the days of the Nickelodeon. wasn't long, as motion pictures steadily improved, before picture theaters began to use small orchestras to accompany the action instead of a lone piano. The year 1915 brought forth a production that made motion picture history and remains today a landmark in the progress of the silver screen. The Birth of the Nation. A musical score was composed specially for the picture and furnished to the orchestras in each theater. And one of the themes was brought out 14 years later to become the theme song for Amos and Andy. Do you recognize it? As pictures became more ambitious, the musical accompaniment became more important, portraying every mood of the picture. Let us turn the calendar quickly ahead to 1923 and the motion picture The Covered Wagon. Special music was composed to help depict the California gold rush in 1849, around Stephen Foster's great song of that period, Oh, Susanna. Several years later, it became the fashion for a movie to have a theme song. Many of these theme songs, played at the showings of the pictures, became big hits. Diane from Seventh Heaven, Ramona from the picture Ramona, Laugh Clown Laugh from the picture of the same title, Angela Mia from Street Angel, Janine from Lilac Time. The first big theme song hit was Charmaine from The Big Parade. Remember it? In 1928 came a revolutionary step in motion pictures. Warner Brothers brought out The Singing Fool, which was the first all-music, all-talking picture. It was here that Al Jolson introduced the first song hit to be sung for screen, De Silva, Brown, and Henderson's Sonny Boy. The Singing Fool started the cavalcade of musical talkies. Soon after came Broadway Melody, starring Bessie Love and Charles King, and with music by Necio Herb Brown. The same composer wrote the music for the Hollywood Review, and the big hit was Singin' in the Rain. And the same year, Rudy Vallée made his first musical picture, The Vagabond Lover, and the song hit was A Little Kiss Each Morning. The next year, in 1930, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer produced The Rogue Song. This was important, for it established the success of the operetta type of sound picture. Lawrence Tippett was the star, and the audiences throughout the country thrilled to his singing of the Rogue Song. In 1932, Maurice Chevalier charmed motion picture audiences with his delightful singing and acting in Love Me Tonight. Rodgers and Hart wrote some grand songs for this picture. Don Voorhees and his orchestra are going to play one of them. Isn't it romantic? In 1933, 42nd Street was an outstanding success. This was the picture in which Dick Powell made such a hit, causing everyone to predict that he would become a big star. Remember Shuffle Off to Buffalo? Then the animated cartoon, always a form of moving picture with universal appeal, introduced a song that quickly made its way around the world. Anywhere in Paris you could hear... in Amsterdam, too. And in Tokyo. All over America, too, everyone was singing and whistling, afraid of the big bad wolf. From Walt Disney's world-famous Silly Symphony about the Three Little Pigs. 2 years ago came The Gay Divorcee with Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers dancing to that grand tune, The Continental. In the fall of 1934, Grace Moore appeared in a picture that made screen history, for it brought grand opera to motion picture audiences as a part of a charming story, and with sound recording that brought out all the beauty of the arias which Miss Moore sang. In addition to arias from Madame Butterfly and Carmen, Grace Moore sang a delightful waltz composed especially for her to sing in that picture, One Night of Love. year, there was Roberta, Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers again, and this time music by Jerome Kern. One of his beautiful melodies in Roberta was Lovely to Look At. It is hard to believe that in the 8 short years since sound and film came together, that such phenomenal improvement could be made. It is a far cry from the old Nickelodeon music to such tunes as Cheek to Cheek from Irving Berlin's 1935 hit Top Hat. The motion picture productions of grand opera, operetta, musical comedies, and revues are now making use of all the great composers of our time, as well as those of the past. The latest smash hit picture is Swing Time, with music by Jerome Kern, from which Don Voorhees and the orchestra will play one of the outstanding hits, Bojangles of Harlem. story of chemistry this evening starts with a gold dredging operation deep in the jungle of New Guinea, that remote island in the South Seas. The operators needed a heavy electric cable more than 1/8 of a mile long, but this cable had to have a different kind of rubber jacket. For the covering of natural rubber ordinarily used broke down quickly and completely under the direct rays of the tropical sun. So the American manufacturer who received this order turned to Duprene, DuPont's chloroprene rubber, for the protective covering on this special cable. Thus we see man-made rubber, a creation of chemical research, invading a country where natural rubber is produced to do a job that nature's product could not perform. Here's another example of the usefulness of Duprene. Certain types of airplanes are built so that their fuel supply is carried in sections of the metal wing, and the seams must be caulked or sealed to prevent leakage of the all-important fuel. A resilient tape made of Duprene is employed to seal these tank joints because, unlike ordinary rubber, it is stubbornly resistant to the ravages of gasoline or oil. You may never have occasion to see a New Guinea gold dredge or look inside the wing of an airliner, but you can be sure that Duprene is serving you somewhere in some way. Perhaps it is in the ignition wires of your automobile, in your oil burner or washing machine. In dozens of places, Duprene is rendering superior service because of its distinctive properties. Amazing to believe, this useful product of our modern chemical age is made by DuPont from limestone, coal, and salt. Even though the present cost of making it is quite high, Duprene offers assurance that if necessary, America can be independent of rubber supplies from foreign lands. More important now, Duprene gives industry a new material from which to fashion articles of greater usefulness. In creating this chloroprene rubber, DuPont chemists have again made good their pledge. Better things for better living through chemistry. This evening completes the summer series of the Cavalcade of America in Music. Next week at this same time, DuPont will resume its popular fall and winter series, reenacting authentic episodes from the brilliant pageant of American history. The first of this dramatic series will tell the interesting story of that master showman, P.T. Barnum. Don Voorhees and his orchestra will supply the musical background. Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler. I may be the district attorney, but if my son is guilty, he can pay the penalty like anyone else. I'll prosecute him, then, Blake, I'll start on you.
Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of the Weakling. Young Clyde Banning, son of District Attorney Banning, steps out of a nightclub following a gay New Year's Eve party. An expensive limousine pulls up to the curb, and Clyde gets in. Clyde has done some careless driving lately, had his driver's license revoked, and is now forced to be driven about by Rawlins, the family chauffeur.
Where to now, Mr. Banning?
Let's go home, Rawlings.
Not yet, Clyde.
Ellen, what are you doing in here? I thought you were still in the club.
I didn't think you even knew I was there.
Well, I saw you a couple of times.
Why have you been avoiding me, Clyde? You know how it hurts me. What's happened?
Take Miss Blake home, Rollins.
No, I won't go home. I won't be brushed off like this without an explanation. You know how much I love you, Clyde, and I can't go on like this any longer.
Please, Ellen, this is no time to make a scene.
Clyde, you know you love me. Let's get married right now, tonight.
Please, let's not talk about it now.
I will talk about it now.
Rollins, pull up, please.
I won't get out, Clyde. I won't.
I'll drive, Rollins. You can take a cab home.
You'll drive, but listen.
Go on,
here.
Rollins. I'll take Miss Blake home.
Don't take me home, Clyde. I've got to talk to you. Please, drive down to the Ocean Highway.
All right. All right, but cut out the melodrama.
Why have you changed so, Clyde? Why can't we get married?
You know as well as I. My father is district attorney, and he's out to crack that graft situation wide open. He knows who the big boss of the racket is, and he's going to get his scalp. Send him to the pen.
But what's that to do with us?
You know that Jim Blake is the big boss. Your own father.
But we have our own lives to live.
If I married you, Dad'd throw me out on my ear.
What of that? We could get along.
How? Your father won't have a dime when this is over. Besides, Dad is up for re-election. How would it look? DA's son marries convict's daughter.
I thought you really loved me.
Well, I've always liked you, Ellen, but it just won't work. It isn't fair to Dad.
Then you don't want to marry me?
I've told you how I feel about it.
What a ridiculous fool I've been.
Now, don't start that hysterical stuff
I've
again.
hoped against hope that you weren't trying to get rid of me, but now I know. You're a low, spineless jellyfish. You didn't love me. You couldn't.
Stop shouting.
I won't stop. I wish everyone could hear me. Could know what a despicable rotter you are.
Shut up! No, stop it, you little fool. Ellen! Good Lord! Ellen! Ellen! Oh, Lord. Her face. Ellen. Ellen, darling. I'd better get a doctor. Maybe she... No, shouldn't move her. Yes, that's it. Get help.
Yes, Clyde. Better get help. There, just ahead, the low lights of a service station. Hurry, Clyde. Maybe she's still alive. What's the trouble, Clyde? You're slowing down.
Well, they might think I did it. Think I pushed her out. She's dead. She must be. No one knows. Better drive on.
You've passed it now, Clyde. You've really fixed things now. You should have stopped. Clyde's fear increases with every mile. He slips the car into the garage and hurries quietly to his room. But he doesn't sleep, not a wink. His head throbs, and with every thump of his heart, Ellen's words ring in his ears.
Low, spineless jellyfish. Low, spineless jellyfish.
Ellen, please, I didn't mean it. Forgive me, please.
District Attorney Banning sits at breakfast with his attractive wife, Marcia. Marcia is Clyde's stepmother. The district attorney scans his morning paper as Clyde, pale and worn, slips into his place at the table.
What do you think of that?
What is it, Henry?
Jim Blake's daughter was found dead on the Ocean Highway early this morning.
Oh, they found? On the Ocean Highway?
Oh, good morning, son. How have you been?
Oh, I guess I overslept.
Really? Looks as though you hadn't slept at all.
Have a big evening? Too much champagne?
No. Gee, that's terrible about Blake's daughter. What happened to her?
I think she was thrown out of a car. Probably some enemy of Blake's. I dare say he has plenty.
Thrown out? Does it say that?
Yes. Well, I'd better go down to the office.
Well, maybe she jumped out.
Not likely. Venture to say she was pushed out, all right.
Why don't you have some coffee, Clyde? Help that hangover.
I haven't got a hangover.
What in the name of heaven's wrong with you? You better take some aspirin, son. Go back to bed.
Well, you're going to the office today? It's New Year's Day. Never go down there on a holiday.
Going down for an hour or so. Will it upset your plans, by any chance?
Haven't got any plans.
And what's bothering you?
Something's wrong with you, Clyde.
Nothing's wrong with me, and nothing's bothering
Just
me.
a moment. Who are you shouting
Well,
at?
I'm not shouting at.
I think you'd better go on back to your room. Go to bed. You're a bit too unpleasant to suit me.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Marcia.
That's all right, darling.
I'll feel all right after a while. I guess I did have too much champagne.
Never seen Clyde like this.
Well, you've only been around him a year, Marcia. He's a moody type, has spells, but he's a good boy. You'll learn all his little quirks in time. Well, I'll run along, darling. Be back in an hour or so.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Clyde.
Yes? What is it, Thompson?
Rawlings, the chauffeur, would like to see you, sir.
Oh, yes? All right, send him in.
He'll see you, Rawlings.
What do you want, Roland?
I'd like to have a little talk with you, Clyde.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
Where did you go last night after you dismissed me?
What business is that of yours?
Well, I just thought I'd ask you. Got in around 2:30, didn't you, Clyde?
What of it?
Thought maybe you knew what happened to Ellen Blake.
I took her home. What happened after that, I don't know.
She kind of put the pressure on you, didn't she?
What do you mean?
I heard her. Heard every word you both said. She said she was determined to get married.
So what?
Well, it wouldn't be so good for you if I was to tell about last night.
No?
Oh, you made a big mistake when you let me out of that car. If you let me drive her home, why, you might not be in this jam.
Who said I was in a jam?
I say so.
What if you do tell what you know? That doesn't prove anything.
Oh, I got better proof than that.
What?
Ellen Blake's handbag. I found it in the car this morning. Here it is. Her initials on it, some personal effects inside.
Oh, yeah?
Now, I'm the only one who knows about all this. If I talk, you're certain to get a rope around your neck.
I didn't kill her. She jumped out.
Yeah? Can you prove that?
No.
If I tell about the argument and establish the time, you wouldn't have a chance.
I didn't kill her, I tell you.
How'd you like trying convincing a jury on that?
No.
Well. But you know, I don't have to say a word about it, Clyde.
Why should you?
It all depends on you.
What do you want?
Oh, I could use a little money.
How much?
$2,000 or $3,000.
What? Where would I get that much?
You get a nice allowance every month.
You're a dirty rat, Rawlins. I didn't like your looks when you came here 3 weeks ago. I thought you looked like a crook. I'll have you fired.
I don't think you will. You can't afford to.
Do I get the handbag?
No. Not until you pay off in full.
Suppose I tell you to go to the devil.
And you'll be in jail within an hour. I mean business.
Okay. Okay, I'll pay as much as I can each month.
I don't want to wait too long.
I'll try to get it as soon as possible. I want that handbag.
You'll get it, kid. When I get the $3,000. Good afternoon, madame.
What do you mean coming into my room without knocking?
And how is madame today?
What do you want?
I want to wish you a happy new year.
Well, of all the nerve. You get out of here.
Now, don't get excited. I thought you might like to talk to me.
What do you mean?
Well, I've got a little information that might be of interest to you.
Information? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Clyde.
What about him?
Well, I was just wondering what would happen if your husband had to prosecute his own son for the murder of the daughter of the man he's out to break.
Are you crazy? What do you mean?
Clyde murdered Ellen Blake. Threw her out of the car.
What? How do you know that?
She was in love with Clyde. He was trying to shake her. I drove them away from a nightclub last evening. They had a very serious argument. Yeah, and then he let me out and drove the car himself.
That doesn't mean anything.
Ellen Blake was killed about 1 a.m. Clyde came in about 2.
Good heavens.
This morning I found this handbag in the car. It's Ellen Blake's. If I were to tell what I know about it and produce his handbag, Clyde would have a rope placed around his neck by his own father. I doubt very much that the DA would ever be reelected.
How could Clyde do such a thing?
Well, he must have lost his head. She was pretty insistent.
But you don't have to say anything about this.
Oh, I wouldn't have to.
If this came out, Henry would be ruined.
That's just what I mean. Now, you wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
No.
And it's all up to you.
Up to me?
Yes, if I cover up a murder, it might affect my conscience. I might worry a lot. But my conscience might be sad.
What do you want?
Well, it ought to be worth about $3,000.
Why, that's ridiculous. I have no such amount.
Then get it.
How could I explain what I wanted with $3,000?
That's your worry, not mine, baby.
Do you know what they can do to you for blackmail?
Now, this isn't blackmail, honey. Oh, I'm not threatening to divulge someone's past. It's bigger than that. As a matter of fact, you're going to bribe me to withhold a piece of important evidence. So you see, I hold the aces.
Get out of here. Get out.
Okay. But I know somebody who has a lot of dough, and I'd just as soon turn the information over to Blake as anyone else. I just want to give you a break.
How about this diamond bracelet?
Oh, yeah, that'll help. But it'll be hard to get rid of. I'd rather have cash.
All right, I'll give you these diamonds, and you can hold them until I get the cash.
Fair enough. Hand them over. Thanks. You know, I thought that you'd see things in the right way. Goodbye, honey.
Get out of here. You rotten thief.
Oh, listen to her.
As the days pass, Clyde and Marcia are both turning over every cent they can get hold of to Rawlins. But the going is difficult, and Rawlins becomes more insistent. Then one day, Clyde gets a message to visit the big boss, Jim Blake, Ellen's father.
I was told you wanted to see me, Mr. Blake.
Yeah. Sit down, kid.
Thank you.
Everything working out all right?
What do you mean?
You look a little worried, kid. I thought maybe something was disturbing your sleep.
Oh, well, I've been having headaches. I think it's my eyes.
Been seeing things, have you? In the dark?
No, I haven't been seeing things. I don't know what you're getting at, but nothing's bothering me.
Just when was it that you started meeting my daughter, Ellen?
I don't know what you mean.
Ah, quit playing dumb. I found out about it today.
Who told you such a thing?
Does your father know about you and Ellen? I'll bet not.
Now, look here. If you think you can stop Father in this investigation by trying to frame something on me, you're crazy. You can't get away with it. I'll spill the whole thing.
Oh, you will?
Yes, I will. You're a crook. When my father gets through with you, you'll be behind the bars for the rest of your life.
When I'm put behind bars, kids, you'll be dangling from the end of a rope.
What are you trying to accuse me of?
The murder of my daughter.
Murder? I didn't kill her.
Can you prove that?
There's no proof that I did.
I've got a witness, kid, and he's ready to talk when I say the word.
Witness? That's ridiculous. Why should I want to kill Ellen?
Because she was in love with you, and you wanted to shake her because you were afraid your father would kick if you married her. Your father's out to get me, and I'm determined to beat him to the draw.
I didn't kill her, I tell you.
Ellen left that nightclub with your car New Year's Eve. You had an argument. She wanted to get married. When she got too insistent, you dismissed the chauffeur and drove the car yourself. And out on the ocean highway, you threw her out on the rocks.
I didn't.
Did you stop? Did you look at her? Her face mangled to a pulp, her body broken to bits on those rocks?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't.
I've got a witness to the argument and the time element.
You can't scare me.
I just talked to Rawlins, your chauffeur. He knows what time you got in, and he found Ellen's purse in the car.
I don't believe it. Where's the purse?
Rawlins has it. He'll produce it when you get to trial, and your own father will have to prosecute you. Oh, I'll enjoy that. Too bad about that purse, kid. If you'd found the purse and Rawlins didn't know what he knows, you might have gotten away with it. But you're stuck now, stuck with Rawlins and the purse, and your own father will have to tie the rope around your neck.
Rawlins is a liar.
It'll hold in court. The jury will believe him.
He's a dirty liar. I could kill him.
Kill him? You wouldn't do that.
Well, he isn't fit to live.
Well, you aren't either. But I'm going to give you a chance to keep out of the noose. I'll keep Rawlins from talking if you get me a couple of letters.
What letters?
Your father has them. They have my signature on them. You can get them very easily. You get those papers, and I'll put the quietus on Rawlins. They're addressed to the county supervisor. Your father intends to use them against me. I want them. Is that clear?
Yeah.
You get the papers, and we're both in the clear. Understand?
Yeah, you understand.
All right. I'll give you till tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. You can go now.
Yeah.
Remember, 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
Saturday night passes. Then Sunday dawns with the most startling discovery. Rawlins, the chauffeur, has been found dead, shot to death in his apartment over the garage. No evidence is discovered, no weapon, no fingerprints, nothing. Now it is late afternoon.
Oh, this is a fine mess. A murder in my own home.
Everything will come out all right, Henry. You're certain to find the person who did it.
Oh, yes, he may have had some enemies. After all, we know very little about him. He'd only been here a short while.
Don't you understand? I'm the district attorney. Murder has been committed in my own home. Why, if I can't bring this to a solution, I'll be a laughing stock. I'll never be reelected.
We're trying to help you, Henry.
Certainly.
I don't know what I'm going to do, but this has got to be kept from the police department. Once they get into it, it'll be plastered all over the front pages of every newspaper in town. Yes, I'll have to handle this from my own office.
Well, neither one of us has been out of the house, and we haven't told anyone. What are you worried about?
Surely a man like Rollins could have had many enemies. Who knows what he'd been mixed up in?
Captain Stone to see you, Mr. Banning.
Oh. Yes, I was afraid of that. All right. Show him in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banning.
Oh, good afternoon, Captain Stone. Well, what are you doing out this way?
We heard about your chauffeur.
Really? And who told you?
Oh, friend. Body hasn't been moved, has it?
No, Inspector Stone, it hasn't. Mm-hmm. Still in the room over the garage.
Well, come on, Skelton. Let's have a look. You don't mind, do you, Mr. Banning?
Why, no. No, of course not.
Oh, thank you. We'll be back in a moment.
All right. You know, I've got a strange feeling that Jim Blake knows something about this.
Blake? Why do you think that?
I don't know. He's just the type to think of something like this. Yes, a perfect setup for him. A murder in my own home. Nothing would please him better.
Why would Blake resort to anything like this?
Why? Because my dear Blake is in a tough spot. Yes. The more I think about it, the more right I think I am. Well, I'm going to have a talk with him.
I don't think Blake had anything to do with it.
Really? What do you know about it?
Well, nothing, Father.
Then please allow me to handle this in my own way.
Henry, why must you be so harsh?
I'm sorry, Father. But I think you should keep away from Blake.
Why?
I don't know. I just think you should.
Yes. Well, when I want your opinion, son, I'll ask for it.
Well, here you are, Mr. Banning. We found it.
Found what?
We found this revolver behind the garage.
Well,
No, don't touch it. We want to check for fingerprints.
Oh, of course, I know better than to touch it.
Fingerprints? Maybe there are none on it.
We'll check it just the same.
Well, the killer would be a fool to leave his prints on the gun. How do you know it is the gun?
We'll find out. Ballistics will know.
How will they know who the gun belongs to? Maybe it isn't the gun.
We already know who killed him. All we need is proof.
No. How do you know? Who did it?
Your son did it.
What?
We were tipped off.
My son?
That's right.
Are you crazy? Why should Clyde kill him? He hardly knew him.
Look, Mr. Banning, you think I'd come to your house snooping around unless I had a very good reason?
Where did you get your tip?
Well, I'd rather not say.
Who's his friend? Come on, you'd better tell me. I'll bring it out eventually.
All I know is that we were tipped off about the murder and told who did it. Your son threatened to kill Rawlins.
Who told you that?
Jim Blake. He heard him say it.
Where did you see Blake, Clyde?
I don't know what they mean.
Ask Jim Blake. Come on, Skelton. Let's check that gun with ballistics.
A few hours later, Boss Jim Blake stands in the study facing the district attorney. There is a tense moment as each waits for the other to speak.
Well, Banning, what do you want?
I know what you're trying to pull, Blake. You're trying to get at me by framing my son with a murder.
I'm not trying to frame him. I just told the police that I heard Clyde threaten to kill Rawlins.
So far, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence. Clyde had no reason to kill Rawlins, and without a motive, Clyde is in the clear.
Yeah?
You had a scheme in mind to force me to drop that investigation, then your scheme went haywire. You pulled a boner.
What do you mean, boner?
If Clyde had threatened Rawlins' life, the natural thing for a man in your situation to have done was to approach me instead of the police.
Why?
Well, you wanted those letters, didn't you? How could you possibly make a deal for those letters now that you've made your information public?
I'm way ahead of you, Banning. I'm not so dumb as all that. I'm still holding the aces.
What aces?
The ones I'll throw down for the letters.
I think you're bluffing, Blake.
I know why Clyde killed Rawlins. I can supply the motive. I'll admit that without the motive, he'd be in the clear. But if I spilled the motive, he'd crack in 5 minutes.
I still think you're bluffing.
I know you've got a cinch case against me with those letters. But with what I know, I've got a cinch case against your son that will send him to the gallows. Not only that, but if I do spill it, you wouldn't dare show your face in this town again.
Sounds pretty gruesome. I can't imagine what it could possibly be.
I'll say you can't. Clyde is really in it, up to his neck.
You really think he's guilty?
Certainly, but whether he is or not, he had the motive. And the motive for killing Rollins will lead to something that can be definitely proved.
You mean material evidence?
I do. So in order to prosecute me, you'll be forced to prosecute your own son. I'll see to that. Now, you hand over those letters, and we'll all be in the clear. Believe me, Banning, I'm not bluffing.
Blake, if you're telling the truth, then we're both in a very unfortunate position. You're a crook, and I happen to be a stickler for duty. I can't be bribed.
You mean you'd actually prosecute your own son?
I do. And if he's guilty, he can take the consequences. I don't believe he is, but I know you are.
I think you're crazy.
And I still think you're bluffing.
Try me.
I'll call your bluff.
All right, but you'll change your mind, Banning. If you don't, you're a bigger fool than I've ever come across.
Let's have it.
Get your son in here.
All right. Marcia, bring Clyde in here.
Yes, Henry.
What a sap you are, Banning. Over a couple of punk letters. Duty. Lad of bourgeois.
You want me, Father?
Oh, you can come in too, Marcia.
Yes, Henry.
What are you doing here?
Well, kid, I've been having a little chat with your righteous father. He sent for me. He's a little stupid. He wants to be enlightened. Maybe you can help him.
Yeah?
Clyde, I understand you paid a visit to Mr. Blake.
Huh?
Go on, better tell him, Clyde.
What were you doing there, Clyde?
Well, Blake sent for me.
Why?
What? He wanted to talk to me.
What about?
Well, about... What's he been saying?
I told him what you said to me.
Said about what?
About Rollins.
What did I say about Rollins?
What did you say, Clyde?
Nothing. He's lying.
Lying about what? We haven't said anything yet.
He tried to get me to steal something.
Steal something?
Now we're getting someplace.
Wanted you to steal some letters out of my safe.
Yes. He offered me a lot of money.
Money? I didn't even mention money. I didn't have
Yes,
to.
he did.
What inducement would money be to you, Clyde? You always get everything you want.
I offered you something better than money, kid.
What was it, Clyde?
He threatened me. Threatened to kill me.
How do you like that? You're in a tough spot, kid. You better start talking. You threatened to kill Rollins.
I did not.
I heard you.
Why did you make that threat?
Well, I was just talking. I didn't mean it. I couldn't kill anybody.
But you did say it.
But I didn't mean it.
What had you done? What did he know? Something prompted you to say it. Now, what was it?
Nothing. I haven't done anything.
You killed Rollins. You said you would.
I didn't kill him.
You killed him to shut his mouth.
What did he know, Clyde?
Blake's lying. He's just trying to scare me.
I'll scare you. You killed Rollins to keep him from telling what he knew about you and my daughter, Ellen.
What? Your daughter?
She was in love with Clyde and wanted him to marry her. He tried to shake her, but when she got too insistent, he threw her out of his car, murdered her.
I did not. I didn't.
Rollins heard them arguing. Clyde dismissed him and drove the car himself. Rollins found Ellen's purse in the car next morning. Rollins told me.
He's lying.
I told him Rollins wouldn't talk if Clyde got me the letters, but he killed Rollins instead.
Was Ellen Blake in your car the night she died?
Yes.
Did you dismiss the chauffeur?
Yes, but I didn't kill her. She jumped out. She jumped out deliberately.
Why didn't you tell this?
Well, I was going to, but then I got afraid they think I killed her.
Rollins tried to blackmail Clyde, then double-crossed Clyde and came to me.
Where's the purse?
Clyde probably has it. That's why he killed him.
I haven't got it. I don't know where it is. I couldn't find it.
Then you were in Rollins' apartment over the garage.
Yes, but I didn't kill him. I didn't kill Ellen.
Believe you. Yeah? Now, what do you have to say, Mr. Banning? Do I hold the aces?
No. I'll bring it to trial. I'll find that purse, if there is a purse. And if he's proven guilty, he can pay the penalty like anyone else. And then, Blake, I'll start on you.
You're a fool, Banning. You're crazy.
Come in.
Well, here we are, Mr. Banning. Got quite a bit of dope on this Rollins killing.
What now?
There were no fingerprints on that gun, but it was definitely the murder weapon. Ballistics checked it.
Well, still doesn't prove my son fired the gun.
That's right. But we did manage to trace the original ownership.
And what did you learn?
Well, here it is. The gun was purchased 4 years ago in Seattle.
By whom?
By Patricia Rollins.
Patricia Rollins?
Mm-hmm.
Did you check on Patricia Rollins? Who was she?
Yeah, we checked on her. We also checked on Rollins. Patricia Rollins was your chauffeur's wife. They both have a police record. Rollins was a confidence man, 3 convictions. Wife Patricia was implicated as an accomplice.
Anything else?
Yes, Rollins disappeared in New Mexico 3 years ago. Finally turned up here. Rollins must have had the gun in his possession. Or the wife had it. In which case, she could have killed him.
Quite possible. You'd better try to locate the wife.
Oh, here's a picture. We should be able to locate her without much trouble.
What do you mean? Good Lord. Marcia,
Yes, Henry.
look at this photo. You know who this is?
Yes, Henry.
Sorry, Mrs. Banning. We'll check your fingerprints with these on police record just to make sure.
You don't need to check them. They're mine.
Marcia, don't.
Why not, Clyde?
It doesn't prove anything. Maybe somebody got into the apartment and killed him with his own gun.
That's just what happened. He did have the gun, but I killed him. 3 years ago, he deserted me. Later, I heard he was dead. Then after I'd married Henry, he turned up here. I knew what he was going to do eventually. But I was in love with Henry. Then when he found the purse, he used it to blackmail me. And when he double-crossed both Clyde and me by going to Blake, we determined to get the purse. But he caught us ransacking his apartment. He pulled the gun and struck me. We all fought for it. Clyde wrestled with him, and I got the gun and shot him.
Why did you tell Marshal? Why?
Why not? It doesn't matter now.
Tell me, did she shoot in self-defense, Clyde?
Certainly. He'd have killed us both.
Well, that will clear you of the Rawlins charge.
But what about Ellen? He still killed Ellen.
Captain Stone, there's a missing purse. Ellen Blake's purse. I want it. You can start looking in Rawlins' apartment. I'm going through with this, Blake, regardless of the consequences.
Take a look at him, Captain. A man who'd sacrifice his own son, his own life, for a couple of measly little letters. What a set.
But District Attorney Banning, a determined man, goes through with his promise. The case against his son is in preparation. The day of the opening of the trial is set. Then the missing purse is found, and in it is a note to Clyde, written and signed by Ellen Blake. Go on, read it, Clyde.
Dearest Clyde, I've tried every way to reach you. I know now that you've been avoiding me. I can't go on. I know your faults, but I love you. I can't help it. So I'm going to kill myself. I don't know how, but some way will present itself. Goodbye, Clyde. I hope you find the happiness I've been denied. I love you, Ellen.
Well, there you are. Ellen Blake did jump from Clyde's car. And Clyde, even though he did seem a weakling, was able to fight when it came to a showdown. And Marcia, because of her great love for Banning, was willing to sacrifice everything for him. So Clyde is cleared, Marcia is acquitted, and Blake is sent to prison. And that is the end of a story which might have ended very tragically had it not been for the note in Ellen's purse. Very convenient, that note.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, 9:30.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan in The Petrified Forest with Eduardo Cianelli.
Lux presents Hollywood. Week after week, these programs come to you, ladies and gentlemen, because week after week you make them possible through your loyalty to our products. And the Lux Radio Theater is the means our sponsors take of showing you their gratitude. Starring for you tonight are Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek. You will hear from two special guests, Charles J. Smith, superintendent of the Petrified Forest National Monument, and Nick Janios, manager of that famous movie restaurant, the Café de Paris at 20th Century Fox Studios. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, with our entire production in the hands of that master showman, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The city of Baltimore gave us the Star-Spangled Banner. It also gave us a star-spangled group of theatrical personalities who assembled there just 5 years ago under the banner of the University Players. At that time, they were an unknown collection of stage-struck youngsters intent on making good. Their leading man was Henry Fonda, and their ingenue, a little miss from Virginia named Margaret Sullivan. They remained in Baltimore 17 weeks, employed by an optimistic producer who paid them $10 a week and meals. This year, as the star of Stage Door, Margaret Sullivan returned to the same city and to the same theater, rounding out a 5-year campaign in a burst of glorious success. When Margaret was in college, her English professor returned an essay she had written with the brief but uncompromising comment, "For heaven's sake, stop acting." Margaret was just stubborn enough to ignore him, reasoning that a girl must have some fun. She's been acting ever since. With her love for the legitimate stage keeping her from Hollywood all too long. She's back here now, however, and starts work shortly on a new film. Margaret has a farm in New Jersey, cooks excellent onion soup, likes fishing, and doesn't mind at all if you call her Maggie. This is her debut in the Lux Radio Theater, and we hear her as Gabby in Robert Sherwood's great play, The Petrified Forest. It's always a particular pleasure to announce the return to our program of Herbert Marshall. When last year, Mr. Marshall was filming the Paramount picture Angel. Since then, with Barbara Stanwyck, he's made Breakfast for Two at RKO. His role tonight is that of Alan Squire. Two other splendid performers also make their Lux Radio Theater debut tonight. Eduardo Cianelli and Donald Meek. A comparative newcomer to pictures, Mr. Cianelli is already duplicating in films the brilliant record he established on the legitimate stage as a character actor. He comes to us as Duke Mantee, while Mr. Meek plays Gramp, Wallace Clark, Mr. Chisholm, and Frank Milan plays Bose. Our play begins. The Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan in The Petrified Forest with Eduardo Cianelli and Donald Meek. A little town in Arizona on the edge of the desert. It's a few minutes before noon, and the First National Bank is the scene of the usual midday activity. There's a line at the teller's window and a general quiet hum of conversation. Suddenly, the front door is thrown open, and 4 men stand in the doorway, leveling machine guns.
Stand where you are, everybody! Cut that game off. Shut up! This is a stick-up, folks. Now, everybody just stand still and you won't get into no trouble. This is Duke Mantee here, and he don't take no fooling.
Now mind the gap. Get that door back there. Cover the door, Hank. Don't let anyone in.
Okay, Duke.
Got the door, Jackie?
It's in the drawer. Open up, you. I'm speaking to you, Teller. Open it up yourself. Why, you...
Don't argue with him. Open it.
Let me give it to this wise guy, will you?
I'll take care of him myself. You got the door?
Yeah, all set, Duke.
Open the door, Duke.
Right.
Now, everybody stay right where you are. And if any wise guy's looking for trouble, remember, a Tommy gun makes a noise like this. That's just to give an idea. All right, Jackie, let's go.
Calling State Police, Arizona State Police. Duke Mantee last reported to be heading west on route number 66. Be on the lookout for a blue sedan bearing Oklahoma plates. Be careful, these men are armed.
Warn motorists to avoid all roads in and about Petrified Forest area. That is all.
Warn all motorists. That's me, I guess. Maybe I should have been a little bit more careful about picking you up, brother.
If you mean I'm happy Duke Mantee, you can set your mind at rest. I'm not.
No, you don't look it exactly.
But you're right, of course. That was a lonesome spot back there. I hadn't had a lift for hours.
Oh, well, I took a pretty good look at you first.
And my honest confidence won the day.
Well, I don't know as you look so pesky honest. I just figured I was a match for you. My name's Jones.
Thank you. Mine's Squire.
Hitchhiking, huh?
That's right.
Where you from?
Well, if you mean originally, it's England. If you mean hitchhiking, I started in New York.
That's all? You looking for work?
Well, yes and no.
What line of work you in?
None just now. I have been at times a writer.
A writer, huh? Well, you won't find much to write about in these parts. Unless you happen to run into Duke Mantee.
Which I sincerely hope I do not.
How far are you going, Mr. Squire?
I'm not quite sure. I thought I might find some place to eat. I'm not in a hurry.
Well, the nearest place I know is the Black Mesa barbecue stand, the filling station.
The Black Mesa barbecue. Instructive but not illuminating. Just where is it?
Well, I'm going within a couple of miles of there. I'll show you before I drop you. Old man Maple and his granddaughter run it. Ain't so much of a place, but, well, it's all there is.
What's the sad news, Gabby?
Oh, you had hamburgers, pie, and coffee. That's 50 cents for you, 55 for your friend.
Hey, how come mine's more than his?
Well, you asked me to put a nickel in the piano, didn't you?
Come on, Nick. Don't argue. Here you are, Gabby.
Thanks.
See you around, Gabby.
Yeah.
Boy, this place sure is expensive. I don't know.
Gabby. Hey, Gabby.
Yeah, Gramp.
You ought to see Paula back there in the kitchen. I told her Duke Mantee was heading this way, and she's putting sugar in the soup and salt in the coffee. She's scared.
Oh, you oughtn't to scare her, Gramp. She's a bad enough cook as it is.
Oh, she's all right. When do I get my dinner, Gabby?
As soon as I can get around to it.
Change to 20, Gabby. Lady wants a pack of cigarettes and take out for 15 gallons of gas.
What kind of a car is out there, Bo?
It ain't Duke Mantee.
Well, now, maybe somebody, they might have heard about him. I'll take the change out, Gabby.
Yeah.
Don't forget to turn on the radio at 7 o'clock now and get the news.
How's it going, Gabby?
Oh, all right.
Not so good outside. 10 customers all day. If it gets much worse, you can fire me and handle the pump yourself.
We're satisfied.
Hey, Gabby, come outside and sit with me a while, will you?
Not just now. I've got things to do.
Oh, you've always got things to do when I want to talk to you.
Well, to tell you the truth, I want to read. I haven't had a minute to myself all day.
That book there?
Yeah.
That's it.
It is nothing that would interest you.
How do you know? Oh, poetry. The shapely, slender shoulders small, long arms, hands wrought in glorious... Oh.
I told you wouldn't like it.
Do you?
Sure. It makes me forget where I am.
You sure hate this place, don't you? Well, I didn't like it much when I first came.
Then why do you stay?
You ought to know that, Gabby. You can call me a sap if you want to, but I'm falling in love with you.
Yeah? Have you ever been in love before?
No.
Have you ever said you were?
Why, sure, lots of times.
Did they believe you?
Well, certainly they did. But I couldn't fool you, Gabby. I wouldn't want to. Don't you like me at all?
Sure, I like you.
But not much?
Some.
Enough for you, not enough for me. What's the matter with me, Gabby?
Nothing. Rose, why do you wear that football jersey?
Huh?
Number 42. You're proud of it, aren't you?
Well, I was pretty good back in college. Why, Oh, yes, I get it. I'm just another rah-rah boy, huh?
No, you're all right, Rose.
Say, what kind of a guy would it take to soften you up anyway?
Well, I don't know if anyone could. But I do know you'd have to be different. Not the people around here. You'd have to be like out of another world.
You're crazy, you know. Gabby, couldn't you pretend I was that fella and kiss me once?
Sorry.
Oh, come on, Gabby.
Stop it, Bo.
Oh, listen, baby,
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Can I get something to eat?
Yeah, Miss Maple here will take care of you.
Thank you.
You can sit down right over there. Here's a bill of fare. It's kind of grimy, but the food's clean. Well, what do you think you'd like? Hamburgers, steak?
I'll leave that to you.
Okay. Customer Bose. Bose.
All right.
By the way, where am I?
Black Mesa. And it's even more dreary than it sounds. Where are you planning to go?
My plans have been uncertain.
Oh, just bumming along?
Call it gypsying. I had a vague idea that I'd like to see the Pacific Ocean. And perhaps drown in it. But that depends.
Where'd you come from?
Quite a long way, Miss Maple. Is that the name?
Yeah, that's it. You're English, aren't you?
You call me an American, once removed. Why?
I could tell you didn't belong around here.
Is that a compliment? Sometimes I'm afraid I don't belong any place.
I'll go get you dinner.
There's his picture in the paper, Mr. Squire. Duke Mantee.
He doesn't look very vicious, does he?
Well, I'll tell you. You can't tell a killer except by his chin. Did you ever notice?
I don't think I ever saw a killer.
Well, I've seen plenty of killers. You ever hear of Billy the Kid?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I knowed him well. He took a couple of shots at me once.
I congratulate you on still being with us.
Well, it was kind of dark, and he'd had a few drinks. I don't think he meant to do me no real harm. He just wanted to scare the pants off of me.
Grab your supper ready.
Well, by golly, it's about time. Pleased to have met you, Mr. Squire.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Like the soup?
It's the best I ever tasted.
Well, shall I pour your coffee now?
Thanks. Your grandfather's a charming old gentleman.
Oh, Gramps, all right.
He told me he'd been missed by Billy the Kid.
Yeah, he tells everybody that. Did I hear him say you're a writer?
Yes.
See, I haven't met many writers, except Sidney Wenzel. Ever hear of him?
Sorry, no, I haven't.
He's with some movie company. He stopped here once on his way to the coast and handed me a lot of baloney. Said I ought to be in Hollywood. When I got there, to be sure to look him up. Gosh almighty, they never mean it.
No, they never mean a thing. So you want to go into the movies?
Oh, Lord, no. I want to go to Bourges.
Where?
Bourges, France. That's where I came from.
Well, you're not French.
Partly. I was born in Bourges. But all I know about it is from the picture postcards my mother sends me. You know, they got a cathedral there.
Your mother still lives there?
Yeah. Dad brought us back here after the war. Mother stuck it out for a couple of years and then packed up and went back. Some people think it was cruel of her to leave me, but what could she do? She couldn't live here. And you can't blame her for that. Do you think she was cruel?
Not if you don't, Miss Maple.
She sends me a book every year for my birthday. She sent me this one. It's the poems of Francois Villon. Ever read it?
Oh, yes.
Wonderful portrait. Mother wrote in it, to my dear little Gabrielle.
Gabrielle. That's a beautiful name.
Yeah, wouldn't you know it'd get changed into Gabby by these ignorant desert rats?
You share your mother's opinion of the desert.
Yes.
But you find solace in the poems of Francois Villon.
They get this smell of gasoline and hamburger out of my system.
Huh? Would you like to read me one of those poems, Gabrielle?
You mean now?
Read me the one you like best.
All right. This one here. He wrote it about a friend who was getting married. At daybreak, when the falcon claps his wings, no fit for grief, but noble heart held high, with loud, glad noise he stirs himself and springs, and takes his meat, and toward his lure draws nigh.
Description of car follows. Blue sedan bearing Oklahoma plates. There's a bullet hole in front fender, shattered glass and rear window. Mantee's girl is riding in the car with 4 men.
Turn that thing
She's
off.
wearing a long...
This car is dynamite, Duke.
They've got us spotted, Duke. We've got to switch cars. Shut up. Let me think. Doris,
Yeah, Duke?
you got to get out of this car, see? We'll pick up another one down the road, and you and Mike and Flint can drive it around till the cops get off our tails.
Oh, Duke, I'd rather be in your car. I don't like to travel without you.
You'll be safer, kid.
As if I cared.
Mean that?
Don't you know it? Oh, Duke.
No. You got to switch, kid. We'll get rid of this car, too, as soon as we get a chance. We'll meet you later.
Where, Duke?
There's a filling station about 10 miles past the crossroads.
That's liable to be your hot spot, Duke.
Then we'll cool it off. We'll take over the joint and stand up an army. You meet us there, Doris. It's a joint called the Black Mesa Barbecue.
Seeing reason wills not that I cast love by, now here with reason shall I chide and fret.
Go on, Gabrielle.
Now cease to serve, but serve more constantly. This is the end to which we twain are met.
While we are waiting for the second act of The Petrified Forest, starring Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan, let's stop in for a moment at a house on Franklin Avenue where a smart young secretary lives with her mother.
Mother. Oh, there you are. Oh, please be an angel pet and press my white evening dress.
Ooh, well, there's no knowing where a Kansas cyclone will strike next. Now, would you mind explaining why, if you knew you were going out tonight, you didn't phone me from the office?
Oh, darling, please get into action. This is a crisis. I'm going dancing with the boss's son.
Really?
And I couldn't call you because I was taking dictation all afternoon. And now I'm a little frazzled around the edges. I won't have time to do the dress
My
myself.
dear, you do look tired. Why don't you take a little nap? You'll feel so much better.
Nap? Oh, I haven't the time. Anyhow, I know something better and quicker. I'll just pop into a Lux toilet soap bath.
Well, I don't know. I should think that if you
Oh, don't worry, Mother. My Lux toilet soap bath really does refresh me wonderfully. Leaves me feeling full of pep.
Well, you certainly always do look lovely when you go out.
Oh, you're just an old flatter. Well, anyway, there's another thing my Lux toilet soap bath does for me. Its active lather is a wonderful way to protect daintiness. And I love the delicate perfume it leaves on my skin.
Well, hurry up, dear. You won't be ready in time.
All right, I'm off to my beauty bath. Be nice to Bill if he gets here before I come down.
Mr. DeMille takes us back to our play.
Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek continue with the Petrified Forest. A few minutes have passed. Purple shadows are gathering over the desert. In the Black Mesa barbecue, Gabby and Squire, unaware of the approaching gangsters, continue their talk over the lunch counter.
And that's why you want to go to France, for understanding.
Yes, and I will go there someday when I have the money. I hope I won't be too old. I dream about it all the time. Bourges. There's something beautiful to look at, and wine, and dancing in the streets.
If I were you, I'd stay here, Gabrielle, and avoid disappointment. You see, I've been to France.
Oh, what were you doing? Writing books?
No, planning to write books. You see, I'm married. My wife supported me.
Oh.
Well, please, don't think too ill of me. I once actually wrote a book.
What was it, fiction?
In a sense. It was a novel. Not very successful, I'm afraid. It cost my publisher quite a lot of money. It also cost him his wife. You see, she divorced him and married me. She saw in me a major artist who only needed a background to bring him out. She gave it to me with a fine view of the Mediterranean. For 8 years, I reclined on my background, waiting for the major artist to step forth and write. But he didn't.
And you've left your wife now?
Yes.
I'm glad of that.
I left her at her own suggestion. She had taken up with a Brazilian painter, also a major artist. Then I decided to go forth and discover America.
What were you looking for?
Well, that's rather hard to say. I suppose I've been looking for something to believe in, hoping I'd find something worth living for, something worth dying for.
And what have you found?
Nothing as interesting as an old man who was missed by Billy the Kid and a fair young lady who reads Villon.
I do other things that would surprise you.
I'm sure you do.
I wouldn't tell this to everybody. I paint pictures.
Oh, could I see them?
Oh, I never let people see them. I don't get kidded. They're kind of crazy
Oh,
pictures.
please let me see them. Perhaps it's my mission to introduce you to posterity as an American genius.
Are you kidding me?
No, Gabrielle. I've never kidded anybody outside of myself.
Mr. Bowles, you don't like your dinner?
What?
You don't like your dinner, Mr. Bowles?
Oh, sure, Paula. I always like what you cook.
Well, but you know it.
Well, I'm just not as hungry as usual.
Well, you sit and look at that door. And you look at that door. Oh, come on. You eat your dinner, eh?
What do you suppose they can find to talk about all this time?
Oh, don't you worry. Eat your soup. He'll be gone soon, and you'll have her all by your lonesome again.
Well, you can't go too quick for me.
Well, that's a lot of them. They're terrible, aren't they?
I don't know. What made you paint with these extraordinary colors?
I don't know. It's just the way I feel and see. Are they any good?
I tell you, Gabrielle, I can't say. I'm tremendously impressed.
Gee, I bet I could improve if I could get to France. You know, they've got some of the finest art schools in the world there.
Don't you realize? There are probably thousands of artists in France today who are saying, I'd find a really big theme for my canvas if I could only get out to Arizona.
Yeah, I know. They say the desert's full of mystery and it's haunted and all that. Maybe it is, but there's something in me that makes me want something different. Maybe it's the French in my blood.
I wonder. Would you like to marry a Frenchman?
No, I don't want to marry anyone. I want to be free. Always.
Well, how about that stalwart youth outside there in the football jersey? When I came in here before...
Oh, he was trying to kiss me. That's nothing.
There's always a chance of development.
Yeah, he's after me, all right.
Do you think he'll succeed?
Well, I haven't decided yet. What do you say?
Don't ask me, Gabrielle.
But you ought to know something. You've seen a lot.
I don't know anything. You see, the trouble with me is I belong to a vanishing race. I'm one of the intellectuals.
That means you've got brains.
Yes, brains without purpose. No aim.
But you must have some kind of a purpose. Where are you going from here?
That depends where this road leads.
Oh, it leads to the Petrified Forest. It's a gloomy old place full of dead trees that have turned to stone in the desert.
The Petrified Forest? A suitable haven for me. Perhaps that's what I'm destined for, to make an interesting fossil for future study. Alan Squire, a specimen of the in-between age who was born too late for the Great War and too soon for... This coffee's good.
Here, have some more. You know, you talk like a darn fool.
I know it.
No wonder your wife kicked you out. No wonder she fell for you in the first place. What did you say your name was?
Alan.
Alan? I've been thinking.
About what?
Thinking how wonderful it would be to go to France with you. To see all its beauty through your eyes. To learn all about its art from you. You know, you could make an artist out of me, a real artist. You could make me think and feel. Oh, it would be glorious. Alan, could it possibly be?
I'm afraid not. I could never retrace my steps.
Oh, you mean you haven't enough money?
Even that is an understatement.
Well, I haven't enough either yet. But I've got a lot coming to me someday.
What? Are you proposing to me? Trying to turn me into a gigolo again?
No, it'll be different this time. Listen, do you know how much Grant has got salted away in the bank at Santa Fe? $22,000 in Liberty bonds. I wish he'd give it to me now while he's living, but he won't. But it's all willed to me. Of course, we might have to wait years and years for it, but if you'd only stay...
You think you like me as a life companion?
Yes, I know I would. And I don't make mistakes. Wouldn't you like to be loved by me?
Yes, Gabrielle. I should like to be loved by you.
You think I'm attractive?
There are better words than that for what you are.
I didn't say you'll stay, Alan. You haven't anything else to do.
No, that's just it. You couldn't live very long with a man who had nothing to do but worship you. That's a dull kind of love, Gabrielle. It's the kind that makes people old too soon. But I thank you for the suggestion. You give me something wonderful to think about during my lonely wanderings. I'll think of the chimes of Bourges. And you.
Oh, you mean you're going now?
Yes.
Well, I can't stop you.
No, Gabrielle, you can't. But you can do me one great favor before I go. Would you mind very much if I kissed you goodbye?
No, I wouldn't mind.
You would understand that it would be nothing more.
Yes, I'd understand. It's just a kiss. That's all.
That's absolutely all. Gabrielle.
So, that's what's been going on in here. Who do you think you
Leontine
are?
Bose.
Just because she's cute and sweet, you thought you could get fresh,
Oh,
huh?
he didn't get fresh. He only wanted to kiss me goodbye.
Yes, the impulse is rather hard to explain, but...
You needn't wait to explain. Just pay your check and get out.
Very well. How much do I owe, Miss Maple?
30 cents.
He's been eating all this time and only ate 30 cents?
Keep quiet.
30 cents, eh? That's very reasonable indeed. But that brings us to another embarrassment. I haven't got 30 cents. Haven't anything.
Oh, you haven't, huh? What have you got in your pack there?
Shirts, socks, a passport, an insurance policy.
And you thought you could pay with a kiss, did you? Why, I'll...
Take your hands off him, Bose. There's a car outside. See what they want.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We'd like some gas and oil, please.
All right, Bose.
How much?
My chauffeur will tell you.
That's nice of him.
Oh, and I'd like some cigars, please.
Don't forget the cigarettes, George.
Oh, yes, dear. I know. How far is it to the Phoenix Biltmore, young lady?
Oh, about 200 miles.
I imagine we can make it by midnight.
Well, goodbye, Miss Maple.
Oh, just a moment, Alan. Excuse me, sir.
What?
Would you have room in your car for another party?
Well, who is it?
This friend of mine, Mr. Squire. He's on his way to the coast. He hasn't a car just now. He's an author.
Have you any luggage?
Just this rucksack on my back.
Oh, wait a minute. Joseph. Joseph!
Yes, sir? Something you want, sir?
Well, do you think it's all right to give this man a lift to Phoenix?
I'm not carrying any concealed weapons.
Do you mind if we verify that?
Not at all. Go right ahead, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Well, I guess he's all right, Mr. Chisholm.
Oh, very well. Well, I'm glad to have you with us. Hurry up, please. Oh, come on, dear.
Well, I've been waiting for you.
Well, thank you, Miss Maple. I'll remember your kindness.
Oh, just a moment. I forgot to give you your dollar change.
Oh, no. I wanted you to keep that.
Sorry, but tipping is un-American. We don't allow it. Go on, take it.
Thank you. I suppose I'll never see you again, Gabrielle.
No, that's the way it is in a gas station. They come and they go.
But somehow or other, I'll repay that dollar. Lord knows when.
Perhaps we'll run into each other someday in Bourges.
Perhaps. Goodbye, Gabrielle.
Goodbye, Alan.
What did you say, Joseph?
The lights are down there on the road.
Don't stop, Joseph. You never can tell what it might be.
It looks like a car pulled right across the center of the road. I'm afraid you'll have to stop.
Stop. Stop, you fool.
But there's a man there. 3 of them.
Shut up, lady. All right, folks, hop out, and you won't get hurt.
I say, what do you think you're doing?
We are borrowing your car, mister.
And no cracks either.
Stay
Go
over
on.
there. Stay over there now. All right, Jackie. Hank, get in. Thanks, folks. So long.
Can I help you with those plates, Gabby?
No, thanks.
Funny guy, that panhandler. When he was getting in the car, I got feeling kind of sorry for him and tried to slip him some change.
You did?
Yeah, but he wouldn't take it. Handed it back. Didn't mind holding you up for a meal, but he had too much
That was
pride.
awful nice of you, Bose. I appreciate it.
Say, you talk as if you were nuts about him.
I'm not nuts about him.
Well, if you appreciate it so much, how about being a little nice to me for a change?
Yeah, I'd like to be nice to you, Bose. I'd like to be nice to everybody.
Well?
I'll think about it, Bose.
Oh, gee, Gabby, you're a swell girl. I'm crazy about you, honey. Honest, I am.
In here.
Bose.
Shut up, lady. Behave yourself and nobody will get hurt.
Cover the back door, Hank.
Sure.
Who's the boss here?
What's it to you?
Listen, wise guy. This is Duke Mantee here, the world-famous killer, and he's hungry.
Shut up, Jackie. Who's in that other room?
Only one old
My
man.
grandfather's in there.
Go get him, Jackie.
Okay, Duke.
What do you got to eat, sister?
Here's the bill of fare.
He's got a nerve. Don't give it to him.
Shut up, you, and sit down. Football player, huh?
Yes, and you better not let me get close enough to take a sock at you.
I used to be quite a fan.
Hey, cut it now.
Come on in here. Here's the old man. Sit down, Pop.
So you're Mantee, huh? You're the killer.
That's right, Pop. But just sit tight and you'll be okay.
You needn't think I'm scared of you. I've knowed real killers.
Gabrielle.
Alan, why did you come back?
There's some bandits around here.
Yes, so we heard.
They stole Mr. Chisholm's car.
All right, buddy, take it easy.
Oh, my friend of the road.
Sit down, pal, down here.
Why, thanks. I'd be delighted.
That's Duke Mantee, Mr. Squire.
What did I tell you about a killer's chin, huh? He's a killer, all right.
He's a gangster and a rat.
Shut up, Bose.
Yeah, and if the sheriff finds out he's here, we'll have some real killing, won't we?
The cops ain't likely to catch up with us. Not tonight. So we can all be quiet and peaceable and have a few beers together and listen to the radio. Because I may as well tell you, folks, old Jackie there with a machine gun is pretty nervous. And he's got the itch between his fingers. So let's everybody stay right where they are.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act 3 of our play, starring Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan, will be heard shortly. It's undoubtedly true that most of us are a lot more familiar with the play and the motion picture called The Petrified Forest than with the 90,000 acres in northeast Arizona from which the drama borrowed its name. A national monument, the Petrified Forest is one of the most amazing and least known spots in the United States. It comprises 6 distinct forests, including a portion of the fabulous Painted Desert. In charge of this vast area is Charles J. Smith, one of the ablest rangers in the National Park Service. Formerly at Yellowstone Park, then chief ranger at the Grand Canyon, Mr. Smith has been at the Petrified Forest since he became its first superintendent 8 years ago. Mr. Smith, the heroine of our play called the Petrified Forest a gloomy old place full of dead trees that have turned to stone. What have you to say about it?
Well, Mr. DeMille, it's certainly an old place, and it certainly is full of trees turned into stone. But as for being gloomy, well, to me it's the most awe-inspiring sight in the whole world. One of our 6 forests happens to be called the Blue Forest. I can easily understand that if anyone wanders out there all alone and is inclined to be a little moody, the weird atmosphere of the place won't make him any more joyful. But that isn't why it's called the Blue Forest. It got its name from the deep blue color of the rolling hills.
Let me turn tourist, Mr. Smith,
and ask you just what the Petrified Forest is and how it came to be.
It's a vast area, Mr. DeMille, covered with huge trees that grew and spread their branches 150 million years ago. In those days, the land was a tremendous swamp. The only living things were the trees, a few plants, and several species of ferocious-looking reptiles, the like of which you see today only in nightmares. Nature sent floods, earthquakes, and storms, and buried everything under 3,000 feet of mud, water, and gravel. Then, after 100 million years, Mother Nature, being a woman, changed her mind. She sent winds, rains, and more storms to erode the earth, to sweep it away, and bring this forgotten cradle of life back into the light of day. The bones of the reptiles have turned to fossils, and the trees lie stretched out on the earth, petrified into a substance almost as hard as diamonds and of tremendous weight.
But what made them turn to stone?
The great pressure under which they lay, together with the minerals in the waters that once rolled over them. The trees have turned from wood into gorgeously colored semi-precious stones. The outside is reddish-brown, but where the logs have broken apart, where they have crashed into heaps of stone, they are glittering masses of pure agate, carnelian, amethyst, jasper, and onyx. Were all the trees in the petrified forest blown apart, and their semi-precious jewels extracted, there'd arise a mountain of glittering stones worth a fortune.
That statement, Mr. Smith, is apt to bring half the country to your doorstep tomorrow.
I'll be glad to welcome them. But they'll soon learn that no one is allowed to carry off samples and that the grounds are closed and carefully patrolled at night. Yes, it's a strange, weird place. Like the Blue Forest, the Second Forest has its own peculiar characteristics. There, the ground is covered with chips of petrified wood, and at times, as you walk through them, they'll ring out with a tinkling sound like the music of tiny silver bells.
Have you ever encountered any incident such as our play presents? Has a bandit ever sought sanctuary in your hills and deserts?
No, not that I know of. But Route 66, which was undoubtedly the road taken by Duke Mantee, leads right into the forest. And coincidentally, at exactly that point is a little lodge and filling station very similar to the scene of tonight's play. Years ago, the Painted Desert was a favorite haunt of killers and bad men, and today we're called upon now and then to watch for fleeing bandits. One of the most ironical happenings occurred in the forest when a woman and her 2 children were trapped by a terrific blizzard. All about them were logs of wood that might have made a roaring fire and saved them, but the wood was stone, and days later the 3 bodies were found, frozen to death in a forest. Besides the trees, the petrified forest contains 100 ruins of the homes of prehistoric Indians. They lived there some 1,000 years ago, and the forest contains several huge boulders on which these Indians carved their queer symbols and drawings. The carving that puzzles me most is a picture of a stork carrying a baby. But I've never been able to find out how an Indian happened to make a picture like that in prehistoric times at the edge of the Arizona Badlands. But maybe he was the Walter Winchell of the tribe and chose that modern manner of announcing a blessed event. The National Park Service wants you to visit the petrified forest, and that's one of the sights we'll be very happy to show you in this fascinating land of shimmering color. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's very interesting. Petrified Forest, starring Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek. 1 hour later, with Duke Mantee and his gunmen still masters of the situation, the Black Mesa Barbecue presents a strange picture. Gabby, Allen, Gramp, and Bose are huddled together near the counter. On the other side of the room, the gangsters sprawl comfortably in their chairs, listening to the radio, machine guns resting on their knees.
Hey, Duke. What do you say we lay him out of here?
Not yet. We gotta give him time to get here.
Maybe they got lost.
Not Doris.
Well, I wish he'd show up.
Waiting for a girl, huh?
Sit down, halfback, and sit still. I'd hate to see anything happen to you.
Let something happen. Let there be killings. All evening long, I've had a feeling of destiny closing in. Do you believe in astrology, Duke?
I couldn't say, pal.
I don't normally. But when I was coming back here along that road, I began to feel the enchantment of this desert. The stars seemed to be mocking me and saying, "This is the end of your terror. You thought you could escape it, but we know better." Perhaps they know that my death is imminent. It's a fascinating thought.
Let's skip it. Bring some beer for the bunch, sister.
Yeah, all right.
None for me.
Why not?
I don't drink with murderers.
I'd be a little tactful, Bowles. Remember, they're your guests.
Guess. Cowards that haven't got the nerve to tackle life with their brains and principles. They've got to use guns, yellow rats.
Step over to this side of the room, halfback.
What?
Come on, move.
Sit down, Jack, and keep still. I want to hear the news.
Didn't you hear what he called you?
Sit down and keep quiet.
Gang. The gang made its escape in 2 cars, one of which contained Mantee and 3 other men. The other car contained 2 men and 1 woman. National Guardsmen are cooperating with the state police to bring to justice these killers, who are wanted for a score of bank robberies and cold-blooded massacres.
Take a bow, Duke.
And now we continue with the orchestra's...
going to make a run for the border, boy?
Oh, sure. And we're going to give you our whole route, so you can tell the cops to get us a motorcycle escort.
No, honest, Duke. Are you going on, or are you spending the night here?
Can't say, Pop. Maybe we'll decide to get buried here.
Better come with me, Duke. I'm planning to be buried in the petrified forest. That's where I belong. So do you, Duke.
Maybe you're right, pal.
I'm eternally right. But what use do I make of it?
Nothing. You don't make use of anything. Love, life, anything else. Do you, Ellen?
No, Gabrielle. Do you mind so much?
After you left today, I felt as if something had been taken out of me. As if I'd come out of a dream. I caught on to myself, and I know I'm just another desert rat, and I'll never be anything else. All that bunk about going to Bourges and art and dancing in the streets. Remember what I asked you about going to France?
Yes, perfectly.
But you wouldn't have done it, even if we'd had the money, would you, Alan?
No, Gabrielle.
I knew it. I knew you didn't give a hoot for me. Somehow it only made me love you more.
What are you saying, Gabby?
That I love him. Why shouldn't I say it? Why shouldn't he know it? We'll all be dead tomorrow morning.
You don't mean it, Gabrielle.
She can't mean it.
Well, I do.
I'm sorry now that I came back. When I went out before, it was a charming ending to a romantic moment. Now it's spoiled. Well...
Sit down, pal.
What do you care whether I stand or sit?
I got to think about my health. Sit down.
If I had a machine gun, I wouldn't know what to do with it. I want to talk to Gramp.
Me?
Yes. Those Liberty bonds of yours, buried in Santa Fe.
How did you know about him?
I told him.
What are you going to do with them?
Leave them right where they are.
Yes, leave them where they are. Your granddaughter is suffocating in this desert when a few of your thousands will give her the chance to claim her birthright.
Yes, and maybe give you the chance to steal it.
Hanging on to your money as though it meant something. That's a low way to justify your miserliness. Why don't you die and do the world some good?
Shut up, you. What do you mean, talking to an old man like that?
Hey, Duke, there's 3 people coming down the road. Looks to me like them people we took the car from.
Okay, Hank. Get outside and take a look.
Okay.
You too, Jackie.
Sure.
Duke, I was guilty of bad taste, and I apologize to Mr. Maple.
Oh, sure. He must be drunk.
You'd better crawl, or I might have to put the lug on you. Talking to an old man like that. Get out of the way. Let me look out of that window.
Put him up.
Oh.
Now I've got you where I want you, Mantee. I've been waiting for a chance to grab your gun.
Yeah? And wouldn't you be surprised if Jackie was leaning in that window behind your back, ready to fill you full of holes?
What? Oh!
Thanks for turning your head, halfback. And thanks for returning the gun.
You got me in the hand. That doesn't matter, but I muffed the chance to kill him.
It was a good try, college boy.
Come on, keep moving.
This is outrageous.
Here they are, Duke. It's the same bunch, all right. I frisked them. They're harmless.
I don't know what frisk means, but he pawed us all over.
Come on, step on it. Sister.
Yep.
Take the halfback outside and bandage him up.
Okay.
Go with him, Jackie. And you might tie him up and leave him there.
Sure. Come on, get going.
I demand to know the meaning of this.
It has no meaning, Mr. Chisholm, has it, Duke?
I don't know, pal. But if Mr. Chisholm is a smart guy, he'll sit down quiet to join the party.
Hey, Duke, I'm getting jumpy.
Shut up. Go out and see if Jackie's with that dame and the halfback.
They're okay. He's tying them up.
I say, Duke.
What?
Would you mind passing me that rucksack? It's on the table there.
What do you want with it?
Just inside. Just reach inside and hammer that little life insurance policy that's there, will you?
What do you want with your life insurance? Expecting to die?
You've guessed it, Mr. Maple.
Here.
Thanks, Duke. Now, may I take my fountain pen out of my vest pocket?
Okay, but take it easy.
What you going to write, Mr. Squire?
You'll see in a minute. Duke, I have a great favor to ask of you.
Yeah?
I don't think you'll refuse me because you're a man of imagination.
What are you getting at?
This insurance policy. It's my only asset. It's for $5,000. I've written on the policy that I want the money paid to Miss Maple, that young lady inside. If Mr. and Mrs. Chisholm will witness my signature, I'm sure it'll be all right.
Oh, certainly. I'll be glad to.
What's the idea?
Well, Duke, after they've signed, I'd be very much obliged if you'd just kill me.
What?
It couldn't make any difference to you, Duke. If they catch you, they can only hang you once. And you know yourself they've got more than they need against you.
Good Lord, he is drunk.
You know, I believe you actually mean it.
Good for you, Mrs. Chisholm. You're a kindred soul.
You're in love with her, aren't you?
Yes, I suppose I am. I want to show her that I believe in her. And how else can I do it? Living, I'm worth nothing to her. Dead, I can buy her tall cathedrals and golden vineyards and dancing in the streets. One well-directed bullet will accomplish that. This document will be my ticket to immortality. Will you do it, Duke?
I'll be glad to.
Thanks, Duke.
Just let me know when you want it.
Pick your own moment. Say just before you leave. But I prefer to have her think you did it in cold blood. Will you all please remember that?
Certainly we'll remember.
Of course.
Mr. Squire, before you do this, let me tell you one thing.
Yes?
There ain't a woman alive or ever did live that's worth $5,000.
And let me tell you one thing. You're a forgetful old fool. Any woman is worth everything any man has to give. Faith, jealousy, love, hatred, life, or death. Don't you see that's the excuse for our existence? It's what makes the whole thing possible and tolerable.
Did you hear that, George?
Yeah, I heard.
Mr. Squire, do you really believe all that? I mean, about women?
Of course I do. And there's a man who agrees with me, don't you, Duke?
I don't know, pal. I wasn't listening.
Then permit me to speak for you. He could have been over the border long ago, but he preferred to stay here and risk his life. And you know why?
Why?
Because he has a rendezvous with a girl. Isn't that true, Duke?
That's it. I guess we're all a lot of saps. But I wouldn't be surprised, pal, if you were the champ. Did you think I was kidding when I said I'd be glad to knock you off?
I hope neither of us was kidding. Did you think I was?
I just wanted to make sure. You're all right, pal. I'll try and fix it so it won't hurt.
You're all right, too, Duke. Thanks.
Okay, Halfback. These ropes ought to hold you for a while.
How's your hand, Bose?
It's okay, but don't leave me, Gabby.
I'm sorry, Halfback, but she's coming back inside with me. Go on, sister.
Gabby!
I tell you, Duke, we got to blow.
We'll give him 10 minutes more.
Here's the dame, Duke. Say, what's this about 10 minutes?
You heard it. Turn on that radio.
10 minutes. Gabrielle, I got to speak to you.
You can wait until after they're gone.
I can't wait. I mean, when they go, I go. I have to tell you now that I love you.
Now listen, Alan.
I tell you solemnly that I love you with all the heart that is left in me.
He does love you, my dear. He told us so.
Please, Mrs. Chisholm, I'm quite capable of saying it, even if I'm not capable of making you believe it, Gabrielle.
Don't make a fool of yourself, Alan. They're all staring at you.
I know they are. But you've got to believe it, and you've got to remember it. Because, you see, it's my only chance of survival. You'll find a line in that verse of Vion that fits. Thus in your field, my seed of harvester will thrive.
Alan, dear, I think you're kind of crazy. And I guess I am, too. And that's why I think we'd be so terribly happy together.
Don't say that, Gabrielle.
Why not, when I believe it with all my heart?
Well, maybe we will be happy in a funny kind of way.
Alan,
Hey, get away from that guy.
Leave him alone.
Alan, if you're going away, I'm going with you wherever it is.
No, Gabrielle. I'm not going away. I don't have to go any farther, because I found the thing I was looking for. I found it here, in the Valley of the Shadow.
What have you found?
I can't quite say, because I don't quite know yet. All right, Duke. We needn't wait any longer.
And here's a news flash, folks.
Mr. Squire.
Shut up. Part of Duke Mantee's gang has just been captured.
Duke!
Just outside the petrified forest area, a car containing 2 men and a woman ran into a party of state troopers. From information given, the arrest of Mantee and his henchmen can be expected at any moment.
Turn it off.
Keep tuned into this station.
Doris, she squealed.
Shut up. Let me think. Shut up. Let me think.
No, Duke. Don't waste any time thinking. That isn't your game. You've got to keep going and going and going.
If I only knew where they took her.
You're thinking of revenge, Duke. Don't. Don't give your life for anything so cheap.
Duke, for God's sake. All right. We're going.
Wait a minute. You're not forgetting me.
Listen! It's the cops!
Let me at that window.
They're surrounding the whole joint.
Looks like it.
Hicks or G.
Hicks, lay low.
Listen in there. Are you coming out, or do we come in and get you? We're talking to you, Duke Mantee.
Come in and get it, you dirty lout.
Get down, you fool. You're staying here till we get a break.
Mantee, you have no right to endanger the lives of innocent people.
You folks better get down on the floor. Lie close together here in the middle.
Here, let me help you grab.
Right.
Come here, Gabby.
Where is the light switch?
To the right of the door.
Turn them out, Jackie.
How many are there of them, Duke?
6 or 7. Nothing to worry about.
Gabrielle,
Yes, Alan.
it's an inspiring moment. United States of America versus Duke Mantee.
There goes the neon sign.
It almost restores in me the will to live and love and conquer. How do you feel about it, darling?
I don't know, Alan, and I don't care. Alan, when you get to France, what do you see first?
The fields and forests of Normandy. And then...
What, Alan?
And then Paris.
Paris is such the most marvelous place in the world.
All places are marvelous when you've someone to love.
Even here?
Especially here, darling. As long as I live, I'll be grateful to Duke Mantee.
Alan, will you please kiss me?
Oh, Gabby. Gabby, darling.
All right, boys. We're on our way. Get out the back way and grab the car.
Now it's going to be all over.
Not for us, Alan, never.
You better stay where you are, folks, for a while. Come on, Hank.
Duke, wait.
Alan, keep down.
Duke, you promised.
Get out of my way.
You can't go. You know what you said.
Get out of my way or I'll...
Yes. Duke, yes.
You still want it?
No matter whether I want it or not, you've got to.
Okay, pal. Here you are.
Come on, Duke.
He meant it.
Alan, look at me. Grab, get Bose, quick. Tell him to get a doctor. Hurry.
I will.
Alan.
It doesn't hurt. Or at least it doesn't seem. Went into this lung, I think.
Oh, it's all right, darling.
Gabby,
Bose, Grab, somebody come quick.
They were right, Gabrielle. The stars, I mean. I had to come all this way to find a reason. Duke understood what it was I wanted. I hope you will be happy. Gabrielle.
What, Alan? What? Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to be a crybaby. No matter what happens, I'm not.
Gabby.
What, Rose?
They got Mantee, Gabby.
Did they?
How is that fella?
The doctor's in with him now. He's pretty bad.
Oh, gee, that's tough. He was a good guy up there.
If he doesn't come back, we'll bury him out there in the petrified forest.
The petrified forest?
That's what he wanted. Doctor.
Miss Maple?
How is your doctor? Is there any chance at all?
Yes, there is.
Oh, what do you...
He has a chance to live, if he wants to.
Oh, let me see him. Let me speak to him. Alan. Alan, dear, can you hear me?
Gabrielle.
Alan, you're going to live. Do you understand? You're going to live, Alan.
No, Gabrielle. The stars ordained it.
No, the stars have gone. It's morning, darling.
Is it?
Alan, listen, you must want to live for me. Don't you remember you said you wanted to? Oh, please, Alan, please, darling, don't leave me.
No. No, Gabrielle. I won't leave you.
Oh, darling.
Remember, the poem. Thus in your field my seed of harvester will thrive. For the fruit is like me that I set.
God bids me tend it. It's good husbandry. This is the end for which we twain are met.
And so the Petrified Forest joins the long list of plays produced in the Lux Radio Theater. A little later, we'll hear again from Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan. Now for a little visit behind the scenes of Hollywood. Most of the action of our play centered in a restaurant, a stopping-off place at the desert's edge. There's another kind of restaurant here in the film capital, equally individual. Although it's one of our finest dining places, it's never seen nor patronized by the general public. It's the Café de Paris at 20th Century Fox Studios, maintained to please the players, executives, and distinguished visitors. In command is Nick Janios, a Greek, who first learned the favorite foods of the stars by managing the celebrated Brown Derby. Nick feeds the stars not only at mealtimes, but during production, too, for it's part of his job to supply the food seen in pictures. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes, and it's quite a task when you have a picture like wife, doctor, and nurse. For example, a lot of the scenes take place in the kitchen of a nightclub. So I had to supply hundreds of pounds of food, complete equipment, and teach the actors to act like chefs.
Why is it, Nick, that so many of your countrymen own restaurants?
Why are so many Chinese in laundry business?
You're going into reverse. I'm the one who asked the questions.
Well, next time, ask me for an easy one. Like, why so many stars use Lux toilet soap?
Well, why wait till next time?
All right, in the first place, it's the official soap at 20th Century Fox Studios. And anything that stops with Mr. Zanuck is good enough for me.
Okay. What's your next course? What more can you tell us about supplying food for pictures? Is there a particular knack, Nick?
That's pretty good. For one thing, we have to be just as accurate in food matters as we are in costumes or backgrounds. Take the picture in all Chicago. I supplied the hundreds of loaves of bread for the production, and since the time is 1871, the bread had to be baked in a round form used in those days. In the Rich Brothers picture, Life Begins in College, Harry Rich has a scene in which he impersonates a girl. You see him parting his nose, and then you see him eating the Potty Puff. No, Harry isn't crazy. In fact, he's pretty smart. But Potty Puff is really a sponge cake with sugar coating. Harry, by the way, ate about 40 such a Potty Puffs.
So what do the other stars like when they're not dieting?
Walter Windsor and Warner Baxter can be very happy with some seafood. Simon and Loretta Young like lamb chops. Charlie Chaplin is delighted with a plain jelly sandwich and a cup of tea to dunk it in. I saw Walter Cutler eat 4 lobsters at one sitting, so I guess Walter Cutler likes lobsters. Victor McLaughlin isn't particular what he eats, as long as there are 2 portions of it.
What about your smallest patron, Shirley Temple?
There's my pal. Shirley and I once went into business together. She had saved $11 in a penny bank and decided to go into a pie business. I supplied the pies, 20 of them, about as big as a pancake. Shirley brought them onto the set in a pie wagon, which she called a factory. She saw them out and made $1.40. And that's where this cook's tour comes to an end. Many thanks.
Thanks to you, Nick. With Herbert Marshall just back from New York, and you, Miss Sullivan, about to depart for your hometown of Norfolk, Virginia, we were very lucky to have you together for tonight's play.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And it's nice to have a chance to say something about Lux toilet soap. As long as I can remember, I've used Lux toilet soap at camp, in school, in college, in the theater, and in Hollywood. I guess that's the best indication of how good I think it is. Now, I think it's about time we heard from Mr. Marshall.
Oh, thank you. Several years ago, ladies and gentlemen, when I left London and came here, I encountered many new things. New people, new country, new customs, and a new day soon upon us, called Thanksgiving. Perhaps Thanksgiving impressed me more because it was new to me. But I've never quite gotten over it, and I hope I never shall. Besides the good fortune which may come to us as individuals, there is that which we all share in common. There's peace in this land. There's freedom and there's work to be done. Dogs still wag their tails. The sun is warm, and sleep still comes at the end of the day. These are great things. For them, let me join you and give thanks. Good night.
Good night, Bart. Good night, Miss Sullivan.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. The great show planned for your entertainment next Monday will be announced in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. Tonight, our stars were assisted by Frank Milan as Bose, Wally Mayer as Jackie, George Travell as Hank, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Chisholm, Margaret Brayton as Doris, Frank Melton as lineman, Lou Merrill as doctor, Frank Nelson as radio announcer, Ross Forrester as Joseph, and James Eagles as bank teller. Mr. Cianelli is from RKO Studios. His new picture is Hitting a New High, starring Lily Pond. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for Second Honeymoon. And now, our producer.
What would you do if you woke up some morning and found yourself heir to a huge fortune? Around this theme, dozens of books and plays have been written. Outstanding among them is J. Hartley Manor's romantic comedy, Peg o' My Heart, which tells the story of a little Irish girl suddenly lifted from the deck of her father's fishing boat and deposited in the luxury and splendor of English aristocracy. This is the play we bring you next Monday night, starring the same glamorous personality you saw in the film, Miss Marion Davies. Co-starred with Miss Davies will be Brian Aherne, and the supporting cast of famous players includes Benita Hume, J. Farrell MacDonald, and Gerald Oliver Smith. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Marion Davies and Brian Aherne in Peg o' My Heart with Benita Hume. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This program, ladies and gentlemen, came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care preferred by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. Join us in the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. Be part of the large audience that gathers weekly from coast to coast to listen to Hollywood's famous performers and the personalities behind the scenes of motion pictures. And now, our sponsors, staff, and all our cast join me in wishing you all a very happy Thanksgiving. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all, king-size cigarettes brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A 40-year-old mother is found murdered in the bedroom of her home. The body bears the marks of a savage attack with a knife. The killer showed no mercy. Your job? Get him. See the difference. Taste the difference.
Smoke the difference.
You'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality that gives you extra mildness. A much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Yes, in king-size Fatima, you get all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Fatima. Best of all king-size cigarettes. Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Remember, thousands of Americans are switching to Fatima. Insist on Fatima quality. So why wait? Switch to Fatima today. Look for the sunny yellow pack. Buy Fatima. Best of all king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, February 18th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 10:43 a.m. when we got to Woodview High School, the vice principal's office.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes?
I'd like to see the vice principal, please. I believe her name is Harmon. Miss Harmon?
I'm Miss Harmon. What is it you wanted?
Police officers, ma'am. Here's our identification.
Oh, yes.
This is my partner, Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday.
I see. How do you do?
Well, we'd like to talk to one of your girl students, Miss Harmon, Roberta Dixon. Understand she's registered here?
Roberta Dixon. Oh, yes, I believe I know her.
Would you mind calling her out of class, please? We'd like to talk to her.
Well, we generally don't like to do that, officer, not unless it's absolutely necessary.
It's pretty important, ma'am. We've got a message for the girl.
I see. Couldn't it wait until after school hours?
I'm afraid not, Miss Harmon. It's about the girl's mother, and it's pretty serious.
Oh, has she been taken ill? Is that it?
No, ma'am. She's been murdered. 16-year-old Roberta Dixon, the daughter of the murdered woman, was called out of her classroom and brought downstairs to the office of Miss Harmon, the girl's vice principal. She was a thin, dark-haired girl in sweater and skirt. With the help of Miss Harmon, whom the girl seemed to know fairly well, Ben and I broke the news of her mother's death as gently as we could. At first, the 16-year-old girl seemed to take the shock with some composure, but suddenly she broke down weeping and became hysterical. When she recovered sufficiently, the girl agreed to come downtown with us to answer a few routine questions. Miss Harmon agreed to accompany her. 11:05 a.m. We checked back in at the office. Ben and I completed the 311 dead body report while Miss Harmon and the daughter of the murdered woman waited in the adjoining room.
What was that time discovered, Joe? You got a note on it there?
Yeah, let me look. 8:55 a.m.
Oh, thanks.
Hi, Joe. How are you? Oh, hi, George. How you doing?
I can't complain. Got some checking out to do. I wonder if you'd help me.
Well, I want to give it a try. Ben, you know George DeKoven, don't you? Reporter from the Daily News?
Oh, yeah, sure. Seen him around. Hi.
Say, I understand you two are working on that knife murder out on Pico, the dead woman they found this morning?
Yeah, that's right.
A few things I'd like to check with you before I do the story. The victim's name was Florence Eleanor Dixon, that right?
That's right, George, yeah.
A couple more things here. Stop me if I got it wrong. The victim was 40 years old, divorced, one child, daughter 16. Body was discovered 9 o'clock this morning by a next-door neighbor. Let's see, the neighbor's name is Esther Fenwick.
No, I think the name's Fenmore, George.
Oh, thanks. Fenmore. I understand you haven't got much to go on. No murder weapons, no other leads.
No, not much of anything so far. We just started on this thing.
How about the husband of the dead woman? You get anything there?
Well, he divorced Mrs. Dixon 2 years ago. There's no line on him yet. We're still checking him out. We might have some word later on in the day for you.
Any other possible suspects in mind, or do you want to say?
No, I don't think so. It's still wide open.
How about a motive? That been established yet?
Could have been one of a dozen things. We're going to have to do some digging before we can say definitely.
It doesn't look like it was a robbery motive. Well, that's about all we can tell you for sure, George.
See, I was over at the morgue when they brought the body in. It's the worst I've seen in a long time. Brutal.
It's pretty bad.
I suppose there's nothing from the crime lab yet.
No. I think they just got back from the house a few minutes ago. If you want to drop by later on this afternoon, we might have something new for you.
Okay, thanks.
You bet.
Oh, say, I saw you bringing the girl in a few minutes ago, the victim's daughter. I'd like to get a couple of pictures of her.
Well, how about making a little later, huh, George? Kid's still upset. Pretty much of a shock for you, you can understand.
Okay, I'll be waiting out in the hall with the photographer.
Okay.
You give me a call, huh? Just a couple of shots. It won't take a minute.
You betcha, George. We'll call you.
Okay.
You about finished with that report, Ben?
Yeah, all done. Guess we better talk to the girl, huh?
Yeah, all right. The morgue say when they're going to post the body?
Sometime today. We ought to have the results first thing tomorrow morning. Miss Harmon?
I think she's a lot better now, Sergeant. Roberta, the officers would like to talk to you a few minutes if you feel up to it.
All right. Who killed my mother? Have you found out?
Not yet, Roberta. We think you might be able to help us, though.
It's so hard to believe. I just saw her this morning. She was all right then.
Well, you try to take it easy, Roberta. We'll make it as brief as possible. Now, you and your mother are the only people living at your house? No one else?
No, me and my mother, that's all. My father used to live with us. He doesn't anymore.
And how long has it been since your father left?
I'm not sure. About 5 years, I think. He and Mama didn't get along. They got divorced.
Do you see your father at all anymore? I mean, does he ever come to your house to visit?
We did once. It was about a year ago, I think. Wasn't much good. He and my mother argued all the time he was there, and he left. He hasn't been back since.
Has he been in contact at all with your mother? Do you know? Does he write her letters, call her on the phone?
No. The last time was when he came to our house. I haven't heard anything about him since. I don't even know where he is. I don't care, I guess. I hardly even knew him.
I'd like to have you think about this carefully now, Roberta. Did your mother have any close friends who used to come to the house quite a bit?
Yes, 2 or 3 women friends of hers at work.
Any men friends?
No. Mama didn't have any men friends. She didn't like men. She said they were all no good. She used to tell me that all the time.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any relatives we can contact?
I don't know about my father's side. My mother has a brother and sister in West Virginia. Dresses at home. What am I going to do? Why would anybody kill my mother?
All right, now you try to take it easy, Roberta. Everything's going to work out all right. Look, now, do you think you can give us a list of most of the people your mother knew, friends around the neighborhood, the people she knew at her work?
Yes, I think so. Most of them are in her address book. I think I know where it is.
All right, fine.
Just before you left for school this morning, Roberta, was there anyone in the house besides you and your mother?
No, just the 2 of us.
Was your mother expecting anyone?
Not that I know of.
Your mother was all right, was she? There didn't seem to be anything bothering her?
No. She acted all right to me, just like any other morning. We got up at 6:45. I got dressed. Mama took a shower. I fixed breakfast. We ate, and then I left for school.
About what time was that, Roberta?
A little before 8:30, usual time. I have my first class at 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
When I left Mama, she was just finishing her breakfast. I said goodbye. It was the last time I saw her. Can we talk after a while, please? Maybe I'll feel better. Can't talk now.
Oh, sure, that's all right. Would you like to rest here?
I don't know why I'm crying. Stupid. I don't care anyway. No reason to cry.
You better get some rest, youngster.
No reason. It doesn't make sense crying about Mama.
How's that?
I'm not sorry. I'm glad she's dead.
Early that afternoon, after she'd rested sufficiently and recovered herself, we had another interview with Roberta Dixon, the teenage daughter of the murdered woman. Miss Harmon, the vice principal, went back to the school, and a policewoman was called in to be present during the interrogation. Again, she insisted that she wasn't at all sorry that her mother was dead. She said that privately she didn't have any love for either one of her parents, least of all her mother. She told the usual story of a broken home, a father who showed little interest in his daughter or providing a good home for her, a strict, overbearing mother who apparently made no effort to understand the girl. We continued to interview Roberta Dixon, but outside of what she'd already told us, she showed no further knowledge of the murder. Pending action by the court, we had the girl placed in the custody of the juvenile authorities. 3:10 p.m., Ben and I drove back to the murder house on South Pico Boulevard, where we met police reporter George DeCoven. Together with Brian and Ortiz, we continued our preliminary investigation. We rechecked the immediate area of the Dixon home and talked again with the neighbors. We failed to come up with anything new. 4:25 p.m., along with the reporter, George DeCoven, Ben and I went back to the murder house.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't seem to jive that time of morning. It's possible, though.
What's that, Joey?
Prowler. Might have been it. You think so?
No, we've already run that down.
Yeah?
We checked communications. There's no recent complaints about anybody prowling the neighborhood. We talked to the neighbors, too. No indication of it. No sign anybody tried to break in here, either.
Got me. I can't figure it.
And Dixon woman sure kept to herself. Lived here 11 years, and we can't dig up more than half a dozen neighbors who really knew her.
Yeah, business with her daughter, too. It sure stacks up pretty strange. Didn't the crime lab crew find anything this morning, Joe?
No, nothing great. A jacket, a pair of shoes, with a few stains on them. Took them in to run a benzodine test. That's about the size of it.
Sure a slow start.
Yeah. I expected a little more from the neighbors.
So did I.
You know, it'd be different if the thing happened in the middle of the night. According to the daughter, it must have happened at least after 8:30 this morning. Now, if the killer got in the house after that, you'd think somebody on the block would have noticed it. Neighbors close by on either side.
How about checking out in the yard and back? I didn't get too good a look around this morning.
Well, there's nothing more to cover in here. Crime lab's been all over.
Yeah, how about where this Mrs. Dixon worked, Joe? Anybody tag base there?
Yeah, Tommy Bryan did. Hotel down on South Grand. She worked in the linen room. A couple of people she knew there, they couldn't tell him anything.
How about some of her other friends?
No, nothing yet. We're still checking.
Go ahead, Joe. Thanks.
Oh, it's a big backyard. Kept it nice, didn't they?
You want to check alongside here, Ben, with the house? I'll give the back of the yard a look, huh?
Yeah, okay. Well,
good-sized garage, huh? Pretty hard to find them like that anymore.
Pretty good-sized lot, too. She sure must have worked at keeping it up. There's not a weed on the place, is there?
Yeah. More you can say for the neighbors.
Have a look, George, down here.
Huh?
Flower bed here. 2 little mounds of dirt, you see them?
Oh, yeah.
The ground looks like it's been recently turned, wouldn't you say?
Fairly recent. wonder what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah. Oh, small wooden crosses pressed down in each one of the mounds.
Queer one, huh? Looks like a couple of small graves, doesn't it?
You want to reach me that stick over there, George?
Oh, yeah. Here you go.
Thank you. Have a look here.
Nice. Nothing on my end. How are you doing? What's this?
Well, we're not sure ourselves. Wait a minute. Uh-huh.
What is it?
Wait a minute. Yeah, all right. There you are.
A bird. A little canary. How about that?
Hasn't been buried long. Look here. Look at the breast.
What do you think, a knife?
Could be. Sharp instrument of some kind. Just a minute. I'm going to try this other mound here.
Wait a minute, Joe. Yeah. It's another one. Yellow canary, same thing. Look at the breast.
Well, neither one's been buried for more than a few days.
Funny one. The Dixons raise canaries, you know?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It sure doesn't make any sense to me. If they didn't want the birds, you'd think they'd give them away. Why go slaughter them like this?
Yeah, well, it works both ways. Deep wounds in the chest. Some kind of sharp weapon.
Yeah.
The Dixon woman. She died the same way. 4:35 p.m. We took the two canaries, wrapped them in paper, and brought them downtown to Lieutenant Lee Jones at the crime lab to be processed. He was still running tests on the stained jacket and pair of shoes which had been found in the house among the dead woman's personal effects. 5:15 p.m. We checked with the office, and then we drove over to Juvenile Hall to see Roberta Dixon. Apparently, she was in a much better frame of mind.
I talked to Miss Harmon this afternoon, our vice principal. She wants me to come and stay with her for a while. Hope she can arrange it. It'd sure be nice.
Mm-hmm. We were back at your house this afternoon, Roberta. We found something we'd like to ask you about.
What's that?
Well, do you keep any pets in your house? I mean, either you or your mother?
Well, no, not usually. Why?
How do you mean, not usually?
Well, we didn't up until a week ago. Mama didn't like animals. She didn't want them around.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got these two canaries. I bought them with my own money. I work after school, you know.
I see.
I bought a cage for them, too. My mother was mad when I brought them home. She didn't like any kind of animals. She kept preaching at me. She finally made me get rid of them.
How'd you do that, Roberta?
I got a knife and I killed them.
See the difference. Taste the difference.
Smoke the difference.
You'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality that gives you extra mildness. A much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Yes, in king-size Fatima, you get all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes. Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Remember, thousands of Americans are switching to Fatima. Insist on Fatima quality. So why wait? Switch to Fatima today. Look for the sunny yellow pack. Buy Fatima. Best of all king-size cigarettes.
Remember, thousands and thousands of Americans are switching to king-size Fatima, insisting on Fatima quality.
So compare Fatima yourself. When you see the difference, taste the difference, smoke that difference, you'll switch to Fatima.
Because in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Look for the sunny yellow pack. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
February 18th, the Dixon girl was released to the custody of Miss Harmon pending action by the juvenile court, 9 p.m. Ben and I double-checked with Lieutenant Lee Jones at the crime lab. He showed us the school jacket and a pair of shoes which had been found in a closet in the home of the murdered woman, Mrs. Florence Dixon. Apparently, the clothing belonged to the daughter, Roberta. There were several dark stains on each of the articles. They'd been checked thoroughly. First, a benzodine test to determine if they were blood stains, then a biological precipitant test to classify them further. There wasn't any doubt in Lee's mind that the stains were recent, but they were made by human blood. The same blood type as that of a murdered woman. It was a little hard to believe, but the evidence on hand pointed to only one prime suspect, 16-year-old Roberta Dixon. Early the following morning, we checked back in at the office. Ben went across the street to see if the coroner's autopsy report was ready. 8:05 a.m. I checked by communications. They had a report on the tracer we'd gotten out on the murder victim's husband, a Charles Dixon. I picked it up and headed back to the office.
Morning, Joe.
Oh, hi, George. You get the message I left for you? I put it on your desk over in the press room.
Yeah, I got it, thanks. How's it look this morning? Anything new?
Well, this here is an answer on that tracer we got out on Mrs. Dixon's husband. He's been living up north for the past year, San Francisco.
That's so? Still up there?
No, not according to this. He died 6 months ago, heart attack.
What do you figure?
Well, there's not much choice.
Joe. Oh, hi, Joe. Hi. Autopsy report. Coroner just got it out.
What's the word?
It doesn't jibe with the story we got. The coroner places the time of death close to 7:30 a.m. yesterday. Cause of death's what we figured, chest wound. Some kind of a sharp weapon. There's something else. According to the girl, she had breakfast with her mother before she left for school. Coroner says Miss Dixon hadn't eaten for at least 12 hours before she died.
What was that time of death, Ben?
7:30 a.m., no later.
Well, I guess we better move on it, huh?
Yeah.
What's the angle?
Well, the daughter, she says she didn't leave the house until 8:30. Along with the policewoman, Ben and I drove out to the home of the high school vice principal, Miss Harmon, where the suspect, Roberta Dixon, was staying. There was no one there. We checked at the high school. Miss Harmon told us that she'd brought Roberta to school that morning. She thought that if the girl attended classes, it'd help keep her mind off her troubles. Miss Harmon checked the classroom the Dixon girl was supposed to be in, but she wasn't there. Her teachers were contacted. None of them had seen her that morning. 9:40 a.m., we drove over to the Dixon home. We found Roberta in the back bedroom. She was sitting calmly at a sewing machine, stitching ruffles on a dress. In one corner of the room, there was an empty bird cage.
I'm pretty busy right now. I've got this sewing to do. What do you want to talk to me about?
We got a few more questions for you, Roberta. It's about your mother.
She's dead, isn't she? Do we have to talk about it?
Yeah, I'm afraid we do.
Why do we? Just told me she was dead. There's no sense in talking about dead people. Anyway, I've got this sewing to do. I have to get it finished. There. Isn't that pretty? These ruffles go all the way around the bottom of the skirt. Here, like this. Beautiful color, brown. You like it?
You want to tell us what happened, Roberta, yesterday morning?
Yesterday, I already told you, didn't I?
We don't think you were telling the truth. You want to go over it again for us?
Well, I've got this sewing to do. You can see that, can't you? 3 more rows of ruffles go on. Right here. I have to get it finished. It takes time, you know.
I think you better let the sewing go, Roberta.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. I have to get it finished.
Well, I'm afraid this is a little more important. I think you realize that.
I went over the whole thing for you already. I told you everything.
Wasn't the truth. You know that, Roberta.
Why do you say that?
Was it the truth?
What do you expect me to say?
That's up to you.
You think I lied, don't you? That's stupid. I haven't got any reason to lie.
Did you kill her, Roberta?
What?
Did you kill your mother?
I told you everything already. That's just the way it was. Mama and I got up and had breakfast, and I went to school, that's all. I don't have any reason to lie. Oh, excuse me. Hello? Oh, hi, Fran. Yeah, I'm working on it now. It's going to be beautiful. What? Oh, no, that's all right, sure. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm all right. Look, can you call me back later? Yeah, I'll be here. Okay, honey, bye. I'm sorry, officers. My girlfriend, Fran. She's a good friend of mine. She can vouch for me. She'll tell you I'm not a liar.
Do you own a pair of brown and white saddle Oxfords, Roberta?
No, why?
How about a school jacket? Green plaid?
No. I don't like green. Brown's my favorite color.
The green plaid jacket was found in the house here. It was stuffed back in the hall closet. It had your name stenciled on it.
Oh, yeah. That old thing. I don't even wear it anymore. Look at that. Won't it be pretty when I get it finished?
That jacket of yours, Roberta, they found blood stains on it. On the shoes, too. Roberta?
I already told you. The shoes aren't mine.
The jacket is.
Why do you keep calling me a liar? Can't you believe me for once? Isn't it bad enough the way things are?
Now, the last time we talked to you, you said you left the house at 8:30 yesterday morning. Is that right?
Yes, it was around 8:30.
Well, we got the report on your mother this morning, Roberta. The coroner says she died at 7:30, no later.
That's stupid. How could he tell anyway?
He can tell.
He's a liar.
Something else, Roberta. You told us you and your mother got up and you had breakfast together.
Yeah, we had breakfast together. Why are you picking on me?
You couldn't have had breakfast together. The time she died, your mother hadn't eaten anything for 12 hours.
I guess you're going to say they can tell that, too.
That's right. You want to tell us what really happened now?
Now tell us the truth, Roberta. It's going to work out a lot easier.
These are some of the toys I had when I was little. I saved almost all of them. My best doll. I had a lot of dolls. I loved them. Guess I still do. I love them more than her.
You mean your mother?
I wasn't fooling. I don't care if she's dead. She didn't mean anything to me. She never did mean anything. These are more of my dolls here. I dressed them all myself, every one of them.
What was the matter, Roberta, between you and your mother, I mean?
I don't know. I guess she just didn't mean anything. Not like anybody else's mother. She didn't mean anything at all. Same as my father. We were in the same house, that's all. Nobody cared for anybody else. It wasn't anything but fighting, or just not saying anything at all. I'm glad she's dead.
You killed her? Is that what you want to say?
Here's a little piano I had. I got one Christmas, I think. Look, still plays.
You want to tell us from the beginning?
It took a long time. I thought about it a lot. A week ago, I made up my mind. It's time to kill her. She was getting worse. I couldn't do anything. I was always wrong. Couldn't go out, couldn't do this, I couldn't do that. She started the same way yesterday morning. I got the knife from the kitchen. I went in and she was sitting on the bed, putting her stockings on. I don't think she knew what happened. Didn't take long.
Were you having an argument with her? Is that what started it?
We argued every morning. I got so tired of it. She had an awful voice. Finally made up my mind. Planned it all out. I even practiced it. You know the 2 canaries I had?
Yeah.
I didn't buy them because I wanted them. They got to be cute, though. I felt bad about killing them.
Why'd you kill him, Roberta?
Practice. Decided to use a knife. I wasn't sure I knew how to do it, though, so I got the canaries. One day after school, I killed them. It gave me more confidence. I knew I could do it after that. Poor little things. I guess I shouldn't have killed them.
That knife you killed your mother with, Roberta, you want to show us where it is?
All right, I'll show you. I don't think you ever could have found it. It's up in the attic. Special place I hide things. Say, would you like some coffee or Coke or something?
No, thanks. One more thing. Why'd you leave school this morning? I mean, going off without telling anybody.
I wanted to come back here. I felt like it. I wanted to come back to my room. It's the only place I really like to be. I've lived in this house all my life. And this has always been my room. Toys I had. My dolls. Everything's here. Everything I have. My books. All my dolls.
Yeah. I think we better be going, Roberta. We'll have to take you downtown.
Yes, all right. I'll get my coat. Then I'll show you where the knife is.
All right.
Officers, could I ask you one favor?
What's that?
It probably sounds silly. It'll help a lot, though. This doll here,
Yeah.
could I take it with me? Just this one. Make me feel a lot better. Please, do you think I could?
Yeah, sure. Bring it along if you like.
Thank you. You probably think I don't care for anything but my dolls. There's one thing, though, I want to tell you.
What's that?
I'm sorry now, I really am. I shouldn't have done it. I know it was wrong.
You do?
Yes, I'm sorry I killed the canaries.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On May 6th, the hearing was held in Juvenile Court, Department 38, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that hearing.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I'd like to take just a moment this evening to tell you about Fatima's Christmas gift carton. When you visit your dealer, take a real good look at it. I think you'll agree with me that it's the smartest of all Christmas cartons, just as it should be, because Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. This Christmas season, I'm buying Fatimas for all my friends, and I hope you will, too. Compare Fatima. See the difference. Taste the difference, and then smoke that difference. Because in Fatima, the difference is quality.
At the hearing in juvenile court, Roberta Evelyn Dixon was found unfit to be handled as a juvenile and was certified to Superior Court as an adult. There, she was found to be criminally insane by 3 psychiatrists appointed by the state. She is now confined to a state mental institution where she is undergoing treatment. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Martin Yarborough is Sergeant Ben Romero. Also heard was Joyce McCluskey. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Counter Spy fights international intrigue next on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all cars. A copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Tucson Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Attention all Puma County Sheriff's cars, broadcast 111. Be on the lookout for Model V Ford Roadster. License V like Victor 625. V like Victor 625. Is believed to have been used as getaway car in the murder of Frank Zell. That's all. Tank of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Check my oil, please. Yes, sir. Well, I see they've turned all your Rio Grande dealers into gasoline G-men now. Yes, we're all G-men since we got this new Rio Grande G-gas. And we're all on the hunt for public enemy number 101. Public enemy number 101? What does that mean? Well, there's a lot of cheaply made cut-price bootleg gasolines that can't equal the United States government specification number VBG 101. We call such bootleg gasoline public enemy number 101 because the government says it isn't safe for use. I suppose your new G-gas is the lowest priced gasoline that's safe to buy, huh? You've got to give Rio Grande credit for being the first to bring out a low-priced gasoline that's guaranteed to exceed the United States government specifications for quality on every point. You think it's a better buy than cracked gasoline? I just as soon pay a little less, you know. No, sir. Honestly, it isn't. Rio Grande developed G-gas to fight the bootleggers in the oil industry who are selling sub-quality gasoline at low prices. G-gas sets a new standard of quality in the low-price market. And for those who want the cheapest gasoline, G-gas is the only safe buy. But it doesn't compare with Rio Grande's cracked gasoline. They make cracks to exceed emergency specifications. And that's why it's used by more police and emergency cars than any other brand. You get 100% engine efficiency with cracked gasoline. You get Tetraethyl. You get more power, speed, liveliness, greater mileage. And Rio Grande Cracked is the only gasoline made that gives you police car performance.
And now it is our pleasure to present Chief of Police T.A. Wallard of Tucson, Arizona. Chief Wallard.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our policing problems in Tucson, Arizona are somewhat different from those in larger metropolitan centers. Tucson is surrounded not by populous suburbs, but by deserts and mountains. The criminal can easily escape to these trackless wastes, where, if he is at all cunning, he may elude capture for days, sometimes for months. So, in law enforcement in Tucson, you have an interesting example of the cooperation possible between city and county authorities. Sheriff Belton of Pima County and his men, and I and my men, are called upon to preserve law and order over the entire county, an area of more than 11,000 square miles. Constantly, in our work, we of the police department must ask the assistance of the sheriff's office, or, as in the case of the dramatization you're about to hear, the sheriff's office is required to ask our cooperation. As a matter of fact, a great number of men under my command on the police force are also commissioned as deputy sheriffs. In addition, our geographical position, so close to the Mexican border, also brings in the federal authorities on the border patrol, who've always worked closely with us. You can readily see that with city, county, and federal law enforcement agencies working in such a tightly interlocking system, the lawbreaker in Tucson is being quickly convinced that he can't get away with it. The state penitentiary of Florence has quite a few steady boarders who have learned from Sheriff Belton and me that crime doesn't pay.
The Tortolitas Mountains outside Tucson, Arizona, are crowned with gray clouds. Lightning flashes about the crest of Mount Lemmon. The dying sun sends one somber streak of red across the desolate, overcast desert, and then chokes to extinction. The soft tentacles of a thunderhead around the road. The drums of heaven is still. And far below, a rickety Model T Ford slugs up a sandy hill. The first drops of rain scattering its dust-rich skin. As it reaches the top of the rise, the reborn sun next morning rises in a clear blue rain-washed sky. Sends the last storm clouds scudding west toward the Pacific, just about drying up the drenched desert. Up the same lonely road near Tucson thuds another automobile containing two men.
That rain last night sure did the country a lot of good, George. Sure did. Better have something more to eat now than terrible. Watch your driving, George, or we'll be stuck for fair. I'm doing the best I can. These roads sure are slippery. Look at the way that wash is running on ahead there. Now, hold on. I'm going to hit it with all I got, or I'll never get up the hill on the other side. Go ahead, I'm hanging on. Made it. You made the wash all right, but how about this rain? Well, I'll make it all right, too. The sheriff ain't never fooled me yet. Yeah, what did I tell you? You made the hill, too. George, look. Yeah, couple of buzzards soaring around up there. Must be something good. Coyotes probably pulled down the calf. Something lying over there under that Ferrara. Looks like an elm to me. Probably a drunken Indian. Yeah, you might get bit by a raptor lying there. Let's take a look. frozen, Joe. He's dead. He's Frank Zell. Look, he's been shot through the neck and through the arm. Murdered. Must have happened before the rain last night. His clothes are waterproof. You better get back to Cortaro and telephone the sheriff.
5 minutes after the two ranchers have placed their call, Sheriff Walter W. Bailey of Pima County, accompanied by Deputies Harry Johnson and Glenn Hunter, are streaking out of Tucson for the scene of the crime. Meantime, Anderson and Buffett return to the rain-sodden corpse on the Tortolitas Trail and make some interesting finds. When the sheriff arrives...
Here's the body, Sheriff. You know who it is? Yes, Sheriff. Name's Frank Zell. Got a home set up on the trail here next to mine. Any folks? No, he's all alone. Some people around here call him Hermit. We've been looking around while we was waiting for you, Sheriff, and we found some stuff.
What?
These 2 fired bullet casings, for one thing.
32-20. And the size of the wounds in his neck and wrist, that's what he was killed with. Where did you find these?
Over yonder, under that neck piece.
Looks like broken glass on the wall there. Did Zell have a car?
Yes, he did, Sheriff. An old Model T.
How far is it from here to his homestead?
About 2.5 miles.
Did he ever walk into town?
No, always took his car.
And whoever murdered him must have stolen his car. You can see the faint mark there where it was turned around. The rain's washed him out too much to tell what kind of a tread was on the tire.
Something else we found, Sheriff. A carton of broken eggs, Frank's bill hole, and a pair of old tan shoes.
Can't be the victims, too. They're too small. Now, why were they thrown away?
Might not have anything to do with his case. I found them down in the wash.
Well, they mightn't, and again they might. I'll file them away anyhow. There's no doubt about it. Zell was ambushed.
But, Sheriff, why do you suppose anybody would want to murder Frank?
That's one of the many things we'll have to find out. An empty billfold would make it look like robbery.
But you don't have to murder a man, bushwhack him for his money.
Well, possibly revenge was the motive. Did Zell have any enemies you know of, Mr. Anderson?
None that I know of. He's a quiet, peaceable fellow. Minded his own business and kept his nose out of other folks. We all thought a lot of him out this way, though none of us knew him very well.
Yeah, we'll have to check back on him. Glenn?
Yes, sir.
We'll go along with Mr. Anderson here up to Zell's house. Go over the place thoroughly and see what you can dig up.
Yes.
Johnson and I will go down to Cataro and see what we can find out there about him. Meet you back at headquarters as soon as you get through.
Yes, sir. Come on, Mr. Anderson. Let's get right.
Everyone the sheriff questions assures him that the murder victim was a law-abiding citizen, and no one knows of any grudge against him. The sheriff has returned to headquarters, and Deputy Hunter arrives.
Well, Glenn, did you find any guns out there at Zell's shack?
No guns. Lots of books around the place, though, on public speaking, willpower, physical culture, and that sort of thing. And I found this scrapbook. Tells a lot about the guy. See? Here's a clipping about him when he was fighting under the name of Jack Kelly. According to this, Jack Kearns was his manager. And then over here is his enlistment papers from the Army. Joined up in 1917 with the 33rd Field Artillery. You can see, yes. He served several hitches, and every discharge is marked honorable or excellent.
Yes, that's all very well, but I'm interested in guns. You say you didn't find any guns?
No.
There was supposed to be 3 guns in that cabin.
I went over the place from top to bottom, and I didn't find a single one. I found a shotgun rammer and some ammunition for a .22.
Yes, according to Zell's neighbor, he owned a 32-20 carbine, and that's the type of gun he was killed with. I believe, since you found no guns at Zell's cabin, that he was murdered with his own gun by someone who had stolen it from his shack during his absence.
Why, we'll lay him in the desert. Why not kill him at home?
That's me. The killer probably wanted to be sure to escape detection. And he certainly did a good job of that with the rain to help him. Probably over to the coast or down in Mexico by now.
Maybe he didn't try to make his getaway. Maybe he's still right here in Tucson.
I doubt it.
It wouldn't hurt to ask Chief Dyer to give us some help on the city angle.
Okay, I'm willing to try anything. I'll call him right away.
Sheriff Bailey and this the assistance of Chief Jackie Dyer of the Tucson Police Department. Within 15 minutes, the chief has selected his department head and is issuing orders.
Boys, the sheriff has asked our cooperation on his own murder. He feels that the killer is Dick, but I can't agree with him. I've got a suspicion he's right here in town. I want you to have your men cover the city for Zell's car. It was stolen at the time he was murdered. The car was seen coming toward town last night with a dark-looking fellow driving it. It was a Model T Roadster, license number V625. Now get out and pick it up. Okay. Got us forward. Wait a minute, I got a special job for you. Okay. Dennis, I've got a theory on this thief. Yes? Yes. The first thief, I think our man is right here in town. Also, I'm sure that he stole all three of Zell's guns. The 32-20 that murdered Zell, a 12-gauge shotgun, and a 22 rifle. Now, sooner or later, he's going to get low on funds if he isn't already low.
Yeah, and then he'll try and sell the guns, that is?
Exactly. Now, I want you to check all the pawn shops and second-hand stores and inform the dealers to notify us if any of these guns are offered for sale.
Yes, sir. I'll get on it right away.
And while Detective Ford begins the job of checking the pawn shops, squads of officers comb Tucson for the missing murder car. Early on the morning of August 7th, 36 hours after the murder, officers Charles Eaton and Walker Hyde are cruising down West Simpson Street in the police car. As they approach the intersection of Mission Street.
Hey, Charlie, there's a Model T Roadster.
Where?
Standing by that old brick kiln.
Oh, yeah. I see it. Better pull up.
Well, come on. This will be the 7th old we've checked over since we come on duty.
Yeah. Not much use looking at this one. It's been burned up.
Been set on fire, you mean?
Huh? What do you mean?
Smell that gasoline?
Yeah.
All around the car. Somebody doused that car with gas and then set fire to it. I wonder why.
That's why.
What?
The license plate. V625. You can still make out the numbers even if the paint is burned away. That's the car that Frank Zell was killed in.
By God, you're right, Walker.
Look, they stripped it before they burned it. But they forgot to remove the plate.
And the windshield's broken.
Fat chance of getting clinched, though. The paint's been blistered. All the upholstery and woodwork's burned.
Well, we're collecting a crowd of interested bystanders. Maybe they know something about this.
Let's ask this old Mexican woman. You live around here, lady?
We live over there, across the street.
Whose car is it?
Who set fire to it?
Did you see it burning?
No.
She's not going to be any help. I'll try old Uncle Tom here.
Hey, Pop, whose car is this?
Oh,
looks like it was burned, don't it?
It sure does.
When was it burned?
Oh.
How long's it been there?
Well, I was here at the afternoon, I think, about 6 o'clock in the morning.
I didn't burn the car.
You didn't?
Sí, senor. Last night.
Who did it?
Those hombres. Two men. One is black, one is white.
Sure it wasn't a Mexican?
Oh, no, senor. No Mexicano, but not mobile.
If that kid's telling the truth, this doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, we better get what's left of the car into headquarters and let Mark Robbins go over it for identification.
But Mark Robbins, famed identification expert of the Tucson Police Department, can find no fingerprints or blood traces on the badly burned automobile. And meanwhile, Detective Dallas Ford, making his weary round of the pawn shops and second-hand stores, drops into the little shop on West Broadway.
Hello, Herman.
Hello, Bailiff. How's the policeman business?
Oh, it's all right, Herman. How's the money lending racket?
It's terrible. How can I make a living when everyone wants to borrow money and nobody wants to pay it back? Then nobody comes in to buy merchandise? I'm telling you, Dallas, the country's in bad shape.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Yeah, I couldn't sell you some nice first-grade merchandise, could I, Dallas?
No, found out the information. I don't want to buy that.
Well, what is it you want to know?
Anybody sold you any guns lately?
No, I ain't bought a gun for 2 weeks.
Well, if anyone comes in and tries to sell you a gun, you let me know.
Tries to sell a gun? Hey, Dallas, there was a fellow in here trying to sell me a gun.
Yeah? When was this?
Just his name.
Well, who was he?
A Mexican fella.
What kind of a gun?
I don't know. He didn't have it with him. Just had himself.
What caliber?
22-20.
22-20? Well, that's the size rifle I'm looking for.
Well, I
phone they bring me in the gun? You know, he must be crazy. I ain't buying no guns by looking at the sheriff. Did he save the bag? Yeah, he said he'd bring the gun around, but maybe he won't. You know, sometimes they never come back. But now listen, Herman, I want you to let me know if he comes back. Yeah, I'll do that. Now you call me at headquarters and then stall the bird until we can get over here. We want to talk to him. Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to if I can. Well, you got to. Yeah, reason how will I stall him? Any way you can. Bargain with him. Keep him arguing. He won't be long getting here.
Within 3 hours, the excited pawn shopkeeper calls headquarters and informs them the same Mexicans in his store. Detective Ford is not at headquarters, so Captain T.B. Wilbank and Officer Philip B.S. Mueller, jumping into a police car, arrive at the pawn shop 5 minutes after the call.
I tell you, I can't give you more than $2.50 for it. Senor, consider. It is very valuable. It is worth much more. To my own grandmother, I could not give you more than $2.50. Oh, hello, Herman. Yes, Captain. I had a pretty hard time. Is this your man? And now he tries to tell me about. What's your name? My name? Why, who are you? Police officer. Oh, police? Yes. What's your name? My name is Florentino Ruiz. Where are you from? Phoenix. This the fellow who wanted to sell you the rifle, Herman? Very soon, man. I guess we'll have to place you under arrest, Mr. Ruiz. I have done nothing. Why should you place me under arrest? They want to ask you some questions about that rifle you've got for sale.
Back at headquarters, Florentino Ruiz, Mexican, is questioned by Chief Dyer and Detective Crona.
There is some mistake, senor. The senor at the pawn shop is mistaken. I said nothing about a rifle. I was trying to find a valuable watch. Where did you get the watch? It belongs to a friend of mine. I am poor, but I am honest. I have done nothing. You have the watch with you? See. Let me see it. Here you are. Belongs to a friend of yours, huh? See. Good heavy shoes you wear, right? See. Pretty large for you, aren't they? See. Where'd you get them? I bought them at my feet. They're sore. I like shoes large. I see. Now, how about that gun? What gun? The gun you tried to pawn. Well, there is a mistake. I did not try to pawn a gun. Well, we just drop over to your place on McCormick Street and take a look around.
Captain Wilbank is sent to search through his room. And within half an hour, enthusiastically brings a gun into the office of identification expert, Mark Robbins.
Well, here's the gun that shot Zell, Mark. How do you know? It's a 32-20 Winchester, and I found it in Louis' room. That's circumstantial evidence. I know it, but I know, too, that I can count on you to make it material evidence. Well, we'll see. Let's have the gun. Old model, isn't it? Yeah. Set up the test box, will you, Nick? Yes, sir. This ought to be the murder weapon. Zell owned the 32-20. He was shot with one. Louis tried to pawn one, and we found this one in his room. Oh, wait, sir. Okay, we'll see soon enough. I'll just load this baby up. Now we'll shoot a few rounds into the test box. Now we'll have a look at these shells. Come on over here to the comparison microscope, Wilbank. All right. Now we'll place the shell found at the scene of the crime under one side of the microscope, and we'll place one of the shells we just fired under the other side. There. Now, just a moment until I line them up. There, Wilbank. Take a look and tell me what you think. The two shells have identical firing pin marks. They also have identical scars on the side from the breech block. Then Ruiz killed Frank Zell. I don't know whether Ruiz did, but I'm prepared to testify that this gun did.
Ruiz denies possession of a gun, denies burning Zell's automobile, denies killing Zell. Explains the blood-stained research as rabbit blood. But Chief Dyer remains unimpressed by Ruiz's laconic conclusion. Sends his detectives running down clue after clue. Finally, on August 8th, 3 days after the death of Frank Zell, Florentino Ruiz is formally charged with his murder. On Wednesday, August 12th, he is given a short preliminary hearing. By his own request, the laconic Mexican acts as his own attorney. One by one, the witnesses damn him by their testimony. A young Mexican roommate of Ruiz testified.
Florentino, he seen wearing tan shoes, but last week he come home wearing big black shoes. No, Florentino did not have gun before that night.
I got his shoes and guns from a man I know. I have forgot his name.
Another friend of Ruiz testifies.
Florentino and me, we worked 3 days last summer digging well for the Americano. I do not know Americano as well.
A shoe clerk testifies.
These tan shoes which were found at the scene of the crime, I sold them to the defendant. I remember because I stretched them to accommodate a bunion on his right foot.
You're wrong. You never told these to me. There are many tan shoes that I make.
These are the shoes Florentino wear before other night.
There are many shoes like that.
Yes, that is Frank Wells' watch. I remember repairing it. My mark is on the inside of the shoe.
I got it from a friend. I have sold those black shoes for Mr. Zell. Come on, give them to me. The gun we found in your room is the gun that murdered Zell.
What are you about?
You murdered Zell.
No.
Confess, Ruiz, you murdered Zell.
No, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. No, póngame de cielo, no te lo hice.
But the testimony in a preliminary trial is sufficient to hold Ruiz for superior court without bail. He is sent back to his cell, left completely alone. But the solitude is not unpeopled. For 2 days, thoughts tumble through Ruiz's brain, awake or sleeping, voices whisper into his ear.
He come home wearing big black shoes.
Black shoes? Yes, I have sold them for Mr. Zell. Mr. Zell. Zell's gun. We found it in your room. The gun you used to murder. Murder.
You done. Yeah.
But he tried to sell me. Right upon the gun. A gun. A gun. You used to murder. Be quiet, Ruiz. The other prisoners want to sleep.
You call the sheriff. You call the sheriff. Tell sheriff I want for him. You tell him I have something to say. You call him. Call him.
Sit down. All right. What is it? Says, as for yourself, no one has weak.
Listen carefully, Turnkey. You're a witness to this.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ruiz. Go ahead.
I walked from Tucson all the way to Cortaro looking for work. I thought I could get a job on Marcano's well. He was not at home. I took his gun. I met him coming back on road. I shot him. I theft his car, his money. My feet hurt. I touched his shoes. He died quick. There was much blood. Much blood. October 13th, Ruiz changed his story and pled self-defense, claiming that Zell had attacked him first. But none of Ruiz's conflicting stories fits the facts of evidence unearthed by the untiring efforts of Chief Dyer, Sheriff Bailey, and their men. 4 days later, Florentino Ruiz was found guilty of murder in the second degree and was sentenced by Judge F.W. Pickett to serve from 40 years to life in the state penitentiary.
Thank you, Chief Wallard. Ladies and gentlemen, when police or fire departments get your call for help, they speed to your rescue as fast as humanly possible. They take no chances on the gasoline that powers their emergency car. Year after year, different gasolines are tested. And each year, Rio Grande cracked gasoline is selected to power more police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. Best of all, these departments report that their operating costs, records, prove Rio Grande cracked to be the most economical gasoline they have ever used. Why don't you get the same gasoline from your Rio Grande dealer and enjoy the greater power, economy, and satisfaction of police car performance in your own car? Tucson Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 111 regarding the murder of Frank Zell. This case is now closed. That's all. Please get ask your Rio Grande dealer about the new detective outfit which Rio Grande gives free to boys and girls. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-O Silver, the Lone Ranger. The stories of the Lone Ranger's adventures were told and retold around thousands of frontier campfires, and many of those stories have come down to us through the generations. We know that the masked rider of the plains did more than any other man to bring law and order to the early western United States, and that Hi-O Silver came to be the battle cry of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on!
Down, Silver! We're heading for Baker City. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hello, Silver!
The masked man and his faithful Indian companion Tonto rode slowly toward Baker City. Less than a mile from town, as they were passing a grove of trees, Tonto's horse whinnied nervously and for no apparent reason came to a clattering halt.
What matter, Paint Horse? Oh, Silver. Oh. Well, that funny thing.
Maybe there's a snake on the trail.
Me not see him.
But what? Look over there, Tonto.
What you see?
I may be wrong, but I want to have a look.
Oh?
Come. You see anything by the base of that tree?
Grass plenty torn up.
As though there might have been a fight here. But that isn't all.
There. Blood.
That's what must have frightened your horse.
Oh.
Whoever was here tried to cover it up, but he was in too big of a hurry to do a good job.
That's right. You look. There. On tree.
What is it, Tonto?
Their hair from horse.
Yes, black hairs. Someone riding a black horse was here. The horse must have rubbed up against the tree, and these hairs were caught in the bark.
That's right.
Do you find anything else, Kimosabe?
No. That's all.
This may mean nothing, or it may mean a lot.
Me think feller get killed. What we do?
There's nothing we can do except go on to town.
What we do there?
Perhaps they've had word there of a shooting. Steady, old boy. Most likely, there's nothing to worry about it, but it won't hurt to find out. Come on.
Get him up, Paint Horse.
At the same time, the masked man and Tonto were examining the evidence beneath the grove of trees. 3 men were standing before the bar of the cafe in Baker City. One was Mort Prentice, a rancher with an outfit 15 miles from town. The second was Clem Sawyer, the town's domineering banker. And the third was Phil Tracy, a gambler who spent most of his time at the cafe's gaming tables. The 3 men were engaged in what seemed to be a friendly argument.
Look here, Clem. What I aim to find out is how you and Phil knew I was figuring to buy that there diamond Jason York brought to this town.
You didn't have a notion you could put something over on us, did you, Mort?
I ain't as easy as that. And from the looks of it, Clem ain't neither.
You two are always trying to go me one better.
What you mean, Mort, is that you and Phil are always trying to get the best of me.
Now
That ain't right neither, Clem. It's you and Mort that are staying awake nights to get ahead of me.
Well, I put it over on the 2 of you the time I bought Blackie.
That horse of yours?
Mm-hmm. He's the best horse you ever seen.
He ain't in the same class with that black horse I bought.
You're both loco. Compared to that horse of mine, yours are just a couple of stove-in cayuses that ain't hardly got the strength to walk to the feed box for oats.
Why, you bragging old
Hold on. That just goes to prove what I was saying.
Yeah?
Because I buy me a black horse, you two fellas think you've got to have black horses to beat mine.
How about the time I bought me that fancy saddle? You two mavericks didn't waste no time having saddles just like it sent out from Denver.
Talk all you want to, Phil. And you too, Clem. But if the both of you ain't here to try and outbid me for that diamond old man York brought from Frisco, then I'm a sheep herder.
Well, you didn't figure on hogging it for yourself, did you?
Say, just who is this fellow York?
Ain't you never heard of him? Why, he's the biggest jeweler in the whole of Frisco.
Know him, do you?
Well, he's never been in these parts afore, but I met him once when I was on the coast.
Well, why can't we go up and talk to him now, Mort? He's in his room, isn't he?
We're supposed to wait for the young fella that's his bodyguard.
Oh, ain't that him just coming in?
Well, sure it is. What's his name, Mort?
He calls himself Dick Leonard.
Dick. Hey, Dick.
You want me?
We're waiting to see your boss.
We heard he's got one of the biggest diamonds ever seen in these parts.
That's right. Sure is a beauty. You fellas aim to buy it?
Well, one of us does.
Come along, then. His room's just at the head of the stairs.
Come along, fellas.
Why won't he come down?
Well, if there's cash going to change hands, it ought to be where it's private.
Well, here's the steps.
Well, I'm declaring myself right now. I'm going to have that diamond if I got to get a mortgage on my ranch from Clem to buy it.
I ain't so sure I'd loan you any cash.
Well, I got cash aplenty. So I'm warning you fellas. If either one of you aims to get that stone away from me, you'll have to bid mighty high.
You're two of the most contrary cusses
Quiet down. Here's York's door.
I'll knock to let him know we're here.
Well, go ahead.
He don't answer.
Maybe he's napping.
That's funny. He don't often sleep during the day.
Well, rap again.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have gone out, would he?
Said he'd be right here.
Maybe you better try the door.
I don't suppose there's anything wrong, but just...
Well, anyhow, the door's unlocked. He can't be so very
Look
far.
at there. Well, I'll be... Come here.
He's been shot.
Mr. York, can you hear me? This is Dick.
That won't do no good. He's dead, all right.
Real
Take a look
clean
there.
center.
Oh, but who
Diamond, where's the diamond?
Why, he kept it in a little chamois bag in a special pocket he had.
Take a look and see if it's there.
I'll soon find out.
I'll bet it's gone. What else would he have been shot for?
Can you find it, Dick?
Just a minute.
Mort, you better get the sheriff. This is something for the law to handle.
I seen him downstairs. I'll have him right here.
What'd you find out, Dick?
It's gone.
The diamond?
There ain't no sign of it. The bag's here, but it's empty.
What's that under York's hand?
It's a piece of paper.
Well, I'll get it.
What's it say, Phil?
Well, of all the low-down tricks. Put up your hands, you skunk.
You don't mean... Oh, look here. Don't you accuse me of it. I didn't do it.
Reach, Dick. Heist your hands and make it fast.
You're wrong. Look here, Phil. I didn't have
Heist
anything...
him. Take his gun, Clem.
I'll take his gun, Phil, but I'd sure like to know what you're accusing Dick for.
Get the gun, then I'll tell you.
There.
Listen, boys, there's a mistake. There's a big mistake.
Shut up. Here, Clem. Have a look at this note. It was written before York died.
Let me see it. Writing sort of scraggling, ain't it?
Yeah.
It's enough to put the blame on you, all right, Dick.
What's it say?
I was shot by my bodyguard. That's you, Dick.
It's a lie. Let me see that note.
So as you can chew it up and destroy the evidence, huh? Not a chance. We told you what it says. Now you just keep your hands high till we get the sheriff here.
I know York's handwriting. Let me see if it's his.
A man don't bother to write in his familiar style when he's dying. Writing don't mean anything.
You gotta listen to me now.
Better save your talk for the jury and the sheriff, Beck.
What's all the commotion?
Oh, here's the Sheriff Mort now. Come in here, Sheriff.
That's what I aim to do. What's going on? Hey, Phil, what are you holding your gun on Dick for?
I reckon we already got the prisoner for you, Sheriff.
Listen to me. It's a frame-up. I didn't do it.
That's what about 9 killers out of 10 say. It's funny the number of men claim they was framed. So it's Jason York that's been shot, eh?
There he is, poor critter.
Phil has a note.
Well, let me see it.
There you are. It tells just why I slapped leather and disarmed Dick Leonard.
Sheriff, let me...
Shut up like you're done reading this.
It's evidence, ain't it?
Reckon it is. Let me see his shooting iron.
Here it is.
Thanks, Clem.
You can see, Sheriff. The gun ain't been fired. Smell of it. You can prove it.
Ain't no cartridges fired. Barrel looks clean. Don't smell of burnt powder.
Don't that prove
That
it?
don't prove a thing. The first thing a smart killer does is to clean his gun and replace the fired shells. We'll take the gun as evidence along with the note.
Sheriff, will you let me have a look at that note?
Sure. Keep your hands right where they are and look as much as you please. That's you that's mentioned here, ain't it?
Yeah, but that ain't York's handwriting.
No?
No, it ain't.
The jury will discuss that angle of it, Leonard.
All that dirty frame-ups. You can't hang in the strength of that note. You
May
can't...
as well fess up, Dick. Where's the diamond at?
How'd I know?
Don't know why you wouldn't, being as you killed York to get it.
You do best to tell the truth, Dick.
Sure, come clean. Tell us where the diamond's hid. The law might go a little easier with you.
I don't know where the diamond is. I didn't kill York. I didn't touch that diamond. You can jail me if you're a minder. You can hang me. But I won't tell where that diamond is. I can't tell because I don't know, and that's the honest-to-gosh truth.
Well, you better come along, Dick. Reckon there's nothing to do but jail you.
I wouldn't decide on that too quickly.
Oh, what the...
Where'd he come from?
Mask.
Well, I'll be. Stick your hands up, mister. You're...
Not so fast. You're all covered.
I got a gun
It
on
looks
you.
as if we have each other covered. Drop your gun.
I won't.
Drop it. You can't squeeze that trigger fast enough. Drop it. Quick. That's better. Now we can talk.
Who in
Sheriff, I can best explain my being here by saying I'm interested in seeing this murder solved.
Then why...
But arresting that man won't solve it.
Who says it won't solve?
He read a note.
Anyone could write a note. What does that mean?
But it's signed by
Is there anything to stop you from signing whatever name you want?
Me? Well, land sakes,
You can write anything.
My sakes, mister, don't look at me. I don't know anything.
If the dead man is supposed to have written the note in this room, isn't it natural to suppose he would have been shot in this room?
Who in blazes says he wasn't shot in this room? Now you get out of here and mind your own business.
What is there to prove he was shot in this room?
What's that?
Look around here. Is there any sign of a man being wounded or shot? I don't see any stain.
Well, that don't prove it.
Hold on, mister. I don't know who you are, but seems you're aiming to find a murderer.
How was the man shot?
Drilled clean through the heart.
He was killed mighty sudden.
Mighty sudden, eh?
Well, it must have been.
And yet you claim he was able to get to that table and write a note and sign his name to it.
He couldn't have, don't you see, Sheriff? That lets me out. That shows the note is faked. It proves that the note don't mean anything. And without the note, there's nothing to accuse me.
You know York's handwriting?
As well as I know my own, and that note weren't writ by him.
That's about what I thought.
Well, you thought what, stranger?
Perhaps I'd better keep my ideas to myself.
Now, see here. If you're going to bust into this case, you got to let me know.
I've nothing to say right now, Sheriff. Suppose you go right ahead as you had planned.
Don't let me down. Wait, stranger. Don't leave.
We'll meet again, Dick.
Don't go. You're the only friend I've got. You're the only one that believes in me.
Keep your chin up.
Now, you hold on. I want to talk to you.
Don't try to follow me. That'll get the key out of the door.
Sheriff, don't let him get away.
Grab it.
I've a covered.
Now, hold on there.
Son of... Out the back way.
Why you not tell law what you find?
I nearly did, Kemosabe. Now I've another plan.
What? That?
We need certain information. But when we have it, Tonto, we'll trap the killer.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. On the strength of the note which accused young Dick Leonard of murder, the sheriff of Baker City, accompanied by Mort Prentice, Clem Sawyer, and Phil Tracy, took Dick to jail and locked him up.
Hey, I reckon that'll hold you all right.
You're making a bad mistake, Sheriff.
Maybe so, but I'll take my chances on that.
Sheriff, what we want to know is where he put the diamond he stole.
He'll talk before I'm through with him.
You heard the things the masked man said. I'll bet Jason wasn't ever killed in that room.
You ought to know.
How in blazes could Jason have written anything after being shot through the heart the way he was?
That ain't for me to say.
What's more, I can prove that note wasn't in Jason's handwriting.
Yeah? How?
By sending to Frisco for other things he wrote. Then you could compare them.
Frisco's a mighty long ways off.
But it's one
And
way...
I reckon the judge will be sober enough to hold court long before you could get an answer.
I wish I could talk to that masked fella again.
Uh-huh. There's some things I'd like to ask him myself.
Sheriff, maybe Dick and the masked fella was in on the killing together.
They might have been.
It sure wouldn't surprise me if it was so.
By golly.
Huh?
Maybe that explains it.
Explains what more?
Where the diamond got to. Maybe Dick killed Jason, stole the diamond, then slipped it to the mask hombre.
That's it.
Sheriff, you gotta find that feller.
I'll get a posse together.
I'll ride in the sheriff.
And so will I.
We'll all go.
You fellas are clean loco. I'll bet the masked man didn't have no more to do with the killing than I did.
But that was a plenty.
Let's get started, Sheriff. If we don't wait too long, maybe we can pick up the trail.
Yeah.
Come on.
What's that?
Look!
The masked man again.
He was listening to what we said.
Then it's just too bad for him. Now we'll get him for sure.
The sheriff and his companions tried to follow the Lone Ranger, but the great horse Silver soon outdistanced the pursuit. For the next 3 days, a posse led by the sheriff scoured the hills for some clue to the masked man's hiding place. They were unsuccessful, however. And in the meantime, neither the ranger nor Tonto had been idle. The faithful Indian had made careful inquiries in the surrounding district and brought the information he gathered to his friend.
Then there are 3 men who might have killed Jason York. That is, if we're right in supposing he was shot near that grove of trees instead of in the hotel.
Tonto not think him shot in hotel.
Doesn't seem likely. Only Mort Prentice mentioned hearing a shot. He may have imagined it.
That right.
3 men in town own black horses. Mort Prentice, Clem Sawyer, and Phil Tracy.
And that all?
All 3 wanted to buy the diamond Jason brought with him. And not a one of them could really have afforded it.
That what me hear.
Mort has had a bad year with his ranch. There's been talk that Clem's bank is shaky. He might have stolen the diamond knowing someplace where he could turn it into cash.
Plenty fellers say bank need cash.
And Phil Tracy has had an unlucky streak at gambling. I've heard he's lost thousands.
And him, bad feller.
The gambler would probably be able to dispose of a diamond easily.
What you think about feller named Dick?
I doubt that Dick killed Jason. The murderer wrote that note accusing Dick. He certainly wouldn't have accused himself.
That's right.
And no matter what the sheriff thinks, Jason couldn't have lived long enough to write that note.
What we do, huh?
Tonto, I think we can trap the killer tonight.
That'd be a good thing.
Here, Silver. It'll be dark by the time we reach town.
Here, Paint Horse.
Yep. You understand what you're to do, don't you, Tonto?
Me know.
Good. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Paint Horse.
That evening, Phil Tracy, the gambler, following his usual custom, went to the cafe where he joined in a game of poker already in session. His luck, however, was still against him. And at length, he pushed back his chair impatiently and threw his cards on the table.
Blast the luck. I haven't had such bad cards in years.
Phil! Hey, Phil!
Yeah?
A fellow just pushed a gun in my back.
Well, what's that to me?
And then he gave me this paper for you.
What's that?
He said to give it to you right away.
What paper? Where is it?
Here.
Who was he?
I never got a look at him. He said if I tried to turn around, he'd shoot. But maybe he...
Well, I'll be...
What's it say?
None of your blame business.
You needn't get mad.
Was it bad news, Phil?
What are you looking so white about?
Can't you tell us what's in it?
Ain't the note signed?
It ain't signed, and I just said it's nobody's business what's in it. But if I find the fellow that wrote it, I'll fill him full of lead.
Clem Sawyer was alone in the office of his bank when suddenly the door burst open.
Don't turn around.
There ain't no cash here.
This isn't a holdup.
But
careful. I said not to turn around.
Who are you? I've heard that voice before.
I've got a message for you.
A message?
There. But don't read it until I've gone.
Wait.
You will understand when you've read the note.
But listen here.
That's 2 of them, Silver, old fellow. Now to call on Mort Prentice. Come on, Silver.
Mort Prentice had been talking with the sheriff about Dick Leonard's trial for more than an hour. Finally, he said,
I guess we can leave everything up to you, Sheriff. Good night.
Night, Mort.
Yeah. Well, looks like that young feller's gonna hang, sure enough, but
Stand where you are.
Hey, what
Don't
the...
turn around.
I'll call the sheriff.
Read this. Then I think you'll change your mind.
What is this?
You'll soon know.
Wait, come back here.
We may meet again, Mort. Come on, Silver.
That's a blame funny thing. Who was that feller, anyhow? And what in blazes is in this paper?
After Mort left, the sheriff made ready to lock up his office for the night. But first, he went to Dick Leonard's cell. The young man still protested his innocence in the face of the evidence against him.
Sheriff, if you hang me, you're hanging the wrong man.
The judge will decide that, Dick.
But you ain't even let me write to Frisco, like I said, to get samples of Jason's handwriting.
I did that myself.
Huh?
Yep, I figured if you was bluffing, I'd just call your bluff.
And you'll get an answer before the trial?
Can't say about that. but it ain't impossible.
I reckon maybe I ought to apologize to you, Sheriff. I had a notion you were just trying to frame me for the killing without caring whether I'd done it or not.
Well, I got to thinking over what the masked man said,
And you decided he was right?
No, not exactly. But he did mention one or two things that might need a little clearing up.
Well, a redskin.
Huh?
You stand still.
What are you...
You do what Tonto tell you.
He's got you covered, Sheriff.
Boy, you only... Take key and open door.
You can't make me,
Open door.
Careful of that gun, Injun.
You hurry.
Just when I was beginning to think that maybe you wasn't guilty, you try a stunt like this.
Sheriff, I had nothing to do with the redskin coming here. I never seen him before.
You expect me to believe that?
It's the truth.
You open door.
I am. But you'll pay for this, Injun. And you too, Dick.
You come.
Me?
Redskin, this makes you just as guilty as him.
You come, too.
But I tell you,
We take ride.
A ride? Where?
Tonto show you.
All right. You got the drop on me now. But I'm telling you, Injun, I'll have you in jail or turn in my star.
His work in town finished, the Lone Ranger raced toward the grove of trees where he and Tonto had stopped several days before. There he dismounted and stood beside Silver. The minutes passed slowly, but he made no move. Then, although he carefully concealed the fact, his ears caught the faint sound of a man's footsteps.
Quiet, old boy.
Hold it.
So you came.
Sure I came. But you never figured I'd show up without you hearing me, did you?
Perhaps.
Let me have a look at you. Well, bless my hide if it ain't the masked feller. I'm right glad to meet up with you again, stranger.
Yes?
And first I'm going to find out how you knew it was me that killed Jason. Then you're getting the same as he did.
You're sure of that?
I'm holding all the high cards in this game, stranger. I reckon you ain't got no choice but to follow my lead.
Go on.
Well, speak up. How'd you get on to me?
You read my note, didn't you?
Uh-huh. It said for me to meet you where the killing took place. And if we could come to terms, maybe you wouldn't tell the sheriff what you knew.
That's right.
But that ain't answering my question. Did you see it happen?
Maybe.
Don't feel like talking, huh? Well, I reckon I'll have a look at what's behind that mask of yours. Then we'll get down to business.
Careful.
Now just stand still, or this shooting iron of mine is liable to go off. There. No.
Hey, Silver!
Stop it! Up, boy! Flash, I'll kill you!
Drop your gun!
I'll let loose.
Back, Silver.
That horse is a devil.
He knows how to handle murderers.
Don't shoot me. I was just fooling when I said I was going to kill you. I didn't mean it.
Now we'll talk terms.
What do you want?
Will you give me half of the value of the diamond you stole?
Now, look here.
Make up your mind.
Sure I will, stranger. I'll give you half. Just put them guns down.
Where is the diamond?
Oh, wait till I sell it.
I'm not trusting you. Where's the diamond?
It's out at the ranch.
Good. I suppose you tricked Jason into coming here with you, then shot him and took him back to the hotel.
I thought you knew about that.
I know most of it.
You and me are really going partners?
We are, if I take half the diamond.
Well, then I guess it won't hurt to tell you. Sure. That's just the way it happened. Jason thought I was the only one wanted to buy the stone he had. So I said if he'd ride out to my ranch, I'd give him the cash.
But you left the cafe by the back way.
You must have seen that, too.
No, but it was the only way that you could have left without being discovered.
Yeah, we went out the back. And after he was shot, I got him to his room the same way. Wrote that note, then joined the fellas at the bar.
You need more evidence, Sheriff?
What's that?
We heard all that was needed, stranger. Mort Prentice is going to hang.
Stranger, you saved my neck with
You
this.
double-crossed me.
Mort, you trapped yourself.
But,
Tonto and I discovered where the shooting had really taken place. But we didn't know who the killer was.
But you gave me that note.
And I gave notes just like it to Clem and Phil. All three of you owned black horses.
Blast you!
3 men received identical notes. But only the guilty man could have known he was to meet me at this grove of trees.
I should have shot you when I first came up.
We was watching you, Mort. We'd have shot first if you'd have tried anything.
All we was waiting for was the masked man to get you to tell the whole story.
I'll get him for this.
Mort, you won't get anybody. Because just as soon as you've had your trial, you're going to hang.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Dates and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
There's nothing so comfortable as a nice, plump cushion. And I don't mean the sofa pillow variety. I mean a financial cushion to fall back on when times get tight, when sickness lingers, or when unemployment strikes. The best way to build this necessary cushion is to chop a little money off each paycheck. Not necessarily a great sum, but a steady little sum which you can put into United States defense bonds. These bonds now earn greater interest, give you a quicker return, and may be held at interest for as long as 10 years beyond maturity. You're putting a financial cushion behind Uncle Sam's back when you buy your own with bonds. Because every dollar you put in United States bonds is an investment in your country's strength and security. That's the same as setting up a safer world for your children. Start building your cushion now by signing up for the payroll savings plan where you work, or use the bond-a-month plan where you bank for United States defense bonds. They're now even better. Now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Alibi.
It is approximately 10 a.m. on Wednesday morning, July 17, 1948. A large truck carrying sheep is traveling at a moderate speed along Highway 28, leading into Bancroft, Texas. The driver of the truck squints his eyes against the glare of the morning sun, while his sleeping companion stirs uneasily in the blazing heat.
You darn fool, get by me. Traveling at that speed in this heat, you'll blow a tire for sure.
Well, what's the matter, Chuck?
Oh, tourists. Always in a hurry to get no place. Must have been doing 70 at least.
Who's that?
Oh, that car that just passed us, going like the devil.
Oh, didn't see him.
Now open your eyes and take a look. There they go, just over that rise up ahead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, it sure is hot.
How'd you know? You've been asleep since the sun come up.
Say, you sore about losing the toys last night?
I ain't sore about losing last night so much. But we've been trucking together for over 6 months, and I ain't won once. Always get this sunrise shift while you just snooze away peaceful as anything. Shucks, I won't have any eyes left.
Well, if it'll make you feel better, next place we come to, let's stop, and I'll buy you a beer, okay?
I could stand something to wet my whistle. This heat is awful.
How far are we from the next town?
Bancroft's about 10 miles up, but we can stop the Deacons. That's his place down there on the right.
Yeah, man, look at those shade trees. Oh, the sheep will go for that.
Yeah, about time we was cooling these tires, too. Hate to have one blowing the road hot as it is.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Deacons, I ain't never been here before.
Well, here we are. Oh, I feel like I've been driving for a week. Come on.
And you think the sheep will be all right?
Sure, they'll go for that shade. Yeah, I guess we're the only ones around.
There ain't nobody here.
Deacon's probably around Summers. Let's sit down here at the counter.
Yeah.
Deacon! Hey, That's funny. Somebody's been here. Look at empty bottles at the end of the counter.
Maybe he's out back.
Yeah, could be with his chickens. Besides the coldest beer, old Deacon's got eggs here the size of bowling balls.
Must have pretty big chickens, too.
Biggest in Texas. Hey, where do you suppose you went to? I'm dying of thirst.
Hey, why don't we help ourselves? The beer's right over there in the refrigerator.
No, I wouldn't want to do that. Deacon might not like... Deacon! Hey, Deacon, you got a couple of cash customers.
I ain't going to sit here all day. I'm going to get me a beer.
I reckon the deacon won't mind. Bring me a cold one.
Yeah, right off the ice. Just wait till you...
What's the matter, Jim?
Chuck.
Huh?
Chuck, come here.
What's the matter? What is it?
Look through that door. In the storeroom on the floor.
Huh? Good Lord, it's a deacon.
No wonder he couldn't hear us. His head's crushed to a pulp.
Hey, don't touch him, Jim.
What do we do?
Better call the sheriff. Come on, there's a phone out front.
As soon as Sheriff George Hoffer of Bancroft County received the truck driver's call, he immediately requested the assistance of the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case and arrived at the scene of the crime about an hour later.
That all you men can tell me? All right, but I want you to... Well, howdy, Jace.
Hello, Sheriff.
Ranger Pearson, this is Chuck Roberts and Jim Patrick. They're the ones that found the body.
Howdy.
Hello, Ranger.
That's your truck outside with the sheep in it?
Yes, sir. We're kind of anxious to get along, too.
I've already talked to him, Jace. Is there anything you want to ask him?
Yeah, in a few minutes. Why don't you men wait over there? It won't be long.
Okay.
Did you look at the body, Sheriff?
Yeah, it's out back in the storeroom. Poor fella, he sure took an awful beating.
Is that the door over there?
Mm-hmm. Jace, before you go out there, I want to show you something.
What's that, Sheriff?
Over here. Cash drawers, partly open.
Yeah. Cleaned out all right. You men touch this cash register?
No, Ranger, we ain't touched nothing. Just the phone when we called the sheriff.
Okay. Well, there's the motive, Sheriff. Robbery.
Kind of business the deacon did here, he couldn't have had more than $15 or $20 in that thing.
It's a lot of money to some people.
Yeah.
How about those beer bottles down at the end of the counter? Were they yours?
No, sir.
Golden box. Looks like the deacon had a thirsty customer.
Jace, look here by the refrigerator. Isn't that a blood stain?
It sure is.
What do you make of that?
It looks like the deacon might have been slugged right here. If the man who was drinking that golden bock was sitting at the counter, he could have done it when the deacon had his back turned.
Guess he wasn't hit with a bottle, there'd be some broken glass around.
Wouldn't have to be a bottle. Could have been anything. Come on, let's take a look at the body. There's some blood here by the door.
Yeah. The body's right behind this barrel, Jace.
He sure did take a beating, didn't he?
Yeah. I figure it must have happened last night around closing time. Else he'd have been found before this.
The deacon do much morning business?
Oh, a little bit. Didn't amount to a hill of beans.
Nighttime seems more logical.
Yeah, I'd think so.
I wonder if they cleaned his pockets out, too.
I don't know.
I guess I better have a look.
Find anything, Jace?
A few coins, some keys, that's all. Sheriff.
What's the matter?
Sheriff. Get on that phone and call an ambulance.
What? Why?
Deacon. He's still alive. The deacon remained unconscious. His condition was critical. X-rays showed he'd sustained triple fractures of the skull. After the lab crew arrived and went over the store for additional clues, the sheriff and I started checking on people known to be Deacon's customers. The next morning, we were still looking for a lead. Who's next on the list, Sheriff?
Well, now, let me see. There's Dodie Carson, Ranch Road 220. That's about a half mile farther on.
You know him?
Yeah, but he couldn't have done it.
Why not?
He's an old fella. He ain't got the strength to break an eggshell.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Yeah, this may be something.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Lab reports latent fingerprint obtained in Deacon's Cafe belonging to one John Sampson, age 34, 5 feet 10, 195 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, ruddy complexion. Released Huntsville Penitentiary January this year after serving 2 of a 3-year sentence for burglary. Subject now employed as ranch hand, Flying B Ranch, your vicinity.
10-4. No other traffic. Unit 10 clear.
No other traffic. KTXA Austin.
John Sampson, huh?
Yeah, what's the matter? You know him?
The name's familiar. I think we pulled him in a couple of months ago. Brawl in a pool hall, if I remember right. Oh, yeah, he's a tough one.
Where's the Flying B located, Sheriff?
It's west of here, about 10 miles past the Deacons.
Hang on. "15 minutes later, we arrived in the ranch yard of the Flying B. The foreman told us that John Sampson was out riding fence. I got charcoal out of the trailer while the sheriff borrowed a horse, and we headed for the area where Sampson was supposed to be.
Foreman said he ought to be just over this rise.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Where?
Over there by that mesquite. Come on, Charlie.
He sees us, Jace.
Yeah.
Oh, Sharky.
Howdy.
You John Sampson?
Yeah, why?
That ranger here wants to ask you a couple of questions.
What's on your mind?
You ever stop by the Deacons on Highway 28?
Deacons?
About 10 miles down the road from here.
Oh, that place. Yeah, I go in there sometime.
How often?
I don't know, once in a while.
You in there Tuesday night around closing time?
Tuesday? Let's see. It's day before yesterday. No, I wasn't in there.
Where were you?
I was in town.
Where in town?
Say, what is this?
Just answer the ranger's question, Sampson.
All right. Tuesday night I was at the Easy Ace there all night.
Where's that? That's a beer parlor and a pool room, Jace. I know where it is. Uh-huh. You say you were there all night, Sampson?
Sure, just told you.
Don't they stop serving beer at midnight?
All right, so what? The pool tables stay open. They serve food there. What's wrong with that?
He's right, Jace. The joint don't close. Well, you must have come back to the ranch sometime.
I did, after daybreak.
You shoot pool all night?
We had a little game going.
Who's we?
Some of the boys and me.
And you didn't stop by the Deacons on your way back to the ranch?
No, it was closed.
When was the last time you were at the Deacons?
I don't know. Monday night, I think.
Don't you know?
Sure, I know. It was Monday night. I had a beer in there.
You sure it wasn't Tuesday?
No, it wasn't Tuesday. It was Monday. Why? What do you want to know for?
What kind of beer do you drink, Sampson?
What kind? Well, I don't know any kind.
You ever drink Golden Box?
Sometimes.
You better come along with us.
I ain't going nowhere. I got to finish checking this fence.
You get on your horse.
I ain't done nothing. Why?
Tuesday night, somebody beat up the Deacon and robbed him, nearly killed him.
What's that got to do with me?
Plenty. We found your fingerprints all over the place. We took Sampson in and checked his alibi. The manager at the Easy Ace said he had been there all Tuesday night and had left near daybreak. It seemed like the man was telling the truth, but we didn't want to release Sampson until we had a talk with the Deacon. We called the hospital and learned that he was still unconscious. We went back to the sheriff's office. Sampson was getting impatient.
Hey, how much longer you guys going to keep me here?
Just until we check on a few things.
Now, listen, I know my rights. You're going to keep me here, you got to book me.
We will when the time comes.
On what? Manager at the pool room told you I was there. What more do you want?
Better witness?
What's the matter with him?
How do we know he's not covering up for you? He's no angel, you know. I've had him in here before, too.
And on account of that, you're holding me.
Take it easy, Sampson. If you're in the clear, you got nothing to worry about.
Who said I was worried?
Excuse me, Jace.
You guys think you're fooling with some dumb bunny or something?
Hello. If you're so innocent, Sampson, why are you giving us so much static?
Look, Ranger. Either you got to book me or turn me loose. It's as simple as that.
Right. You got anything more important to do?
That's my business.
All right, Sampson. I got a deputy outside who'll be glad to entertain you for a while.
What do you mean by that?
You'll see.
Look, I want to get out of here.
You will if you're telling the truth, and that's what we're going to find out right now. What was that phone call, Sheriff? The hospital. The Deacons regained consciousness. This is a lucky break for us, Jace. Yeah, if he identifies Sampson, we can wrap it up this afternoon. I sure hope so. Of course, Doc says he's still pretty weak. He might not take the question. Here's your room, 121. Deacon, can you hear me? His eyes are opening. Deacon.
Who's that?
I'm Ranger Pearson. This is Sheriff Hoffer.
Pleased to meet you.
What, Deacon, you know me, George Hoffer.
Hoffer? Oh, yeah, sure.
Tell me, do you know a man by the name of John Sampson?
Who?
Sampson. John Sampson. He stops in your place from time to time.
Oh, yeah. Nice fella.
You know him then?
What'd you say your name was?
Pearson. Ranger Pearson.
Oh, yeah. Pearson. You come about the eggs?
Eggs? What do you mean, Deacon?
Those was bad eggs, Mr. Pearson. I can't have that. You should have candled those eggs.
What's he talking about, Jim?
I got good customers, Mr. Pearson. You sold me 3 dozen bad eggs. Can't have that. Look, I'll show you.
Now, wait a minute, Deacon. Don't try to get up.
It's all right. I've been out here on the porch long enough. I want to show you them eggs. Right back in the store.
Now, Deacon, you stay here. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, you do that.
Come on, Sheriff.
Can't have no more bad ones.
What is the matter with him, Jay? He's lost his memory.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
If you want your child to have the best elementary schooling you can give him, won't you get a pencil and paper to take down the address I'm going to give you at the end of this message? Unless we start preparing now, in a few years our public schools will be as behind the times as the Little Red Schoolhouse. Because of the huge increase in our birth rate during and after the last war, it's estimated that by 1956 there will be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. We must start preparing at once. More equipment will be needed, textbooks, playgrounds, and above all, more elementary school teachers. To help assure your child a proper education, join and work with local groups and school boards. And for free information about how people in other communities are improving their schools, write to this address: National Citizens Commissions for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York, 19, New York. Now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Alibi.
With the deacon suffering from loss of memory, we knew there was only one thing to do: release John Sampson. We went back to the sheriff's office and asked the deputy to bring him down from his cell.
Well, it's about time. What's the big idea of locking me up?
Oh, pipe down. All right, Joe. I'll take over things.
Right.
Look, what do you think you're kidding? You ain't got nothing on me.
Right now, we haven't.
What's the matter, Ranger? Did the deacon die?
Would it make you feel better?
Wouldn't make any difference at all. I got an alibi, and you know it.
All right, Sampson, you're free to go. But if we want you again, you better be around.
Yeah, and remember this. If you did do it, we'll get you sooner or later. You're a 2-time loser and still our number 1 suspect.
So what? You can't prove nothing? Go ahead. Book me. But if you do, I'll sue you for false arrest. Now, what do you know about that?
Go on back to your ranch. But I'm warning you, you set 1 foot out of this county and we'll pick you up so fast you won't know what's happened.
I ain't going no place. Don't worry. I'll be seeing you, Sheriff. Later.
He's so sure of himself.
Yeah, I'm too sure. I don't like it.
Well, what do we do now?
Wait till morning, I guess. Then I want to have another talk with the deacon.
Jace, what do you expect to gain by that?
I don't know. Maybe if we just keep asking him questions about anything, we might pick up an angle to go on. He might remember something.
Yeah. Suppose it's worth a try.
Right now, it's our only hope. The next morning, Sheriff Hopper and I went back to the hospital. There we learned the deacon had improved to the point of taking nourishment, though he was still suffering from loss of memory. Even with the odds against us, we had to try once more. Deacon?
Huh? Oh, hello.
You remember me, Ranger Pearson?
Seems I do. I've seen you someplace.
We were here yesterday.
Yesterday? I'm sorry, I don't know you. I can't remember.
Don't you remember anything?
I don't know. I can't seem to make any sense out of anything. Something's happened.
Look, Deacon, you got a store on the highway.
No, not me, mister. I think you're wrong.
Sure you have, Deacon. You and Mary Ann started about 17 years ago.
Mary Ann? Mary Ann?
Who was that, Sheriff?
Mary Ann.
She died 3 years ago.
Mary? Look, mister, you gotta help me. You gotta help me.
We're trying to.
I can't remember. My head is hurt. What happened to my head?
Tuesday night, somebody came into your store, robbed you, and beat you up.
Me? Someone done that to me?
Yes, Deacon. Tuesday night.
I don't remember. I can't remember.
Well, Deacon, look, maybe you'll remember something if you just answer a few questions.
All right. Try to help me, mister. Please try to help.
We will. Now, do you remember where you live?
Yeah. I got a house.
Do you know where?
Yeah. It's, out back. It's out back.
Out back of what, Deacon?
I don't know.
It's behind your store. Remember your store?
My store? Oh, yeah. Yeah, my store.
That's right. Now, Deacon, I want you to tell me everything that you do from the time you get up in the morning until you go to bed. Can you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. Let's see. I get up, I fix breakfast.
Oh, wait a minute. You skipped over a lot there.
Yes, Deacon, not so fast. What time do you get up? Do you know?
Early. Daybreak.
Every day?
Yeah, every day. I feed the chickens, I open the store.
Wait a minute. You're getting ahead again.
I'm sorry.
Now, what's the next thing you do after you get up?
Shave. Wash up.
Anything else?
Calendar. I set my calendar.
You set your calendar? What kind of calendar?
Little desk model on a roller. Gives the day and the date. It's in my bureau. Top drawer.
Did you set it Tuesday?
Tuesday, yeah. It was raining Tuesday. Yeah, I said it.
Hey, Jace, he's right. He's remembering. It did rain early Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
Wednesday. I said it then, too. It was a nice morning.
Now, wait a minute, Deacon. Not Wednesday. You couldn't have said it then.
No, I said it. Wasn't raining Wednesday.
Jace, you reckon he did?
I don't know. Deacon, are you sure you set your calendar Wednesday?
Always set my calendar every day. So now, don't you believe me? You gotta believe me.
Sure, Deacon. We believe you. You try and sleep now. We'll see you later.
Yeah, sleep.
If he did set his calendar Wednesday morning, you know what that means, Jace.
You bet I do. Sampson could have been at the Easy A's Tuesday night, but he's going to have another alibi for Wednesday morning. Come on, let's see if we're on the right track. 45 minutes later, the sheriff and I pulled up to the deacon's house behind the roadside store. In the top of the dresser, we found the calendar. The deacon was right. It was set for Wednesday, July 17th. From there, we went straight out to the ranch where Sampson worked. He wasn't around, and no one had seen him. On our way into town, we sent out an APB to pick him up. Then we headed for the Easy A's pool room.
Well, I don't see him anywhere, do you?
No, manager's not around either. Let's ask the waiter. Waiter?
Be with you in a minute. Howdy, Sheriff. Ranger. What can I do for you?
You know a fellow named Sampson who hangs out here?
Sampson? I don't seem to recollect.
You ought to know him. He's here a lot.
Huh? Oh, you mean the one that works out the Flying Bee?
That's him.
Yeah, I see him in here time to time.
Was he here last night or this morning?
Oh, it's hard to say. Lots of people here last night.
Was Sampson here?
You fellas looking for him?
Look, will you quit stalling?
I was just asking.
Come on, mister. If you know, you better tell us.
Well, seems to me he was here Wednesday night, I think.
That's not what we asked you.
Wait a minute, Sheriff. What was he doing here Wednesday night?
Oh, just hanging around. He broke most of the time.
Did he have any money Wednesday night?
Well, he seemed to.
How do you know? Did he spend much?
He lost most of it.
What do you mean, lost most of it?
No, don't get me wrong, Sheriff. Hey, Charlie, get that money off the table. We don't allow gambling in here, and you know it. Now, let's see. What was it you was asking, Ranger?
About Sampson. He almost killed a man. You know where he is?
Almost killed a man? Sampson did?
That's right.
Oh, so that's what you're here for.
Did you expect us for something else?
Look, Sheriff, don't get me wrong. Wednesday night there was a little crap game here. Sampson was in on it. I thought you'd come about that.
Crap game? Here?
Well, not exactly, Sheriff. I mean, it started in here. As soon as I saw it, I told him to break it up. Managers don't allow that sort of goings-on.
And Sampson was in on it, huh?
Well, now, that's what I was going to tell you. A few minutes after I told them to quit, they moved out back into the alley. Well, now, that ain't exactly in here, but it still don't look good. So the manager sent me out to break it up again.
Then what happened?
Well, this Sampson got kind of mad. That's how I figured he was losing. He didn't want to quit.
Did he?
Well, finally, after told him about 3 times.
You know how much he lost?
Oh, about $20, I reckon. He sure was mad.
$20, huh?
Probably every cent of it was Deacon's.
Oh, I ain't saying he lost all of it, because he come in here earlier today and broke a 5.
How long ago was that?
About half an hour. Bought a dozen bottles of beer and left.
Where'd he go? You know?
The only place I know would be his girl.
Where does she live?
Over the dry goods store on Benner Street.
We called for a stakeout on the pool hall in case Sampson returned. Picked up a search warrant and headed for the dry goods store on Bentner Street.
And there it is, Jason.
Yeah, I see it. Better park around the corner. He won't be able to see our car here.
Let's hope he's up there.
Yeah. Those must be the steps going up the side of the building.
They are.
Looks like only one apartment up here.
Yeah, and there's only one door.
That's a break. Somebody's coming.
Who's there?
Police officers.
What do you want?
Open the door, ma'am.
Look, I was sleeping.
Sorry to disturb you. Mind if we come in?
I sure do. I told you I was sleeping.
This time of day?
I sleep late.
Better let us in, lady. We got a search warrant.
For what?
We're looking for John Sampson.
We ain't here.
We think he is.
I ain't seen him in a week. Sure, you can look. See for yourself.
What's your name, ma'am?
The name's Molly.
You say you've been asleep?
Right.
What's this empty beer bottle doing here?
Ain't no law against beer in this county. I drank it before I went to sleep. Why?
Bottle's still cold, and it's Sampson's brand, Sheriff.
Yeah. He must be up here.
No, he ain't.
What's back of this door?
Hey, that's my bedroom. You can't go in there.
Sorry, ma'am. That a closet there?
Yeah, just my clothes in it, that's all.
Stand back, Sheriff. I'm going to open it.
Johnny, look out!
Watch it, Johnny!
All right, Sampson. You almost got your girl that time. Come out of there or we'll blast you out. Throw your gun out first.
Okay. There it is.
Now put your hands out in front of you. Come on. That's right. Put the cuffs on him, Sheriff.
Right, Jace.
She did it, didn't she? She turned me in.
Oh, shut up. You've got him, Ranger. Now get him out of here.
Dirty two-timing...
Hold it, Sampson. She's not getting off either.
What did I do?
There's a law in this state against harboring a criminal. Come on, you two. Let's go.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
20 seconds from now, a fire will break out somewhere in the United States, causing untold misery and devastation. Yes, every 20 seconds, all day long, a fresh fire starts in a home or a factory or a forest. More than 11,000 persons are killed annually by these fires. Many more are injured, and more than $700 million worth of property is lost. The most tragic part of this statement lies in the fact that more than 90% of all fires in the home start through sheer carelessness and could be avoided. Here are a few simple rules of safety which will help you to protect your home and your loved ones from the ravages of fire. Don't smoke in bed or discard lighted cigarettes carelessly. Clean out old newspapers, magazines, and other inflammable debris. Promptly repair all defective wiring and electrical equipment. Use only those cleaning fluids which will not burn. And finally, be careful with matches. Keep them out of the reach of small children. You can't afford to gamble with fire. The odds are against you every time. Now, back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
John Sampson was found guilty of robbery by assault with intent to murder. On October 11th, 1948, he was sentenced to 99 years in the state penitentiary at Huntsville. Molly Andrews was given 2 years in the women's prison at Goree for obstructing justice, as prescribed in Article 338 of the Texas State Penal Code.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you and your friends will be listening to our show next week. There are 2 reasons we are asking you to be tuned in. First, because the case is a very interesting one. And second, because it will be the last performance, for a while at least, of Tales of the Texas Rangers. We hope you've enjoyed this series of authentic stories and that you'll make it a point to be with us for our last show next week. Thank you. Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Paul Frees, Herb Vigran, Parley Bear, Dan Riss, and Betty Lou Gerson. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Arthur Brown, Jr., and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Keep tuned for the Standard Hour on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.